Hey everybody, welcome. We are live November 4th, Election Day 2025. All right, we've got a long stream coming up tonight. There are a bunch of races that I'll be following especially closely. First and foremost, as you can see right here on the screen, we'll be covering the California Prop 50 race. That's to send the issue of redrawing maps redrawing maps in California to the voters here as a way to neutralize these mid-cycle redraws happening at the hands of Republicans in Texas, in Missouri, in North Carolina, and in Ohio. Other races that we're going to keep an eye on are the gubernatorial races in both New Jersey and Virginia. Also in Virginia, we're looking at lieutenant governor, attorney general, and also the House of Delegates. The state legislature is up there as well. And finally, we'll be keeping an eye on, particularly closely, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court race. The question of retaining 3 Democratic judges is up on the ballot today. So there is a 5-2 Democratic majority on that state Supreme Court. If the question of retention passes, everything stays the same. If the question of retention fails, then these judges are going to be withdrawn and there will be an election. So that doesn't necessarily mean in Pennsylvania that if this question fails, then all of a sudden you've got Republicans on the state Supreme Court there. It means that there is no retention for those 3 Democratic state Supreme Court judges, and then this thing goes through the regular process of an actual election. So a lot to talk about this evening. We also will have a few guests coming on this evening. Our first guest coming on shortly is going to be Mark Elias. I know he is in high demand right now for 2 reasons. One, as we'll talk about, there is the issue of what's happening in California. Of course, Donald Trump has already come forward and said that there is massive fraud happening in California, something that Mark predicted when I spoke to him just a few days ago. And also, Mark is in demand because if there is an issue where he needs to litigate tonight, quickly, then he's going to be the guy to do it. So we're lucky enough to have him early this evening before he goes into possible litigation. But hopefully everything is all good this evening and there are no issues. And and we have good results in all of the major races that we are tracking across the country. This evening will also be a good test in terms of what we should expect to see regarding 2026. So we know all of the margins that we saw in 2024. We'll be able to go over those margins. Let me see if I can show you a little bit of what that looks like, for example. So let's take New Jersey. We can look at historical comparisons. So this evening, when we're looking at how Mikey Sherrill is doing with regard to Jack Chitterelli, we can also see how Mikey Sherrill is performing in comparison to Kamala's margin back in 2024. Of course, if Mikey Sherrill is able to meet or exceed Kamala's margin, then there shouldn't be any problems tonight, because even Kamala beat Trump in that state by about 5 or 6 points. And it'll be telling, though, in terms of seeing what this margin actually is, the extent to which Mikey Sherrill or Democrats across the country overperform these 2024 margins will give a really good indication of what we should expect to see in 2028. Thus far, we have seen a lot of these races in the 2025 cycle. So this past year, these special elections, we've seen Democrats overperform their previous election cycle margins by 12, 13, 14, 15 points. So tonight will be a really good bellwether in terms of what we can expect in 2024 and beyond. Let's see. I will make sure that my mic is up. Let's do this. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to do a little bit of... Okay, let me know if this audio is a little bit better, and I can actually raise my audio volume a little bit more. Okay, testing 1 2 3. This should be good to go for everybody listening right now. Excellent. Okay, good to go. So as I said, we'll be following all of these races. We've got live results courtesy of Decision Desk. So just like the 2024 election cycle, a lot of great information that's going to be coming in real time. So as soon as any of these races are called, whether we're talking about New Jersey, Virginia, there's a special election in Texas. Texas's 18th district. We've got the Prop 50 vote. So all of those vote totals are going to be coming in real time, and we'll be able to bring them to you courtesy of the folks at Decision Desk, who have been very, very helpful in this whole process. So I appreciate them. In the meantime, if you guys have any questions as we go here while these election results are going to be coming in this evening, just let me know. Just a few bits of helpful information for the New York City mayoral race, where it's Cuomo, Sliwa, and Zohran Mamdani, who I interviewed yesterday. Those polls close at 9 o'clock Eastern. Within a few minutes, we should get a few 100,000 votes. So we'll have a good sense of what we're looking at in New York just a few minutes after 9 o'clock Eastern this evening. In Virginia, the polls close at 7 o'clock Eastern, so just a couple of hours from now, less than 2 hours from now, and I'll be doing West Coast to East Coast translation all night in my head, because I'm coming to you from Los Angeles right now. As is the case in New York and Virginia, the first votes should come roughly 10 to 20 minutes after polls close, so we should expect roughly around 7 o'clock Eastern for the first batch of votes to be counted. We have a few big races in Virginia, by the way. We have the gubernatorial race, we have the lieutenant governor race, we have the attorney general race, along with the state legislature there. And there are a few different races that are likely Democratic flips. And I'll be covering those races as we get into this process tonight. So we're going to be looking at House District 82, 57, 71, and 89. These are all seats that have Republican representatives, but they are only slightly Republican. Margins like R plus 0.27 in one of these districts, R plus 2 in another, R plus 1.8, R plus 1.7. So very slightly more Republican than the rest of the country. That's how they get that R plus whatever or D plus whatever. So just something to keep in mind as we get these election results in about an hour and 45 minutes here coming out of Virginia. As it relates to New Jersey, the polls are closing at 8 o'clock Eastern. We should have the first batch of votes just a few minutes after that. In the June primary, the first batch of results came in at 8:04, so it shouldn't take too long to start getting election results there. And of course, Mikey Sherrill is going up against Jack Ciattarelli, as you can see right here on this screen. California, the polls will close at 11 o'clock Eastern, so about a little over 5 hours from now. The first votes will come in within about 10 minutes. We'll have a big drop of votes, probably tens of thousands, about 5 minutes after the hour. But we shouldn't expect to see all of those votes counted in California. We should expect to, because California is an all mail-in voting state, we expect that within 7 days we'll have the full breadth of what those results look like. This is a race that I'm going to be following especially closely, though, for the principal reason the margin in California will determine how much of an incentive structure, a political incentive structure, there is for other governors across the country to do exactly what Gavin Newsom is doing right here in California. I did switch. I'm going to do it again. You got to rejoin. All right, and it looks like we are moments away from getting Mark Elias on this call. If you have questions as we're doing this analysis with Mark, feel free to throw them in the chat, and we can have him answer them as well. Again, lucky to be able to have him here tonight because this is a particularly busy evening for Mark. So hopefully everything goes off without a hitch tonight. There are no issues, despite the fact that Donald Trump is trying his level best to make it that way. So with that said, let's move over to our conversation with Mark Elias. Mark, do we have you?
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here. You're right. It's a busy day. There's nothing like being an election lawyer on election days.
Let's see. So Mark, the first thing that I want to ask you, because this is breaking right now, is that we had a tweet come up from Donald Trump, and I want to find that tweet right now because it gives a little bit of insight into what we should expect from him this evening. And this is something that you predicted just days ago when we spoke on our Democracy Watch series. Just trying to find that tweet right now. Let's see if I can grab that. Don't have the tweet in front of me. Let's see. Don't have the tweet right in front of me, but it looks like Donald Trump has basically all but declared fraud in California. So first and foremost, when we look at this stuff, I think the goal for Trump, while he's sitting there and declaring fraud in California, is that the fear is that his words will have some legal weight. So can you speak to that first and foremost?
Yeah. So for people who have not seen the tweet, there's an article about it on Democracy Docket. What he said was the unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam in that the entire process, in particular the voting, by the way, capital V, not really sure why, voting itself is rigged, all caps, rigged, all, quote, mail-in, close quote, also not clear why mail-in is in quotes and M is capitalized. All mail-in ballots where the Republicans in that state are, quote, shut out, close quote, is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned. So he has announced before even the first vote has been counted and publicly released that the entire process has been rigged, that that the balloting is under serious legal and criminal review, and we will stay tuned. And then press secretary said from the podium that it was essentially self-evident that there was massive fraud in California, though she promised to produce some yet unspecified proof of this, and that there will be an executive order that will address all of this in the days and weeks to come, which is, as you say, Brian, something that you and I talked about on Democracy Watch. You know, you and I do this series, and I hope everyone subscribes to your YouTube channel, because it is oftentimes the case that I find that you and I are talking about topics, in advance and sort of addressing what is coming, and certainly days before the legacy media does.
Now, in terms of what we should expect here in California on the safety front, can you speak a little bit about what you're hearing in terms of any poll monitors coming in or anything like that?
Yeah, look, I mean, Donald Trump dispatched poll monitors from the Department of Justice in 2 states. One county in New Jersey, Passaic County, which is a heavily Latino county, and then I think it's in 7 counties in California. And this is highly irregular because, after all, these are not federal elections. In fact, in California, it's not even really an election, right? In the traditional sense, there are no candidates on the ballot. It's a ballot initiative. It's a state ballot initiative. And yet he's dispatched these people. And as you and I talked about it, and I hope everyone goes back and checks the video, this was done so that Donald Trump has the basis, the fake basis, by the way, the lying basis, the disinformation basis, with the basis to claim that there were irregularities in California. And he's already started to lay the groundwork for that. And I expect, as we go later into the night and into the days ahead, he's going to escalate that. And these monitors on the ground give him the excuse to claim that he has information that he doesn't have.
Mark, what is your night going to be like tonight?
I don't hear you,
Best
Brian.
Case scenario. What is your night going to be like tonight? Best case scenario and worst case scenario.
So look, my best nights on election nights are when Democrats win big and call it early. Listening to you say we may go days in counting California. I mean, that'll self-evidently be true because the mail-in ballots come in. But I'm hoping that the networks and the AP will be able to call the Virginia race, the New Jersey race relatively early in the night, the New York race, obviously, New York City mayor's race. And then, how quickly they're able to call the ballot initiative in Maine, which is a Republican ballot initiative to try to impose a voter ID requirement. And then the big prize out west in California. I'm hoping that the margin is big enough that on the early returns, Brian, we'll be able to see that. But it will be a busy election night. It always is. There'll be false claims of fraud by Republicans. We may see some voter suppression activities. We've seen, smattering of that throughout the days and the days leading up to this. But I'm hoping that it will be a relatively early night.
How confident are you that California's decision to send folks from the Secretary of State's office to counteract the DOJ's poll monitors will be effective?
Look, I think it'll be effective in the sense that it will provide real-time opportunities for the state of California to counter the lies that are almost certainly going to come out of this White House. And I think it's about time that we realize, and that Democratic politicians realize, that it is not enough to just have the truth on your side, but there needs to be ways to amplify that truth. And I think Governor Newsom has done a really effective job around that in a number of ways. And I think that him putting these watchers of the watchers is an example of that.
Can you talk about the bomb threats from this morning and why they happened and whether that should be cause for concern?
So, to understand the bomb threats, this election, we have to go back to 2024 when there were a spate of bomb threats around the country, predominantly in Democratic areas. The reporting that I saw at the time or shortly thereafter suggested this was these originated from Russia or from some foreign power that was trying to interfere with elections. And I'm assuming, although we don't know yet, or at least I don't know yet, that that's the case here, that these were not genuine bombs. These were efforts to disrupt and inconvenience voters in predominantly Democratic areas. This is a growing threat. It is something we're going to have to take very seriously. It's something we took seriously on election night in 2024. As we move towards the midterms in 2026, it's worth noting that, one of the things that the Trump administration has done is to cut funding for precisely the federal agencies that are responsible for combating foreign interference in elections. And so it's going to fall more and more on the private parties and on the Democratic Party, and on local election officials to deal with this. But look, this is another reason why early voting is so important. It's another reason why voting by mail is so important, because, we having our entire election system vulnerable to disruption on a single day is a national security threat and a democracy threat.
Mark, can I have your reaction to the fact that we had Governor Wes Moore, come out today and announce that he was creating a redistricting commission?
Yeah, I heard that. By the way, I got some echo, so you might want to check that. But I thought that what Wes Moore said today was brilliant and an important step for democracy. For people who didn't follow this, the governor of Maryland is not taking no for an answer from the state Senate president on the question of redistricting. He appointed a commission. That news was broken on Brian's channel. So congratulations to you, Brian, for breaking that important news. You have really been the leader on this issue. It is not just the work you've done in reporting on this in California, but you've really held Democrats to account throughout the country, both in the series we've done, but also in your own. And so kudos to you for this. And I think, something you said just before you brought me on, but I was listening, I think is exactly right. The margin we see in California is going to set a tone for Democrats across the country. I don't think it should have to. I think that Democrats across the country, Democratic governors and state legislatures shouldn't meet that. But the reality is that if Gavin Newsom is able to show that doing what he did is not just good sort of macro politics, but it's actually good local politics, like it's good for the elected officials, that is going to cause other Democratic governors and elected leaders to follow that. And I think seeing the governor of Maryland take that step was validation of that.
Do you expect to see other governors come and follow suit in the aftermath of what we do see from California, from Prop 50 this evening? And granted, we shouldn't expect to have full results tonight, so we won't know whether the margin is 55%, 65%, whatever it may be, but in the aftermath of this process, once it's settled.
Yeah, I do. And look, you're seeing the Virginia legislature. It's one of the most underreported stories, I think, in American politics right now. The Virginia legislature is in the process of essentially replicating, although not exactly, obviously every state's different process, but replicating what happened in California. And that could be another 4 seats. That's a big chunk that's happening in Virginia. And I don't want to speak for the folks in Virginia because I don't, but, I would imagine that watching the popularity of this as an issue in California grow is among the reasons why Democrats felt that doing this before their own elections, right? Because remember, it's not just the governorship that's on the ballot in Virginia. It's also the state legislature, the state house. And so they are predicting now that Democrats will gain seats in the state legislature. And I think that there is a one-to-one connection here between seeing what it meant electorally in California translating in states like Virginia. And I think if you see a popular vote for this in California and you see Democrats do well with this in Virginia, I mean, I think if you're a Democratic governor or legislator anywhere in the country, you should be looking at this and thinking, well, this is, like I said, not just good for democracy, this is good politics.
Can you talk about what's happening in Virginia right now as it relates to the Republicans' efforts to undermine that process?
Yeah, I got to say, I get asked a lot about, about the fact that we win a lot in court and Republicans lose a lot in court. But man, they are on quite the streak. I mean, let's just start with the fact that in California, there have been 4 lawsuits trying to block this ballot initiative. 3 of them got dismissed without anyone even having to file an answer or a response. Literally 3 of the 4 cases, the judges found so deficient or so preposterous, they dismissed them without making California answer them. And that included one, by the way, Brian, as you and I talked about before, Judge Kaczmarek in Texas. Now, the 4th was also dismissed by Judge Kaczmarek in Texas, but there at least he asked California for a response. In Virginia now, we have had the Republicans filed 2 lawsuits. The first in a very Republican county, they have not had success yet. There's a hearing tomorrow, although we'll see whether the Republicans even bother to show for that or withdraw their lawsuit. And then the other one that was filed in Richmond got dismissed yesterday, or the TRO and the preliminary injunction rather got rejected yesterday. So they're pulling out all the stops. They're going to pull out the stops around the country in court because that's what Republicans do. They have no shame in filing these lawsuits, but so far we're doing okay.
Talk about your lawsuit. You are suing the Texas Republicans for their map that was the initial cause of all of this, that set everything off.
Yeah, so we're suing Texas, we're suing Missouri, we are suing North Carolina, and my message to the Republicans in Indiana and Florida and Kansas and New Hampshire and Nebraska is if you engage in illegal mid-cycle gerrymandering, we will sue you. And my record speaks for itself. I tell folks I never bluff when I say we're going to sue, and we oftentimes usually win. So we're waiting on a decision in Texas. Again, this.
Mark, can you talk a little bit about what your predictions are for this evening? Audio's out. Go back to what you were.
For media, but I think Spamberger wins it by double digit.
Wait, Mark, hold on. We're having a slight audio issue. Can you go back to what you were just before? Nobody can hear him. Can people in the Mark? Can you talk real quick? And
yeah, sure.
Let me know if we have.
Can folks hear me? This is the beauty of live streaming.
Yep. Let's see. Okay, it looks like we are good to go.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. And hey, just also let me know if there's an echo on me. Mark, you might want to grab headphones too. That might fix the issue.
Do I need to? You want me to put on headphones?
Yeah. If you have headphones, that might help. I know that there is an echo that I'm contending with right now.
You're contending with an echo. Hey, I don't want you contending with an echo.
Or that
Brian's got a lot to contend. Everyone out there, Brian's got a lot to contend with. The last thing Brian needs to contend with is an echo. I mean, he's got to contend with me and Drew and a whole host of things. Hang on one second. We're gonna just switch over the audio here. All right.
Okay. So let me know, for those who are listening right now, let me know real quick if you are getting an echo on my audio now that Mark has his headphones on. And there is a slight delay here, Mark. So we'll just.
That's okay. I love the chat.
Okay, there's still an echo, so we'll figure that out. In the meantime, I'm going to let Mark do most of the talking so that y'all don't have to listen to me echo. So, Mark, can people in the chat can you all hear Mark? Can you let me know that you can hear Mark right now? Mark, you can jump in.
Sure. So I'm going to go ahead with my predictions. So I put them on social media so people can see, and I can't back out. But I'm going to add a little context that I didn't put on social media, which is something about the margins. So I think we win both governorships in New Jersey and in Virginia. I think Spanberger winds up winning by double digits. I think that Cheryl will win, and I think Cheryl will win by a bigger margin than people think. So I'm going to pick Cheryl by 7, which is a pretty healthy margin in the state of New Jersey for a Democrat. I also, by the way, think that Democrats pick up state House seats in Virginia, and that Democrats win up and down the ticket. So I think they will also win the lieutenant governorship as well as the attorney general's race, which has been the one that has been the closest so far in the polling. But I think Democrats sweep in both New Jersey and in Virginia. In New York City, I think Mamdani wins. I don't really have a sense of margin there, but I think he wins. In California, I'm confident that the ballot measure will win. I'm going to say at 57%, which, by the way, is like an utter fucking landslide. Like, everyone just needs to understand, like, being on the undoing a nonpartisan redistricting commission and getting 57% of the vote would be a landslide. I would take 51%. I'd take 52%, but I'm going to be optimistic and go out and say it's going to be an early night. It'll be 57% when all the votes are finally counted. And then finally in Maine, I think that the voter ID provision goes down by 2. So I think we win. I think it's a complete sweep. And then all 3 justices get retained in Pennsylvania in those retention elections. And I'm not going to offer a margin there either.
Mark, worst case scenario, why does your night have to be free?
My night has to be free because there are potentially last minute things that come up. There are potentially Republicans could engage in last minute voter suppression. There could be problems with long lines at poll closings where we have to go to court to keep polls open. There can be efforts by Republicans to try to prevent certification of elections, try to prevent the counting of ballots. And, I hate to say that in this country in 2025, that's something that I now focus on, but I do. I am much more attentive. It used to be, before Donald Trump, most of the worry I had was typically at 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. because I worried about polls opening, right? I worried that there were going to be problems with, people not having the keys to the local school or something like that. But that the end of the night was relatively straightforward. And now it's kind of the opposite. Now, the end of the night, I worry about bomb threats. I worry about long lines. I worry about, Donald Trump trying to use the Department of Justice or election deniers to try to disrupt the early tallying of ballots. And that's really sad for democracy. It used to be that when the polls closed, there was sort of a bipartisan moment by election officials where everyone congratulated themselves. But that's just not the world we live in anymore. And so my nights now are free and go into the wee hours because that's when Republicans now are more often than not very active.
Do you have faith that we'll get back to a point where we have full confidence in elections?
I don't. I wish I could say we did. I wrote a piece for Democracy Docket called Project 2039. And it was born of a question that Larry Tribe, who is the most famous constitutional scholar alive today. He is a giant on either ideology. He happens to be a liberal, but he is a giant of constitutional law. Every lawyer, whether they are a conservative or liberal, was taught constitutional law using a textbook with his name on its spine. And I did a webinar, and he came to it and he asked the question of whether within 10 years after Donald Trump leaving office, did I think democracy would be restored? And I thought to myself, here's a guy in his late 70s, early 80s who's asking about what it will look like in 2039. And I think that those are the kind of time horizons we need to be looking at. I don't think this is not going to be an easy path back. Donald Trump is breaking a lot of aspects of democracy, and there's no area that he is doing more damage in on purpose than free and fair elections. And so we're going to need a new democratic agenda, new agenda for how we operate our elections, how we protect voting rights. That's going to look very different than the one that came before. It's not going to rely on norms. I mean, Brian, this is something you have been a leader in talking about. The nostalgia that Democrats have for norms is not helping. And we're going to need a different kind of system.
And look, you've been really effective at bolstering the argument for exactly that. I just want to flag for anybody who's watching right now, if you're not yet subscribed to Democracy Docket, please make sure to subscribe. I'm going to put the link to Democracy Docket right in the chat. So if you're not yet subscribed and you want to support Mark's work, please go ahead and do that. Mark, before we say goodbye to you here, is there any other things that folks who are watching right now should know as we head into this evening of election returns?
Yeah, I think what people need to know is that the fight for democracy is, in my view, a fight around elections. This is not without controversy, and there are people who I have on my podcast as guests who don't agree with me. There are people who Brian interviews who I don't think agree with me. But the way we are going to prevent the authoritarianism from becoming the norm, the way we are going to prevent the complete undoing of free and fair elections is through the ballot box. It's going to be on nights like tonight. It's going to be on days like today. It's going to be, frankly, a year from now in the midterm elections. And so everyone needs to recognize the centrality of voting to this struggle that we are in. Everyone needs to understand that supporting Democratic candidates is one of the ways, the central way, we are going to break the authoritarian fever that has gripped our country. And I know there are many, including probably some who are putting things in the chat right now, who just think, no, it's going to be mass movements, or no, it's going to be organizing outside of the electoral process. And I just don't agree. I think that those things are really important. Don't get me wrong. I think No Kings is vital. I think that showing solidarity with one another is critical. But it's not going to take the place of electing Democrats to the House and the Senate and governorships and mayoralships and city councils and local elections and ultimately presidential elections. That the electoral system is the way that we are going to retake our democracy. So I hope people tonight realize that what Gavin Newsom did in California was show the primacy of the voting process to help restore democracy. Whether you are a progressive who really is excited by Zoran Mandani, or you are a centrist who is really excited by Abigail Spanberger or by Mikey Sherrill, the Democratic Party is a big enough tent to be home for both of you. And we need to recognize that the fights within the party need to take third place, fourth place, fifth place to the fights for against authoritarianism between Democrats and Republicans. So I hope everyone is supporting every Democrat up and down the ballot in whatever state you're in, and set aside these internecine fights for another day, for another decade perhaps, and really focus on winning elections, because that is what is going to save democracy.
Mark, I do have one more question, but I want to know first and foremost if the folks who are listening right now can hear an echo still, or if we've fixed that. So if you just let me know in the chat real quick whether that's been fixed. And Mark, you can hear me?
I can hear you. And, I just want to say to the thousands of people, and it is thousands of people because I'm looking at the chat, who have tuned in. You're part of, first of all, it's unbelievable, Brian, that you have this many people who tune into a live stream on election night. That is an achievement unto itself. And the legacy media should be, by the way, I have nothing good to say about them generally, but on nights like tonight, they should be looking at what you're doing in this live stream as an example of what perhaps they could be doing. But to everyone who's here and putting comments, you are part of the solution here. So thank you for being on this.
And I appreciate that. And actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about right now, which is this idea of legacy media. And if it's okay, Mark, I know that we were that you're short for time, but if you can stay a few more minutes, is that okay?
I got all the time in the world for you, Brian.
All right, let's do it. So I'm especially interested in this idea of how legacy media is devaluing the broader space. We have obviously talked at great length about the fact that CBS has capitulated to Donald Trump. ABC News has capitulated to Donald Trump. You've got the the Washington Post. You've got the LA Times. And so can you talk about the extent to which all of these folks who had previously hidden behind these slogans of democracy dies in darkness and the esteemed fourth estate are actually not just stopping Trump from carrying out, whatever his worst impulses are, but actually perpetuating it, emboldening him to do it even more?
Yeah, I mean, look, legacy media has moved from being a victim that we could say was targeted by Donald Trump to being complicit, which meant that they were going along with him, to now honestly just being collaborators. Like, they are joint ventures with Donald Trump. I mean, when Donald Trump goes on CBS and says, "Oh, I'd prefer you not air this question," and then next thing you know, that's not aired. And in fact, there's a discrepancy, as I understand it, between the transcript of the full episode and the video of the full episode. Like, it's even edited there. Like, they're doing his bidding. No one could watch that CBS interview and then read the full transcript and look at the full video and not come to the conclusion that both in the questions asked and the questions not asked, and more precisely what was aired and what was not aired, that CBS isn't just doing his bidding. And they're doing his bidding because they helped him get through a merger. They paid him $16 million to settle a bogus lawsuit, and because they think it's good for their business. And that's fine, but then own what you're doing. And ABC paying $16 million and firing, I think it was Terry Moran, who Donald Trump didn't like, and sidelining Jimmy Kimmel, who Donald Trump didn't like, and I'm not letting any of them off the hook. I mean, CNN, we talk about the Washington Post, Comcast, the parent of NBC, they are paying for part of the destruction of the White House and the ballroom. And they are not just not serving their viewers and their readers, but they're doing you a disservice. I want to use this one small example. Right now, if you go to the front page of democracydocket.com, what you will see is the last stories that have been published today are new Trump anti-voting order coming, White House confirms. Okay, this is about a new executive order that the press secretary in the White House said is coming to target voting. Trump pushes baseless claim of rigged California election, promises criminal review of mail-in ballots. That is the topic that Brian and I were talking about. This is a social media post that he posted today saying that he wants a criminal review of the voting in California. The third story is Maryland governor pushes for redistricting to counter Trump gerrymanders. Quote, come next November, we'll have fair maps. This is reporting on what the news Brian broke, a critical story about redistricting. Two more. In New Jersey, Trump-appointed prosecutor vows to hunt fraud while bomb threats disrupt voting. This is about how Alina Habba is chasing fake fraud while bomb threats are targeting Democratic areas. And then finally, Virginia is illegally rejecting student voter registration, lawsuit alleges. Okay, where are the legacy media on any of these stories? Like, go right now to your favorite legacy media outlet, and are they reporting on these things? Are they reporting on the fact that Alina Habba is threatening fake fraud while ignoring the bomb threats? Are they reporting about what Brian, the news Brian broke about redistricting in Maryland? Are they reporting about the fact that he's threatening a new White House executive order, or that he has already claimed that the elections in Virginia, in California have been rigged? Have they reported on what's going on in Virginia, where students are being disenfranchised at scale? No, and they're not, because they don't want to piss off Donald Trump. And the one thing about Brian, and the one thing about me and about Democracy Docket and most independent media, is we don't give a shit about pissing off Donald Trump. Like, that isn't the job that we're in. We're in the business of providing you pro-democracy news, information, analysis, and the legacy media just isn't doing that anymore.
And the irony, and we've spoken about this before, is this idea that you would think that these major media conglomerates it would be easier for them because of the amount of money they have, the amount of resources they have all at their disposal. It would be easier for them to just say like, no, we're too big. You can't touch us. But in fact, it is because they are so big.
That's right.
It's because they are so over leveraged that the federal government is able to come in and say, you know what, if you want approval for whatever it is, if you want approval for some Amazon project or something that Bezos has in front of the White House, if you want approval for whatever it may be, then you also have to do this. If you want this Skydance merger to go through, if you want Tegna and Nexstar to be able to merge. There are so many different ways because of the size of these entities, these media conglomerates, that whereas you would normally think that they would be immune to pressure from the White House, in fact, they are just susceptible to that pressure.
That's exactly right. And that's why it is essential. It is essential to the future of democracy that we build a pro-democracy media ecosystem. Brian, you are obviously the largest player in this space on YouTube. And by the way, not just on YouTube, across platforms. You're probably the largest, but we all need to do our part. I started Democracy Docket in 2020 to be a reliable source of news information analysis about particularly what's happening with voting and elections in court. Anyone who is not already signed up, you should go ahead and do so. There are free options and there are paid options, but you should get that information. But there are others. I mean, the Bulwark does really good work. The PodSafe guys do
you right there, because
work.
I do want to take a minute, and you're probably not going to go into depth about this because you're too humble, but I will. I use Democracy Docket as my number one news outlet on a daily basis. This is the outlet that I trust to give accurate news, to give news that focuses on what I'm interested in, which is these broader threats to democracy. The only outlet covering these mid-cycle map redraws, the only outlet covering the litigation that's happening on a daily basis, the only outlet covering these threats to democracy. And it's a great way to support the work that Mark and his team are doing. And it's not just in the media space, because Mark and his team are not just reporting on this stuff, they are litigating these cases on the front lines. They have a Texas case against that map redraw ongoing right now. Mark, where else are you litigating?
All right. So just in the redistricting space, we are litigating, just in the congressional redistricting space, because there's state legislative redistricting also. We are litigating in Texas, Missouri, North Carolina, Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, New York. We sued New York. Remember? We sued New York. We sued New York because the New York map is not a fair map, and it violates the State Voting Rights Act. So we're trying to get a redraw in New York. So we're in 11 congressional, Virginia, I think. We're in 2 cases in Virginia. We're in 11 redistricting cases. But we're overall, if you count voting rights cases, which is mostly what I litigate, and my firm litigates, we're in 60 cases, and we're in about 30 states. So we're litigating about half the country, and we're fighting against Republican voter suppression and efforts by, there's a huge right wing voter suppression war machine that churns away, that grinds on every single day. When we're focused on other things, they're just churning away at trying to restrict people's right to vote. We want a big case. You and I just did a video on this. We want a big case striking down the proof of citizenship requirement that Donald Trump tried to put in place through an executive order. So we're suing the Trump administration. It's just like an endless amount of this work, unfortunately.
Well, to that end, given the sheer amount of lawsuits that you are focusing on right now, I would just ask the people that are watching right now, if you'd like to support Mark's work, I put the link to Democracy Docket pinned in the chat if you're looking on YouTube. For the other websites, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on Facebook, just go to democracydocket.com. It's a great way to support Mark's work. This is true independent media. This is not some major media conglomerate that is over leveraged and can be bent to the will, to the every whim of this federal government. So this is the kind of media that I think that we should elevate in this ecosystem. And so if you're not yet subscribed, please show Mark and his team some support and go ahead and subscribe. Mark, to that end, I also wanted to ask, and for people who are just joining now, they might not have heard the initial topic that we spoke about, but can you speak a little bit about the fact that we have had bomb threats called in New Jersey? why you think that they were called in, and whether you think that there's something to fear as we, contend with the issue of voter suppression.
Yeah, I think it is a voter suppression tactic. There have not been any credible bomb. There have been no bombs. In other words, these were threats. These were false threats. These were not actual. These were called in order to disrupt the voting process. And look, we saw that in 2024. We got a lot of questions in the days after the election. I got a lot of questions about whether those bomb threats that were called in a number of swing states in blue areas might have affected the outcome of the election. And what we know, what's been publicly reported about those threats in 2024 is that those were foreign interference efforts by Russia and potentially others to disrupt elections in this country, and obviously to disadvantage Kamala Harris and Democrats. I'm not saying it was enough to affect the ultimate outcome, but that was the intention. And so, when we look at just the geography of the threats, and there'll be more analysis done on a precinct by precinct basis in the days to come, it again looks to be targeting Democratic counties. Like you, Brian, I have some familiarity with New Jersey geography. We're talking about Bergen County. We're talking about Essex County. These are big Democratic counties. Again, I'm not saying it was enough to affect the outcome of the election, but inconveniencing voters is something we have to worry about. And of course, Donald Trump has defunded, as part of DOGE and his other cuts, parts of the federal government whose job it is, who spend their money to combat these foreign threats. So we'll find out if these were foreign threats that we got today. I suspect they were, and I suspect they were efforts to sow discord, to sow disinformation, and maybe to try to, at the margins, affect the outcome of the elections. It's worth noting, I said this before, that Donald Trump sent the election monitors into California and New Jersey because those are states that he is very personally invested in. I don't think he thinks he has a prayer in Virginia. I think it's not a surprise that someone trying to affect the outcome of a close election might be targeting New Jersey, because because it's viewed as probably the closest of all of these states.
And I also want to bring to everybody's attention that Carolyn Leavitt has come forward this morning during her press briefing. And here's her quote: "It's absolutely true that there's fraud in California's election." She was asked the question, what's the evidence of that? And she said it's just a fact. And so, Mark, why is it so important for this White House to fall over themselves, planting the seeds, laying the foundation to be able to cry fraud in this election? People are going to see this and they're going to be like, this is California. California is very clearly the big blue liberal bastion of the United States. And so why go to these lengths for a state like California? Why try and claim that there's fraud in California? What do they get out of this?
Right. So this is a really important point, Brian. I'm glad you asked this question. I was the general counsel for her presidential campaign in 2016. And in the aftermath of that election, during the transition, Donald Trump announced one day that he actually believed he had won California, but for fraud. Okay. Now, this at the time people didn't quite know what to do with. I mean, Donald Trump at this point had just won a surprise election without winning the popular vote. And people were not used to the president-elect claiming, millions of illegal votes in California. And so they kind of didn't know what to do with it. But I knew what to do with it, right? This was Donald Trump laying down a marker, which he has come back to over and over again. So Donald Trump, and you and I talked about this a week ago, Donald Trump, as sure as I sit here, is going to say that the ballot initiative would have failed in California but for fraud. And it doesn't matter what the margin is. It could be 1 million, it could be 2 million, it could be 7 million. It just doesn't matter. Like, that's where Donald Trump is going. And so he sent the monitors to the state in order to allow himself to make false accusations. And now he is starting the process of not just making those false accusations on social media, but using the White House podium to make those false accusations. And those accusations are not going to, he's not going to de-escalate those, right? He's going to continue to escalate them. And to tie it to the thing that you and I were just talking about, the legacy media is nowhere on this. Like, why aren't they hammering him on this? as such an obvious tactic. There were 4 times in the 60 Minutes interview, in the full interview, there were 4 times where Donald Trump falsely claimed he won the 2020 election. In none of them did Norah O'Donnell say, Mr. President, you're wrong. That's a lie. That's not true. And by the way, in none of those 4 did they air it on national television, right? Those were those were edited out. And it's almost as if there are elements in the legacy media that don't want to amplify these things because they know it makes Donald Trump seem like a kook, that somehow he's winning California, right? They kind of don't want to have to contend with it. But, here we are.
Yeah.
By the way, you're over 10,000 people. We're over 10,000 people. And I'm going to take a small bit of credit for that.
That I wanted to bring in here. This will be the last question. But
but hold on. I want to take
just tuning in, for folks who are coming in, I want to ask you this again. I apologize if folks have already heard the answer to this question, but I want to get your final predictions now for all of the races happening tonight. But in particular, we have all of the Virginia races. We have the New Jersey gubernatorial race. We have the retention races for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and we have Prop 50.
Brian, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I want to, first of all, say you're over 10,000 people streaming, and I'm going to take a small measure of credit because it was not this big when I started. So thank you, everyone. Get your friends, get your neighbors. Right now, send a text to your friends and tell them to join the Brian Tyler Cohen live election results 2025 live stream, because this is honestly the best place to get real. If you want to know what's really going on election night, this is the place to be, not with the people, both sidesing it on national television. But here are my predictions. So I think it's going to be a clean sweep for Democrats. And by the way, I am not like Mr. Happy. People who have followed me know that if I think Democrats are going to lose, I'm pretty straightforward about where I think Democrats are going to lose. It doesn't benefit me to tell you on election night that Democrats are going to win. I mean, if anything, it sort of sets me up. But here we go. I think Democrats are going to win a clean sweep. I think that we're going to win both governorships. If I had to put a number on it, I think Mikey Sherrill wins by 7, which is bigger than expected. I think Abigail Spanberger is going to run away with it. I think it's going to be double digits. I also think, by the way, we're going to gain state house seats in Virginia, something really important to pay attention to. I hope everyone here is paying attention to that. Why is that so important? Because Democrats in Virginia at the state house level pivoted in the last week to redistricting. They essentially pivoted to the same position, slightly different process, but same position that Gavin Newsom rolled out a few months ago in California. And if Democrats gain state house seats, then and we have a big win in California, as I expect we will. I think we'll win. I think it could get 55, 57% of the vote, which would be enormous. See an enormous wind at the back of Democratic legislatures and governors to then pick up redistricting elsewhere. So that's Virginia. That's the California ballot initiative. I think all 3 Democrats win retention election in Pennsylvania. I don't have a margin. I think Mamdani wins in New York City. I don't have a margin. And then in Maine, where Republicans are trying to impose a voter ID law through ballot initiative, I think that fails. I think it fails by 2 percentage points. And that will also, if that happens, that'll also be a big resounding victory for democracy.
Excellent. Perfect place to leave off. Again, for everybody who's watching right now, who's tuned in, who appreciates the work that Mark is doing, one small step we can all take to support that work is to sign up for Democracy Docket. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can go ahead and click the link pinned to the top of the chat, or just go to democracydocket.com. Same if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on Facebook, democracydocket.com. Great way not only to support the invaluable work that Mark is doing in the courts, but the work that he's doing in the media to actually elevate stories that matter, and to not kowtow, to not capitulate, to not bend the knee to this administration, which we've seen far too much of. Mark, on behalf of 11,000 people watching this live right now, thank you so much for the work you're doing and for the time today.
Thank you. And if you need me later, just you know how to find me.
That's it. All right. Thanks. Okay. Excellent. Well, we are about 1 hour now from the first poll closing, and that is going to be in Virginia, where the polls are closing at 7 p.m. Eastern. We should have our first results at roughly 7:05. So if you're watching right now, stick around because we'll have those results soon. DD. Okay. So for those who are just tuning in, we have a bunch of races that we're going to be keeping on top of this evening. As you can see on the screen right here, we have the California Prop 50 map. So as soon as we have any results from that, they will start to show up here. They'll load in live. We have these gubernatorial races that we're following. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on what's happening in New Jersey. As you can see from 2024, the historical comparison shows that New Jersey was not a blowout for Democrats in 2024. When you look at the Kamala Harris, Donald Trump race just a couple of years ago, you can see the extent to which this was a much closer race than I think most people give Democrats credit for. And so we will be looking for that margin to expand beyond, better than 2024 levels. And that will, by the way, not just give an indication of how Mikey Sherrill is performing tonight, but it'll also give an indication as to how Democrats are likely to perform as we head toward 2026. In large part, a lot of what we see this evening is going to be a bellwether for what we should expect to see in 2026. We've seen roughly anywhere from 11 to a 14-point swing in all of the special elections that have occurred thus far in 2025. Those special elections are very similar to the margin that we saw in 2017 in the lead up to 2018. And of course, in 2018, we saw Democrats win the House by the biggest margin in modern American history. That was 41 seats. I presume that the margin will be smaller only because, not because of any less enthusiasm on the left, but because there have been a lot of consolidation of those swingy seats. And so we've seen, as states continue to redraw those maps, there are fewer and fewer swing seats up for grabs, and we're seeing that play out. In just a few moments, we're also going to be welcoming the chief elections analyst for Decision Desk to give us some indication of what we should be looking out for tonight. So I'm very, very excited about this guest. This is going to give a really good sense of what the races are, what the counties are we should be looking at, and this way, if anybody has any specific questions for Jeffrey, we can throw them in the chat as well, and I will be happy to convey those questions to him. And of course, in the meantime, if anybody has questions for me, you can also throw them in the chat. Just make sure to tag my name, and this way I'll be sure to be able to see it that way. Again, for those who are joining, we have less than 1 hour until the first polls close. That's going to be in Virginia. Big races happening in Virginia. We have the gubernatorial race. We have the lieutenant governor's race. We have the attorney general race. And of course, the state legislature is up for grabs as well. There are a few seats that are possible flips for Democrats in Virginia. So we are expecting to see at least 4 races that have very narrow margins in Virginia that are possible flip targets. And depending on how well Democrats do tonight, there are critical seats for Republicans to hold that have wider Republican margins. We're talking R+5, R+6, R+12. And so in the event that Democrats are able to flip any of those seats, then we are looking at blue wave territory. So of course, as soon as we have any of those updates, I'll make sure to bring them to you here this evening. We have less than an hour until the first results begin to come in this evening. to join? Okay. And we've just got about a moment left until we have the chief elections analyst for Decision Desk HQ. Nope. There. Yep. Cool. Okay. So while we wait for Jeffrey here, I'm going to try to answer some of the questions that were thrown into the chat. And I'll try to work my way backwards here. No, you. How does Indiana compare in the redistricting effort among Republican states? So I believe Indiana is going for a 9-0 map. Right now, Indiana's congressional delegation, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at, I think 8-1 or 7-2. It's 7-2. So Republicans are looking to pick up 2 seats in Indiana. I've been especially focused on redistricting over the last few months. And so the lay of the land on map redraws right now is that we have Texas's map where they have flipped 5 seats. We have Missouri's map where they've flipped 1. We have North Carolina, I believe, where they flipped 1, but you can check me on that if I'm wrong. And we're also looking at the Indiana situation. I'm sorry, the Ohio situation, where I believe it was 2 seats, but that was a better map than what we would have had otherwise. Okay, it looks like we are good to go with Jeffrey Skelly, who is the Chief Elections Analyst for Decision Desk HQ. Let's go ahead and bring him in.
All right. Jeffrey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it.
Okay,
so first and foremost, what should we be looking for tonight that will give some indication of whether we are in blue wave territory, whether we're in moderate election win for Democrats, or whether it's a severe underperformance by Democrats?
Well, I think the easiest thing to do is look at, for instance, Virginia and New Jersey, and think that, consider both of those states voted for Kamala Harris by about 6 percentage points in 2024. So Democrats, at least, I think especially in Virginia, should be outperforming that mark. The New Jersey case is a little more complicated because you've had an incumbent Democratic governor for 8 years. And so there might be a little bit more sort of openness to a change at the state level that might be mediating an anti-Trump effect to some extent. But nonetheless, I think that that's obviously like an easy shorthand is to sort of compare what's going on there. And I think in New Jersey's case, actually, what will be particularly interesting is that there was a huge swing to the right in New Jersey. Biden won it by about 16 and Harris only won it by about 6. And so there are a bunch of communities that are sort of more urban, denser, have larger populations of Hispanic voters, for instance, in sort of close in North Jersey, close into New York, that swung real far right. I mean, they were still Democratic leaning, most of them, but they went from being super blue to like not nearly as blue. And it's like a Patterson or whatnot. And seeing sort of what the swing is in those places, I think will be also a little instructive about sort of Trump's coalition and how much another Republican could build off of that.
What are we seeing from right now, the early vote that has come in that can give some indication as to how Democrats or Republicans are performing?
Well, I think the turnout numbers that Decision Desk has been tracking would show that we're looking at some pretty high turnout elections, particularly in New York and New Jersey. I mean, Virginia too, but Virginia maybe not so much more than we saw in the 2021 gubernatorial election, which was already a pretty high turnout gubernatorial election. New Jersey, though, I mean, there were about 2.6 million votes in the 2021 race there, and we might be seeing 3.1 million. So, definitely up. And now, population changes over time. So the denominator there has shifted, but it's not like New Jersey has grown a ton. So that is a pretty sizable shift. New York City hasn't had a competitive general election for mayor in a long time. And they might have up north of 2 million votes in this election. And the last time they had anything like that was in the 1989-1993 back-to-back contest between David Dinkins and Rudy Giuliani. So in terms of just interest and engagement in a mayoral election, this is we're about a 30-year shift. It's been about 30 years since they've had this kind of intensity.
In terms of the consolidation of the anti-Mamdani vote, for, Donald Trump had come forward and said any vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani, and so everybody should just go and vote for Cuomo. Do you think that poses any risk, or do you think that the support for Mamdani has just been so cataclysmic, so enormous that it doesn't really matter whether, there are some last-ditch efforts by Republicans to consolidate the anti-Mamdani vote onto Cuomo?
Well, I certainly think that for Curtis Sliwa voters, he's the Republican in the race, it's possible that some of them decided, fine, President Trump said we should vote for Cuomo. I really don't like Cuomo, but you know what? I really don't want this Mamdani guy either. So fine, I'll vote for Cuomo. At the same time, though, there might have been some Democrats who were wavering, who've been waiting for Election Day, been trying to decide, am I going to stick with the Democratic Party's nominee in Mamdani? Am I comfortable with that? Or should I pick Cuomo? And Trump sort of coming out in favor of Cuomo might have actually pushed them into Mamdani's camp. So I'm skeptical that it matters all that much to the final outcome.
Can you talk about the Virginia Attorney General race and whether you think that there is some serious risk there that while Democrats may be expected to overperform in all of the other races, that the Attorney General may be a race that Democrats actually lose?
Oh, well, it's certainly going to be, from the looks of things, the most competitive race in Virginia. I think it's pretty clear that Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic nominee for governor, is quite favored to win the governorship. I mean, look, you can't rule out anything wild happening, but all signs point to her winning the governorship, and probably by a decent margin. And Ghazala Hashmi, the lieutenant governor nominee for the Democrats, would probably win, in part because there's probably not going to be too much difference between the outcomes in those races. We don't see a lot of difference in Virginia races statewide. And then the third and final race with the Attorney General's contest, though, I do think that, look, Jones, the Democratic nominee, Jay Jones, is probably going to run pretty significantly behind Abigail Spanberger. But I think the tough thing for Republicans here, and Jason Miyares, the Republican incumbent, is that, again, there's not a ton of split ticket voting. So even if you sort of maximize that split ticket voting, if she wins by like 10 points, it's going to be really hard for a Republican to win that. But there's no question, though, that is the most sort of up in the air contest, and that Jay Jones is certainly the most endangered Democrat. And if he hadn't had this whole scandal right now, he would probably be in a much better position to win.
What do you think is going to be the most interesting election tonight? And before you answer that question, I do have to note that there is some chatter in the chat that you look like Jared Leto. So I'll let you comment on that first, and then we can go into the second question.
I would like, okay, that's fine, but a little less creepy would be my main goal there.
I don't think they said Jared Leto in whatever the last Batman movie was. So it's not
okay.
Full Joker Jared Leto. I think that they were just I think it was, look.
Hey, during the pandemic, my now wife was like, grow your hair out. So you know what? I grew my hair out.
There you go.
And I've never gone back. And if I don't put something in it, it's going to go everywhere. So, oh God, what was the question? Oh, most interesting election. Yes, the most interesting election.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the governor's races are super interesting. The attorney general's race. I mean, I do think from a governing perspective, the fact that so in Virginia, you have the House of Delegates on the ballot, which is the lower chamber of the state legislature in Virginia, and all 100 seats are up. And Democrats have a very narrow majority there right now, 51-49. And they're probably going to add a number of seats to that majority. And I think the more that they add, the easier it makes something like passing further redistricting. I mean, they just passed the constitutional amendment right before the election in Virginia. And I think that will just make it easier for them to pursue that course if they want to, because there's going to be some other votes for things like having a special election if they really keep going down this track of pursuing possible redistricting in Virginia before the 2026 election. Like, a lot of things have to happen. And I think the larger the Democrats' majority is in the House of Delegates, the more doable that is for them.
For those who are just joining right now, we have Chief Elections Analyst for Decision Desk HQ, Jeffrey Skelly. Jeffrey, I'm looking at a few races in particular in Virginia's House of Delegates that those are the races that you were just referring to. There is House District 82, 57, 71, and 89. Those are races with really close Republican margins. We're talking R plus 0.2, R plus 1.8, R plus 1.9, R plus 2. So definitely pick up opportunities. How are you thinking about those races, and how are you thinking about some other races like House District 75, 22, 86, and 30, where there's bigger Republican margins? I'm talking R plus 4, 5, 6, 12, and what kind of a night it might signify if we see Democrats start to get into that territory.
Yeah, so in the 2024 election, if I recall correctly, Kamala Harris carried 59 of the 100 seats in the House of Delegates. So that's sort of a rough, if Democrats can win all the seats that Harris carried, that would put them at 59. Now, it's not going to be that cut and dry probably, but there is certainly much more of a correlation between presidential results and what's going on in state legislative races in Virginia than there used to be. I'm from Virginia. I've been looking at Virginia politics for a very long time, and you used to see a bit more of a separation in a much lower turnout race, either in a governor's year or in a Virginia midterm year. Virginia has elections every year, so the Virginia midterm, like the next one, will be 2027, and the House of Delegates will be up again, and the state Senate, which is not up until these like really off-year midterms in Virginia. But what I was going to say there is that you used to see more of a difference between the presidential race numbers, but as long as turnout is not really weird, you tend to see much closer one-to-one. Now, with sort of the swing, depending on sort of the electoral environment. So in this electoral environment, with Democrats, I think, looking at a potential 10-point win at the top of the ticket, that would seemingly swing things a few points in Democrats' direction statewide. Now, it's going to vary from place to place to some extent, but that would seemingly give Democrats a pretty good shot at potentially pulling off like 60 seats. I mean, that's not a given. I wouldn't say that's a prediction. I think in the DDHQ has like kind of a fun little competition for predicting. I think I said Democrats would win 58. But that's, again, this is like a lot of back of the envelope, and some of the thing with those races, and this is true, this will be true for the House of Representatives in 2026, is there are going to be a handful of races that are decided by such small margins that it's just like little coin flips of like, oh, did 200 more people show up in this place?
Yeah.
Or 150 fewer in this place, and that could be 2 or 3 seats right there.
Jeffrey, tell me how much time you have left, because I know that you have your stream for Decision Desk as well.
I got like 5 minutes. All
right, let's do it. Can you give some indication of how Prop 50 is doing? And the reason that I'm so focused on Prop 50 is because look, I don't think there's much doubt that Prop 50 is at least largely expected to pass. I think the margin by which it passes is going to be really instructive, because if we're looking at eking out some win 49-51, I think the broader political implications are that other governors are going to see that and say, hey, there's a lot of pressure on Democrats to redraw their maps as a way to neutralize these Republican map redraws. But if they only eked out a win in California, there's not much political incentive for me to do it. But if we see a blowout win for Prop 50 in California, then suddenly those political barriers that might be there for folks in Illinois or Maryland or eventually Virginia and New Jersey and New York, those might go away. And so I'm especially interested in how big that margin could be. And so do you have any sense right now of what we might be looking at in California, or is it just too hard to tell? Because, I mean, look, California's ballots are going to be trickling in over the next 7 days. Yeah,
so with the California situation, I mean, there's no question that the polling average right now, the Decision Desk HQ polling average, we basically are giving yes a 20-point lead. It's like 57-37. And so, roughly that works out to like 60-40 or 61-39 if you are eliminating undecideds from that. And so, I think there's a very good chance that this is going to get 60% support. And I think that number would encourage other states like Virginia, where, for instance, where if they're going to pull off this redistricting trick, they're going to have a special election and have a vote on a constitutional amendment. And if Democrats in California can get a percentage similar to what Harris was getting, and Harris got like 58% in California in 2024, if they're getting 60%, 61% in California, maybe making it all about Trump can indeed get you get voters pretty lined up along their partisan inclinations and along sort of their attitudes toward Trump. And in that case, that could be productive in these blue or blue leaning states if you want to actually pass these redistricting measures.
I was looking at the New Jersey margin, and I think New Jersey in 2024 was much closer than a lot of people kind of think about New Jersey as being. And so when we look at a state like New Jersey, where, and I'm going to pull up the historical comparison right now, when we look at what 2024 looked like, Kamala Harris only eked out a win over Donald Trump by 6 points in the state of New Jersey. And we think of this state as this liberal bastion, right? And so while we look at tonight, how are you thinking about success for Democrats? Because I think there's in large part, if you just look at it as getting enough votes to exceed Kamala Harris's margin in 2024, sure, that's enough to win tonight. And at the end of the day, a W is a W. But at the same time, insofar as this race is a bellwether for what we can expect in 2026, what kind of lead or victory or margin size do we need to see from like Mikey Sherrill, for example, to really expect success in 2025 that might signal something better for 2026?
I think the good news for Democrats, at least when you think about the midterm, is that I'm not sure how much Sherrill's performance is going to be indicative of what they can do in a federal election in 2026. I will say, though, that Sherrill is probably underperforming where you would imagine a Democrat to be in an environment where there's a Republican in the White House. Look, she's up by like 4 percentage points in our polling average. That would be, a point. If she won by 4, it'd be a point better than what Phil Murphy won by in 2021, which was a more Republican-friendly environment. And so in that sense, I guess my main thought is, okay, does Sherrill end up winning by like 6 or 7 or something? And this is a much more comfortable night for her than maybe we're expecting. That would be, I think, a good sign for Democrats about how energized they are. And I guess if it's closer, a 2-3 point kind of thing, or if she even loses, I think that would say something about the shift that we saw in 2024. And I think that has maybe had more staying power than we thought. Or than we thought is not really the right way of putting that, but that there's evidence now of some staying power for that shift.
Okay, final question here before I let you go. What are your predictions for this evening?
Oh, putting me on the spot here.
Insofar as you feel comfortable. And look, if you don't want to give like personal predictions, you can just do based on the polling.
Look, I think the expectation based on the polling is that Democrats are going to win the sort of key statewide races. And the real question mark is Attorney General in Virginia. And I think it is quite possible that Jay Jones, the Democratic nominee for AG, is going to end up getting pulled across narrowly, pulled across the finish line because Democrats do so well otherwise in Virginia, and that there just aren't enough split ticket voters to save Republican Attorney General Jason Miyares. He might survive. I just think that it's going to be tough if Spanberger is winning by like 9-10 percentage points, which is quite possible. Yeah. So I guess I feel like it's the best I can do. I don't want to look, all this is like, at the end of the day, we like have numbers, But all of this is with some error bars, right? Like we don't know, where is it going to land? So like, I think in most cases, Democrats, like the greatest likelihood is that Democrats are going to have a pretty good night. But there might be some surprises, might be some fly in the ointment kind of stuff in a handful of cases for them. But I don't know. I do think I should caution people. I don't want to say that's like absolutely predictive of what's going to happen in 2026.
Totally. Well, look, I want to thank you for the time tonight, and also thank the whole team at Decision Desk. The graphics that everybody's seeing right now, right next to us, are courtesy of Decision Desk, and we'll get live results coming in soon. As I'd mentioned, we're going to start seeing polls close shortly, with the first one being in Virginia at 7 o'clock. So with that said, Jeffrey, thanks so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for having me on.
Awesome. Okay. For everybody who is watching right now, we are about 30 minutes away from the first poll closure, and that is happening in Virginia. We should expect the first results to be about 7:05 p.m. Eastern. From there, I believe New Jersey's polls are closing at 8 p.m. And let's see if we have... Pennsylvania will also be 8 p.m. We have a really important race there where Democrats are looking to retain 3 seats. And so they're looking to keep their 5-2 margin on that court. So a big night in New Jersey, Virginia, Pennsylvania. Of course, we've got New York City, the mayoral election happening right now, with some updates being that Andrew Cuomo consolidated some big endorsements from Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, and just your casual independent candidate endorsements, basically the entirety of the White House. And so I think the effort was probably intended to help Andrew Cuomo, but if you are looking for an energizer, an activator, it's going to be touting the endorsement of Donald Trump and Stephen Miller on the eve of the election. So a lot to look forward to as it relates to the New York City mayoral election. And then, of course, where I am out in California, where it's about 3:30 Pacific time, the polls close at 11 p.m. tonight. We will be looking at that race particularly closely because that will give some indication of how big of a margin a map redraw for Democrats passes, and therefore what kind of political incentive it gives to other governors to do the exact same thing. We had some breaking news this morning that I spoke with Governor Wes Moore and released on my channel at about 7 a.m. Pacific, and that was that Wes Moore has taken steps now to redraw those states' maps. The way he decided to do it was different from what we have in California, different from the process that they have in Virginia. So basically in California, we have this referendum that's going to be on the ballot that will temporarily put aside the Independent Redistricting Commission, and there is a map on the ballot that will go into effect. That map will basically flip 5 Republican seats to blue seats, and it'll shore up, I believe, 4 seats that are generally swingy seats. So a good map for California Democrats. That is obviously going on the ballot direct to voters tonight. It was the only question on the ballot, which was actually really nice. To only have to open up the ballot, know exactly what to circle, put it back in the mailbox, and not have to go through 100 different races where you don't know who anybody is and have to do all that research. So that's what's happening in California. In Virginia, it was actually quite interesting because there was a special session that was opened with the Republican governor in that state. He opened a special legislative session. That session was never officially closed. And so the Democratic-led state legislature reopened that session. It was never, I believe, there's a Latin term, sine die, I believe it is, something like that. That officially closes the session. It was just temporarily adjourned. And so they reopened that special legislative session and passed legislation that is going to be required to pass in 2 consecutive sessions. And that legislation is to amend their state constitution, but it needs to pass twice. With an election in between. Well, there's an election today, and that passed just a few days ago in the Virginia legislature, which means come April of 2026, they can bring this up again. We can have a special election where they bring it directly to voters to amend their constitution. But it was kind of a surprise way of recognizing a little loophole, which is that their Republican governor had come forward, opened a special legislative session, forgot to close it, and Democrats seized on that opportunity to pass one of two necessary bills that would ultimately allow Virginia citizens to amend their state constitution. And so we should expect to see, if all goes according to plan tonight, and Virginia's elections work out well for Democrats, then we should expect to see, as soon as the new year is rung in, that new Virginia legislature, the state legislature, bring the exact same question up for a vote again. Hopefully, Democrats expand their margin in the state legislature, and that passes a required second time. Once it's passed a required second time, I expect that in April, we'll have a question go directly to the voters, allowing them to redraw that state's maps. And so that's California, that's Virginia, and what's happening in Maryland is an entirely different situation, where there is I believe it's called the Governor's Redistricting Advisory Commission, the GRAC, and that will be composed of a bunch of officials. It's a bipartisan commission, but Democrats have a majority on that commission, and they will be the ones that will determine what the new maps will look like. And right now the map is 7-1 in Maryland. We're hoping for an 8-0 map. And I don't say this because I like gerrymandering. I think gerrymandering is a scourge on this country. And in fact, I was and continue to be fully in support of the provision in the For the People Act that was passed in 2021 that would eliminate partisan gerrymandering nationwide. But the reality is there were 0 Republicans who voted for that legislation, who joined the Democrats in voting for that legislation. And so, what we should not do, even despite the fact that gerrymandering is a scourge, is unilaterally disarm. And so if Republicans are going to keep descending down this path of redrawing their maps in Texas like they're doing, in Missouri, in North Carolina, in Ohio, then the last thing Democrats should do is just blindly defer to good governance and say that, even despite the fact that Republicans are doing this, we're just not going to do anything, and hope that we can appeal to the GOP's better angels and that they'll just meet us halfway. That is an ideology, a mentality of a bygone era at this point. And so I think it's incumbent on Democrats to recognize that the only way to actually dissuade Republicans from doing what they're doing right now, to deter them, is to fight fire with fire. And so if they're going to go down this path of gerrymandering, the last thing we should do is just sit on our asses and unilaterally disarm. We need to take advantage of the weapons that we have at our disposal. We're doing that in California, doing that in Virginia, and now, thanks to the leadership of some of these folks in Maryland, they'll be doing that in that state as well. And then all eyes turn to a few other states that present themselves as possible weapons for the left, and that is Colorado. I interviewed Governor Jared Polis a couple weeks back, which was one of my most contentious interviews with the Democratic governor, because we spent 10 minutes going back and forth where I was explaining to him the virtue of not unilaterally disarming, and he was wholly disinterested in redrawing the maps for those states, for his state. With that said, he's term limited, and so he'll be out of office come November of 2026. I've begun interviewing the new gubernatorial candidates. I interviewed Phil Weiser, who is the current attorney general. He is for redrawing those maps, and I'll be speaking with Senator Michael Bennet soon. He's also an announced candidate for governor in Colorado, and so I'll get his take on redrawing the maps in that state. But I think it should be a litmus test issue for any elected official who is running for governor in the year 2025, recognizing the broader political environment that we're in, that it is absolutely necessary that we use the levers at our disposal and really fight fire with fire here, and not just allow Republicans to redraw the maps and buy themselves a permanent majority in the House, which is exactly what they're seeking to do. So more to come on the Colorado front. I've also spoken with both Abigail Spanberger, whose map is right here. Well, it was right here on this screen. It is right here on this screen. And I've also spoken with Mikey Sherrill out of New Jersey. Both of them were pretty non-committal but I did speak with both of them on the campaign trail. And so as soon as these elections are over, I will jump back in with them, get interviews with both of them, and see where they stand on the prospect of redistricting. Something tells me that they probably didn't want to come out and fully advocate for a partisan move like redistricting, map redrawing during their campaign, but that once they win these races, they will be more on board to be able to, use the tools that they have at their disposal to fight fire with fire here. So I'll be speaking with both, hopefully, Governors Spanberger and Sherrill, New Jersey and Virginia. And then, of course, I've spoken with Kathy Hochul out of New York, and it's a similar situation for Virginia. There needs to be 2 consecutive cycles where a bill is passed to amend the state constitution. So they're doing that right now. The next bill would pass prior to the 2028 election cycle, and so we wouldn't see a New York map redraw for 2026, but it is absolutely possible if they're able to get this thing over the finish line that we could see it for 2028. But really what that does is underscore the importance of making sure that we win these state legislative races as we head toward 2028. So in this upcoming election cycle, as we head toward midterms in 2026, we have to overperform because it's that state legislature that's going to vote on whether or not these map redraws for a state like New York is going to go forward. So obviously major implications for all of the states moving forward. Even blue states like New York, for example. I'm going to take this opportunity to throw to you guys. If you have any questions, you can go ahead and throw them in the chat. And I will do my best to answer them. Just go ahead and tag my name so I can see those questions. And of course, for those who are just joining, we have about 20-25 minutes right now until we get our first returns out of Virginia. That's going to be the first state where the polls are closing. I'm getting a question, would I consider interviewing the candidate Afton Ben? I believe that's how you pronounce her name, from Tennessee, running for House District 7. Yeah. Actually, I'm more than happy to interview any candidates as we head deeper into this election cycle. Have I been reading into any New Jersey exit polls this evening? I've been staying heavily on top of all of the early votes out of New Jersey. Everything that I've seen thus far has shown an overperformance from 2024 and a pretty safe Democratic performance from everything that I've read. There are really no counties that that have caught my attention as being a problem. There's really no counties that have caught my attention for being a problem for Democrats. But obviously, as soon as we get any results, one way or the other, I'll make sure to bring them to you. Are there enough House seats up for grabs to flip the House? Yes. I can get those numbers exactly, but if I'm not mistaken, there are roughly 210 safe seats for Republicans and just under that for Democrats. But this is hopefully, and we'll see this tonight, we'll get a much better indication tonight of what the broader environment looks like. And I do think that this could serve as a bellwether for 2026. But there are much more, I would much rather be a Democrat in a swing seat heading into 2026 than a Republican in a swing seat heading toward 2026. Is there any way that Trump can interfere in this election? Yes, there is a way that he can try and interfere. And in fact, he already has. He's announced that the Proposition 50 vote out in California is rigged and it's the result of fraud. I can try to get that tweet pulled up. Do we have yes. So yeah. Let's see if I can find that tweet. If anybody wants to drop that tweet from Donald Trump from Truth Social where he spoke about Prop 50 in the chat, that would be helpful. You are?
I can switch to it when you're ready.
Do you see it?
No.
Let's go to it first. So, 4 fingers up. Yeah, and just find it first. Let me see if we can find that tweet. But in any case, until I find that tweet, yes, the answer to that question: can Trump try to interfere? Yeah, he can try to interfere. He's already trying to interfere right now. Is he going to be successful at interfering? That's an entirely different question. I know that he's sending poll monitors to New Jersey and California. I spoke with both Governor Newsom and Attorney General of California, Rob Bonta. Rob Bonta had told me that to counteract these DOJ poll monitors coming in, California is sending in monitors to monitor the monitors. And so we're going to have a lot of people. It's not just going to be Republicans who are owning this space, and leaving Democrats on their heels to contend with some major disinformation campaign. I asked Newsom specifically what you're going to do to basically pre-butt this idea of poll monitors coming in and spreading the disinformation that we very much expect them to spread. And he said that there is an entire operation, both legal and comms, put in place to make sure that there's no nefarious behavior and no effort for these people to no ability for these people to try and own the narrative like we already know Donald Trump is going to do. Let's see, do we want to switch? Let's see. Okay, and let's go plus. So I'm going to show you right now. That I was looking for. He had posted something on Truth Social today, where he spoke specifically about the California ballots. So I'm going to try to find those. But in the meantime, I think generally you can imagine the slop that comes out of Donald Trump when he decides to. This is it. When he decides to tweet this kind of stuff or post this kind of stuff. So I'm going to throw that on the screen right here. And so you can see there that he's already trying to sow doubt in the election results. The reality is that Donald Trump does not have the ability to own or to run this process of elections that's done at the state level, thank God. And so, he can tweet this stuff. He can say it's under review. But the reality is that this process will be played out at the state level. It's going to be clear, transparent, and legal. And luckily, Newsom and the California Attorney General all recognize that this was going to happen, because of course it's going to happen. It happens every single time. And so they're prepared for the inevitability of, what we're seeing right now, which is this idea that if you hit option and then, which is the inevitability that we're seeing right now, which is, that of course, maybe it's not option, which is that, that Trump is going to say that everything is rigged as long as it doesn't help him. So in any case, not exactly a surprise that we have seen the usual election interference efforts at the hands of Donald Trump. I'm not particularly concerned because, again, this happens at the state level. And so, Trump can claim that the DOJ is going to take over elections, at least in 2025, at least today. This process doesn't worry me. Doesn't worry me. As we wait for the polls to close in Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York City, and of course out here in California. I get this iteration of question a lot, which is why don't I run for office? I'm a masochist, but I'm not that much of a masochist, first of all. And second of all, I do think that it's important that we build up the progressive media ecosystem. I think that if 2024 showed us anything, it is the importance of making sure that people are in the media space, and that that people are in the media space. And we have seen the extent to which, not just the political commentators, but the manosphere podcasters, the Joe Rogans of the world, the Theo Vons, Nelk Boys, all those guys had an outsized influence. And if we cede that ground on the left, then I don't think that there's any hope that Democrats are going to be able to succeed. Because if we have nobody getting our message out, then we can't be surprised if people don't know what anybody on the left stands for. And so I think that this space is the most important space in the broader political world right now. And so A, not enough of a masochist to ever want to run for office, but B, I do think that in terms of importance, in terms of where I and other people can have the biggest impact, I don't think there's any question that being able to continue to exist in this space online is gonna be the most helpful here. All right, for people just tuning in, we are less than 15 minutes away from the first poll closure, and that's happening in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger is largely expected to win. We should expect that margin to be somewhere in the ballpark of 10 points. That's what I would anticipate, but we'll see in terms of what the final results actually show. So that's going to be in Virginia. There are a bunch of House of Delegates races as well that can be flip opportunities. So I will be following about 4 races in particular out of Virginia, and I'll walk everybody through them as soon as we have any results there. But for those who are following along and want to know what those specific House of Delegates seats are, it's going to be HD 82, 57, 71, and 89. And these are really close seats. These are seats where Republicans have advantages or margins of between 0.2 or about 2. So R plus 0.2 to R plus 2. And there's 4 seats all within that range. So the R plus 2 means that you're 2 points more Republican than the rest of the nation. But if we see Democrats overperform by 5 points tonight, then we should expect to win those seats that are just R plus 2 that have a Republican representative. So I'll be keeping a close eye on 4 races in particular in Virginia, and also some other races that might be major flips, and these are R plus 5, 4, 6, and 12. If we see some Democrats flip some of those seats, that would indicate a pretty large overperformance by Democrats tonight, and probably an indication of what the rest of the evening is going to look like. So again, about 10 minutes away from the first polls closing out here in Virginia. For those who aren't yet subscribed to this channel, a great way to support my work, if you're not yet subscribed, is just to hit the subscribe button. It is and always will be 100% free. So if you want to see more of these live streams or watch my breaking news videos or interviews, whatever it may be, please go ahead and subscribe. Again, doesn't cost any money to do so, but it's a great way to support my work more broadly. All right, let's get back into the questions here. Which news outlet will call the races? I presume that we're going to have races called by just about all of the news outlets. This stream, I'm working with the folks at Decision Desk HQ, and they are generally the first to call the races. Highly, highly, highly accurate. And so I'll be working using the Decision Desk HQ, but I'll also let you know if any other networks are calling races. Fox often calls races. ABC News, CNN, NBC, we'll get all the networks calling the races. And generally, when one calls, we'll see most of them call. But the reality is that based on the exit polls, we should have a pretty good idea of where everything stands. And so I wouldn't be surprised if some of these races were called pretty damn quick after the polls close. And again, the first polls are set to close in Virginia in just 10 minutes. So if you're watching right now, try to stick around so that you can actually see these results. Got a good question here. Do I think today's elections will affect the government shutdown, particularly if the Democrats sweep? Curious how you think that predicament ends. That's a great question. I think that if the Democrats overperform here, that should strengthen their position to continue to hold the line, because what's in question here is really actually quite simple. The Democrats are basically saying, we will not reopen the government until we have some assurance on extending those ACA subsidies. Because I'm sure you've all seen the tweets, I'm sure you've all seen the posts. There are people who rely on the ACA. 24 million Americans rely on the ACA for their health coverage. And if they don't extend these subsidies for those people, we might see their healthcare premiums double, triple, quadruple, 5x, 6x. I mean, we've seen some crazy numbers, premiums that went from $500 in 2025 to $2,700 in 2026. So basically, I mean, $2,000 extra a month times 12 months is $25,000. I mean, it's basically just like another mortgage, another car payment just for the same healthcare that you had from one year to the next. And so Democrats need an assurance that before they sacrifice what little leverage they have, that they can extend these ACA subsidies. Republicans are saying, look, all we're asking is for you to reopen the government, and then after you've surrendered all your leverage, we definitely totally promise you that we're going to sit down and renegotiate something on healthcare. Just trust us. Trust us, the very people who took away those subsidies in the first place. Trust us, the people who stripped Medicaid from 17 million Americans. Trust us, the people who cut $1 trillion from healthcare in the latest budget bill. Trust us, the people who cut food assistance to the tune of $350 billion. So can you see why it would be really dumb for Democrats just to capitulate and say, okay, we're going to open the government, but you definitely promised us that we can all sit down at the table and hammer out a deal on extending these Affordable Care Act subsidies. Just do it now. Do it now while the Democrats have leverage, while we know that we can actually believe them, take them at their word, because if we wait, surrender our leverage, then what? We're basically operating off of the goodwill of the same Republican Party that has tried to cut or hobble the ACA for the last 15 years. Honestly, they've been spending 15 fucking years trying to hobble the ACA, and those are the people that we should trust when they say that they're eager to get back to the negotiating table and hammer out a deal. Do it now while the Democrats have leverage. If you want the Democratic votes, then get a deal on extending those ACA subsidies, and then you get Democratic votes. That's how it works. You don't surrender all your leverage and only then promise to give the Republicans what they want. So I think the Democrats would be fools right now to capitulate to a Republican Party that has every incentive in the world to destroy the ACA. Every incentive in the world. And they've been showing us that for the last 15 years. And they come out and say it. This is no secret. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has been better than the rest of her party in terms of coming out and saying that the Republicans' plan for healthcare is just an abject disaster, even she is saying our ultimate plan should be to make sure that we can just destroy the ACA. What we should expect from Republicans, if they have their way, is to privatize every aspect of healthcare, because there has to be some middleman that gets rich off of all of this. So they want to privatize healthcare. They don't want the government to be in the business of healthcare at all. It's got to be like a pull yourself up from your bootstraps type scenario, and that's what they want every government agency to be. They want to hobble every government agency. They don't want the post office. They don't want Social Security. They don't want the VA. They don't want the Department of Education. They don't want the government to help anyone. See, that's the fundamental difference between the Democrats' ethos, the Democrats' mentality, and the Republicans' mentality. Democrats are basically here saying that we are here to make sure that everybody has a minimum standard of living. The Republicans are here saying we want to make sure that the wealthiest among us get every break they can, and then hopefully at some point in the future, all of their benefits can trickle down in some form or fashion, and some crumbs can go to the working class. So diametrically opposed in terms of their vision for this country. And as we're seeing right now, when you have an entire administration whose sole focus is predicated on helping the wealthiest Americans, that is what we're in right now. That is the kleptocracy that we're living through. When you have a system of government like that, and you see the extent to which it starts to have some impact on the economy. And we're seeing right now that job growth is anemic, that the manufacturing renaissance that was promised is basically non-existent. that inflation has been rising every month since March, that wages are stagnant. I mean, that's what it looks like when you have a system of government that's basically a kleptocracy for Donald Trump, his donors, and his family. That's who his priority is. And by the way, if it wasn't that obvious by looking at the economic metrics, all you have to do is look at what Donald Trump himself is broadcasting. He just had a great Gatsby-themed party at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, how much more on the nose can you get than a Gatsby-themed party? He also posted 25 pictures of his newly renovated bathroom in the White House. 25 pictures. It's not even an exaggeration. Literally, I counted the amount of pictures that he posted of his marble-encrusted bathroom in the Lincoln bedroom. 25 of them. And that, of course, comes in the aftermath of building his $350 million ballroom, of retrofitting a Qatari jet to the tune of $1 billion paid for by American taxpayers. That, of course, goes to Trump after his presidency. We have seen the Oval Office encrusted in gold. We have seen him buy 2 Gulfstream jets to the tune of a cool $172 million for Kristi Noem so that she can cosplay across the country. And so in instance after instance, we have all the proof we need that Donald Trump is focused on just surrounding himself with gold and wealth and opulence, all the while stripping essential lifelines away from working class Americans, stripping Medicaid away from 17 million Americans, stripping food assistance away from 42 million Americans, stripping ACA subsidies that they rely on away from 24 million Americans to prevent their healthcare subsidies from 2xing or 3x or 4x or 5x. And so, if you look at this in the broader context of where he's putting his priorities, it is just making sure that he takes care of himself. And that's how it's been since the very beginning. That's how it's been since the beginning of this administration. It's how it's been since the beginning of his first administration, where he constantly runs these populist campaigns. And at the end of the day, all we get from them is legislation where tax cuts are heaped onto the ultra-wealthy, onto millionaires and billionaires, and manufacturing continues to contract, job growth continues to be anemic, wages continue to be flat, inflation continues to rise, and yet Donald Trump is happy as a pig in shit because he is surrounded by more and more gold. Cool. I mean, look, like you can see right here on the screen, like this is not, if you are in any way concerned about the optics of, if you're in any way concerned about the optics of heaping too much opulence onto yourself while at the same time cutting food and healthcare to the most vulnerable Americans, you do not have a Gatsby-themed party hours before that food assistance is set to run out. And so it just goes to show that, look, Donald Trump is so surrounded by yes men and sycophants and just these slavishly devoted loyalists that he doesn't even know what it's like to have any, to even focus on the optics anymore. And frankly, he should know better, because his whole thing, it's not like he's an expert at any political topics anyway. He's a marketer. And so he knows about the optics above everything else. And yet the fact that he's digging in anyway goes to show that he just doesn't care. That when people need something in this country, especially his working class base, he truly just does not give a shit what the optics look like. And so that's why he'll continue to host parties like this. He'll continue to surround himself with gold leafing in the Oval Office. And every time somebody comes in, he'll talk about it more and more and frame it as if it's some big win for the American people, as if the American people are going to ever sit in the Oval Office, as if the American people are going to get invited to some ballroom on the White House grounds in their 4 or 5, 6 parties per year. This is for him. And he's putting that on full display. All right, we are about 1 minute away from the polls closing in Virginia. So I'm going to go ahead and put the Virginia results on the screen right now. A quick note on New Jersey, by the way, whose polls close in 1 hour. Turnout is higher than 2021 in all key areas. And in fact, Mikey Sherrill is competitive in more toss-up red-leaning counties than Phil Murphy was in 2021. And of course, 2021 was a good cycle for Democrats, but it looks like turnout is even larger. So good news out of New Jersey. I know that there was some questions earlier today about New Jersey and how that was looking. If we have any information in terms of the exit polls right now. So just some good news there on the New Jersey front. But as I said, it is now 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, and so the polls are officially closed in Virginia. Of course, I have to offer up the requisite: if you're in line, stay in line, make sure that your vote is counted, make sure that your vote is cast if you're in Virginia. But we should expect some results probably in the next few minutes. So if you're watching right now, same thing. If you're watching, stay watching. Same advice I gave for people in line in Virginia. We should expect in about 5 minutes. So for those who are watching this stream, if you'd like to support this stream, completely free, please just make sure to subscribe to this channel on the subscribe button below. It is and always will be 100% free. So I'm going to start looking for some information now that might give any indication as to what the first results are going to look like. I do know that we have some polling data. Here we go. So this is what the California Prop 50 support looks like as of right now. Let's see if we can get some candidate favorability here. I don't believe we have. Oh, let's look. Here we go. This is what the betting markets are looking like right now as it relates to the New Jersey gubernatorial election. It looks like 91% for Mikey Sherrill. Those numbers have stayed pretty consistent over the last few months here. Let's move over to Virginia. Abigail Spanberger, even better odds, and you can see how those have crept up from high 70s at the end of last year up to 98% as we head into tonight. And then let's head over to New York and let's see what the Mamdani Cuomo Sliwa race is looking like right now. All right. Well, I guess that makes it pretty clear. 93% Mamdani. So just some idea of what the prediction markets are looking like right now. What I'm going to do here is go back to the Virginia race. We should expect the first results pretty soon. As I mentioned before, we have the polls that have closed in Virginia. For folks who are in line, definitely stay in line, but those results will start trickling in quite soon. Can you mute me for a sec? Okay, still no results out of Virginia. We're only a few minutes past the hour, but as soon as we have some of these results, we will make sure to bring them to you. There are 15 uncontested races called for the House of Delegates in Virginia. Those uncontested races are all Democratic seats. So right now, technically, with the polls having just closed 5 minutes ago, the Virginia House of Delegates is 15-0, Democrat to Republican. So no surprises there. As soon as we have any actual updates on what these races are looking like, we'll make sure to bring them in. We have some exit polls from CNN, and it looks like as of right now, Spanberger is leading by 8%, while the Republican Attorney General candidate, I don't know how to say his name, Miyares, is leading by about 2%. So that's going to be the closest race of the evening, and I anticipate that we will see, we'll see if we have Jay Jones be brought over the finish line by virtue of the success of Abigail Spanberger and the rest of the Democratic slate, because this will likely be the closest race of the entire evening. Right now, there is no votes being tallied as in Decision Desk HQ's counter right now, but with only 6 minutes past the hour, I expect just in a few minutes we'll start to get the first batches of votes. All right, we have a little bit of news on the exit poll front, and this is from Sabato's Crystal Ball out of UVA. It looks like Spanberger, Democratic candidate for governor, is, according to exit polls, is up 9. Hashmi, who you can see on this screen right here, the lieutenant gubernatorial candidate, is up by 4. And Miyares, who is the Republican Attorney General candidate, is up by 2. So we will continue to stay on top of those as soon as we have these first results. Of course, they'll auto-populate onto this screen right here. But some good news out of New Jersey, and that is that all of the counties that are reporting right now are reporting larger vote totals relative to 2021, certainly larger than which is commensurate race from what we're seeing right now. That was 4 years ago. So some good news out of New Jersey. We've got about 50 minutes left in the polls for Pennsylvania and New Jersey as well. So as soon as we have any updates there, we'll bring them to you also. Some news out of NBC. According to NBC's New Jersey exit poll, 38% of New Jersey voters base their vote on their opposition to Donald Trump. I should note that Trump is the least popular he's ever been, including in his first term. And so, in terms of that as a motivating factor, the fact that this election is a referendum on him, and he is the least popular he's ever been, that signals pretty bad news for Donald Trump as we head deeper into this election cycle. Let's pull New Jersey up here on this screen right now. So we're going to see this evening how Mikey Sherrill performs, not just against Jack Ciattarelli, but also relative to the 2024 election cycle. Kamala Harris really eked out a pretty small victory in what is otherwise a pretty damn blue state of New Jersey, just 6 points. So we should expect not just Mikey Sherrill to defeat Jack Ciattarelli, but hopefully to do so by a bigger margin than Kamala Harris beat Trump in as well. So luckily we have, we'll have these tools and we'll be able to see what that performance looks like. And we can do the same thing out of Virginia. So we'll be able, oh, it looks like we have our first results here out of Virginia. So some good news here. First results, Abigail Spanberger leading Earl Sears. Now, granted, look at the total number of votes. We have about 10,000 votes in. So we're 10 minutes past the hour. We have the first 10,000 votes in, and they're breaking 62-38 in Abigail Spanberger's favor. So that is some good news here. Of course, if we look at the population centers, let's go out of the historical comparison and just go to live results. If we look at some of these population centers, we have nothing reporting from Richmond. We have nothing yet reporting from Arlington County. But let's see where we do have some of these votes reporting. Maybe we can get some historical comparison. So very, very, very early in the process, we have 6% reporting. But what we'd like to see throughout this process is that Abigail Spanberger can overcome the margin that Kamala Harris had over Donald Trump, obviously, in all of these counties. So, definitely way too few votes to count right now. But as we start to get into this 60, 70, 80, 90% reporting, we'll have a much better indication of how Spanberger's doing relative to Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So I'm just going to go to some of the counties that we do have some results in. We have 33% of the result coming in from Buckingham County, and you can see that this is a county that Trump won 61-37. And so already Spanberger is overperforming Kamala Harris's margin in that race. And that's the kind of thing that we need to be able to see moving forward in this process. Only 33% reporting, so definitely too soon to make any major diagnoses from this stuff based on what we've seen. All right, Lynchburg. Very few votes reporting right now, only 9%, but you can see those votes are breaking 75-25 in Spanberger's favor. This was a county that Donald Trump won in 2024. And so, obviously way too soon to be able to draw any decisive conclusions from this, but it's a good starting point right now to be able to see votes break 75-25 in Spanberger's favor. Moving over to Bedford County, this is a county that Trump overwhelmingly won in 2024. Only 1,500 votes reporting right now, 4%. So we'll continue to go through these different counties and get a better idea of what the state of play looks like in Virginia. For now, let's look at the broader state of things. This is where we're at right now. Still way too few votes to draw any meaningful conclusion from. This is just the first bits of votes that are starting to trickle in, and we're looking at about 15,000 votes as of right now. But, if these numbers continue to hold up like this is actually not dissimilar to what we were expecting in terms of the ultimate result from Virginia. I think a good night in Virginia is Abigail Spanberger leading Earl Sears by about 11 points. So, we're about 15 minutes in, still 0% reporting. We've got 15,000 votes, but hopefully these numbers continue to hold as we continue to see these numbers trickle in. Looks like we have some votes out of Richmond. So those votes right now, we have 1% in. So definitely draw all the conclusions you can from the first 1% of votes. We have 1% of votes in. They're breaking 77-23 in Abigail Spanberger's favor. Let's look and see what that looked like in 2024. Those votes broke 82 to 16 in Trump's favor in Kamala Harris's favor in 2024. So she'll need to keep up these margins. Abigail Spanberger need to keep up these margins as they count votes in Richmond. And if you look at the broader map here, you can see that a lot of these counties and cities are starting to slowly fill in as the first votes begin to trickle in. Again, the polls just closed about 15 minutes ago. I'm sure in some jurisdictions people are still voting, so certainly too soon to be able to draw any meaningful conclusion from these. But as we continue to get more and more votes, I'll continue to show you them on the screen. Let's see Waynesboro County. I think that could be a... Waynesboro City. Okay. So we have 42% reporting right now from Waynesboro. 42% reporting is a pretty big haul. It looks like this was Waynesboro was won by Trump 52 to 46. And with 40% reporting, it looks to be, we have the possibility that Abigail Spanberger can actually flip Waynesboro. So some good news already that we're seeing right now, especially as it relates to the performance in 2024 to the performance right now in 2025. This would be a pretty big overperformance relative to the previous election cycle. So it's jurisdictions like this that are going to be pretty telling as we move deeper into this process. So the total vote for Spanberger right now with 1% reporting, 57 to about 43. And I want to see what those numbers look like as it relates to the Attorney General race. $54 to $45. So a little tighter, but as of the votes that we have right now, still a pretty healthy margin for Jay Jones. This is going to be a race to watch because Jay Jones is obviously contended with a bit of a scandal in the final stretch of this race, and so that didn't do him any favors. It looks like, according to different outlets, VoteHub is saying that Spanberger is running about 8 points ahead of Jones in the Virginia precincts that are reporting thus far. There are other counties where Jones is far underperforming Spanberger. In Chesterfield County, for example, he's underperforming Spanberger by about 17 points. So let me pull up Chesterfield County. Let's go to the gubernatorial race right now. So right now we're looking at 56 to 44. For Spanberger. Now let's see how Jay Jones is doing in the same jurisdiction. $51 to $49. So This is a county, Chesterfield, where, again, Abigail Spanberger is running 56 to 44 ahead, and Mayares is actually overperforming, is winning 51 to 49, and so it's pretty lopsided right now. So this is one of those instances where there is some vote splitting, which is pretty rare, but it's happening here again as the direct result of this scandal that Jay Jones was engaged in the lead up to this whole process. It looks like we can make our first call, and it looks like it's official. Abigail Spanberger will be the next governor of Virginia. So that's one Democratic win tonight. It comes 20 minutes after the hour. Polls closed at 7 p.m. It's 7:21 p.m. Eastern. Abigail Spanberger has won. She will be the next governor of Virginia. So that is a flipped gubernatorial seat. So good news right off the bat. Those votes will continue to trickle in, but based on the exit polls that we've seen thus far, based on the votes that we've got in thus far, that race has officially been called. Massive win for the Democrats. First call officially came 19 minutes after the hour. Abigail Spanberger is the new governor of Virginia. So excellent, excellent news right off the bat for the Democrats. Look at that. We just need that to happen everywhere, and then we're good to go. That is officially a Democratic flip. And why is this so important? Because Virginia right now has already set off the process of redrawing their state's maps. They had a pretty brilliant maneuver just days ago where Glenn Youngkin, the current Republican governor, outgoing Republican governor, had opened up a special legislative session, but he never officially closed that special legislative session. They adjourned the session, but they never officially closed it. I think the Latin term for closing out the session is sine die. In any case, never officially closed the session. The Democrats reopened it because it was never officially closed, passed one of what will ultimately need to be 2 consecutive bills to amend the state's constitution. They introduced it, passed it. You need 2 consecutive bills to be able to amend the state's constitution, especially as it relates to redistricting. So they passed one of those bills in the previous cycle. It has to happen again. So right after, and there has to be an election in between. So last week they did it. Now there's an election. Next week they can do it again. I'm not sure when Abigail Spanberger is going to get sworn in. I will find that out. But in any case, they can do it right after this election, and then there will be a vote, very much like what we're seeing in California, where the people of Virginia get to vote on the prospect of undoing the constitutional amendment that they have right now, keeping in place their redistricting commission, and instead get a map that would allow them to draw in more Democratic seats as a way to neutralize these map redraws that we're seeing in Texas, Missouri, North Carolina, Ohio. So that would not have passed had Earl Sears won this race. And so huge news that we now have a Democratic flip, that Abigail Spanberger will be the next governor of Virginia, which has not only implications for all the statewide issues and healthcare and reproductive rights and on, also cooperation with ICE, but also drawing these maps and the impact that it'll have on these House seats, come 2026. So the real question here is going to be, how does the Attorney General race look? And I wonder if they can call the Lieutenant Governor race if they're going to do that in Virginia. Let's take a look at the Lieutenant Governor race. They have not yet called that race. I presume that will be called pretty soon. And then, of course, all eyes are going to be on the AG race in Virginia. Right now, Jay Jones is holding on to a tiny lead with only 4% reporting. Jay Jones only holding on to a lead of 0.3 of a point. To give you an idea of how far he's running behind Abigail Spanberger, this is basically 50-50. Let's look at the gubernatorial results thus far. So he's running about 4 points behind Spanberger right now. If there's a big enough margin for Democrats, maybe Spanberger can drag him over the finish line, but remains to be seen what's going to happen in that race. So I will keep a close eye on the Attorney General race. I'm going to put that full screen right now so we have a better idea of what we're looking at here. But some early good news as it relates to Abigail Spanberger winning the governor's race in Virginia. That's a major seat, a major flip, major implications for redrawing the maps moving forward. So I'm going to keep an eye on the rest of the races, but really what her margin is going to be pretty telling as well. I believe, too, that Abigail Spanberger is its first woman governor. The first female governor of Virginia is Abigail Spanberger. So we have a very, very, very tight race for Attorney General. For those who are just joining, we have some good news as far as the gubernatorial race in Virginia is concerned. Our first called race, Abigail Spanberger, took 19 minutes to get this race called. Abigail Spanberger will be the next governor of Virginia. The next big race to be called will probably be the Attorney General. I hope that we can get that tonight. It looks much closer than the rest of the races here, so hopefully we can get some results as far as the Attorney General is concerned. And I will go full screen back on Jay Jones. Do you want to reach back out to Jeffrey and see if he wants to come back on? Again, for those who are just joining, our first race call and our first flip of the night, which is Abigail Spanberger, Democrat from Virginia, will take over the governor's mansion from Glenn Youngkin, who was a Republican. So first bit of good news from the night, and it is a flip seat from red to blue. Let's take a look at the county level. Let's go to Fairfax County and see how Jay Jones is doing. Do we have no results yet from Fairfax County? Let's go to Fairfax City. 67%. Let's see how that compares. So running just ahead of Kamala Harris, but there's about 45% reporting right now from Fairfax, running just ahead of where Kamala Harris was. So that is at least some good news out of Fairfax. But again, it remains to be seen how big the margin is for Abigail Spanberger, because it'll be up to Abigail Spanberger really to drag Jay Jones across the finish line this evening. And for those who are joining, we have two races whose polls close in about 30 minutes, and that is Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And actually, let me check Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and let me check New York as well. 9 o'clock. Polls close at 9 o'clock in New York. So two big races that are two big jurisdictions that we're going to be looking for in about 30 minutes are New Jersey, where Mikey Sherrill is running against Jack Ciattarelli, and also Pennsylvania, where it's a retention election. So right now, Pennsylvania has a 5-2 Democratic Supreme Court, state Supreme Court. This question is on retaining 3 of the judges, all of whom are Democrats. And so if the retention question passes, then all 3 Democratic judges stay on the court. The court remains 5-2. If it doesn't pass, then we go into a regular electoral process where we have both Democrats and Republicans go on the ballot to run for those newly vacated seats. So this is a retention election happening in Pennsylvania. Obviously, state Supreme Courts have never been more important. All the courts have never been more important, but especially Pennsylvania, which is a major swing state as we head toward 2026. So big implications in PA right now, as well as New Jersey. But for the meantime, we are keeping a close eye on Virginia, where we have 9% reporting, and Jay Jones, the Attorney General candidate, is running about 4 points ahead of his Republican opponent. For those who are just tuning in, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, please do me a favor, subscribe, completely free, but it's a great way to support my work, great way to support these live streams. I don't do any members-only content. I don't try to hide. I don't create any content that's behind a paywall. My content will always be 100% free, but the only thing I would ask is that you subscribe, completely free to do so. If you don't enjoy it, you can unsubscribe later, but as a way to support this live stream, if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe. Okay, we have a little bit of news from Florida right now, and that is the only Republican on Orlando's city council has lost his reelection. He was defeated by a Democrat. So Republican Jim Gray was defeated by Democrat Tom Keene on the Orlando city council. So all of these races matter, small though they may be. And so good news out of Florida, where there is rarely good news. Okay, we have another called race here, and that is the lieutenant governor in Virginia. You can see that Democrat Ghazala Hashmi has won her race. That race is officially called. So there will be a Democratic governor and lieutenant governor in Virginia. So another win for Democrats here. Some good news out of Virginia. We are 2 for 2 thus far. So some good news out of Virginia about a half hour after the polls close here. We will take it. We will take any win we can get. So another big win out of Virginia. Some interesting tidbits from exit polls out of Virginia. 36% of voters voted to oppose Donald Trump. 17% voted to support him. So that's interesting because it shows the extent to which Donald Trump is either a positive factor or an albatross around the neck of Republicans. And the reality is that if you have 17% voted to support him, but 36%, double that amount, more than double that amount voted to oppose him, then that bodes really poorly for the potency that Donald Trump has in these election cycles. And if you're wondering why you didn't see Donald Trump at any of these rallies in the final week in New Jersey or Virginia, it's because it's clear how unpopular he is. In fact, let's go and look at popularity right now. You can see Donald Trump's unfavorable ratings, about 53%. This is the highest he's been in his entire presidency. So if you're wondering why none of these candidates want Donald Trump to be on the campaign trail with them, if you're wondering why they don't want to be associated with him right now, it's because he largely serves as an albatross around the neck of any Republicans. And now the exit polls in Virginia, which by the way is not some liberal bastion, right? This is Virginia. It is a purple state. It's a state that was represented by a Republican governor just before it was flipped. So the reality is that to see such lopsided numbers, to see 36% of Virginians come out and basically say that their vote is there to oppose Donald Trump goes to show how unpopular he is, how much of an albatross around the necks of these Republicans he is. And by the way, this is the Decision Desk ratings. There have been a number of other ratings. NBC has Trump's rating at 55-42, so even wider than the favorability that we have right now. But ultimately, good news out of Virginia. Let's go back and see what we're looking at right there. That race has been called for Ghazala Hashmi, Lieutenant Governor, Democrat. So we are 2 for 2 in Virginia right now. And of course, all eyes continue to be on Jay Jones, the kind of embattled Attorney General candidate in the state. In terms of the House of Delegates, let me see if we have any results here. It doesn't look like we have the House of Delegates results on here, but I can tell you, as of called races thus far, the House of Delegates stands at 20 Democrats, 2 Republicans. 15 of those Democrats were uncontested. So it's 20-2 right now. Let's go to the Jay Jones race and see how that continues to play itself out. 18% reporting Jay Jones is holding on to a 54-46 lead. So some good news there. Let's see how that margin right now compares to Abigail Spanberger. So right now we're looking at 54-46. Let's go to Abigail Spanberger and see what her margin is looking like. 58-42. So Jay Jones running about just a few points behind Abigail Spanberger with the votes that we have reporting thus far. I should flag that Donald Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has come on and said that this election is not a referendum on Trump. It's quite literally a referendum on. It's quite literally a referendum on Trump. It's this one. This is quite literally a referendum on Trump. I told you the exit polls from NBC show that 36% of voters are voting to oppose Donald Trump. 17% are coming out to support him. I would say Donald Trump is a pretty big factor in this race. Let's go back to the Attorney General race and see how we're looking there. 20% reporting. We're still holding at about 54-46 right now. As soon as they call that race, I will make sure to give you the results. For those who are just tuning in, 2 for 2 in Virginia thus far. Democratic governor, Democratic lieutenant governor. So a flipped seat out of Virginia. I wonder if we can see.
Yeah, we know who the governor and lieutenant governor is going to be. We do not yet know who the next. Yeah, whether the attorney general has been reelected or there's going to be a new one. Let's bring in Jaron Joe. Covers politics at Kalshi News. Those of you not familiar with Kalshi,
interesting.
This is a predictions
the betting
market.
Markets for the attorney general race now show Jay Jones
to have you
favor.
in, Jaron, because I'd love to know how
Very
the markets are moving
this
on the
is,
AG race right at this
Kalshi.
moment right?
So these are
Decision
just
desk
betting
is
markets
called the
right
governor's
here.
race, called the
I
lieutenant
wouldn't
governor's
put too
race.
much stock
I
in this
imagine
stuff because
we're already starting to see
because the numbers are
this is
gonna
where the
offer what the
markets are
numbers
moving,
offer,
not based on
but
poll numbers,
just to
but
give you
based
an
on real
indication of what the betting
returns.
markets are showing
So,
right now.
one,
This is what we're looking at.
if you feel like I didn't do a good enough job explaining Kalshi, you are welcome to do the quick explainer, but to dive into that question for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for having me on. And yes, no, you did a great job, I think, Kalshi. It is a prediction market. People can trade on the outcomes of different events, ranging from politics to culture to sports. It runs the gambit. And in terms of the Virginia Attorney General race, yeah, this market has been a bit of a roller coaster, just in general. But tonight, some of the early voting data in terms of turnout and like Northern Virginia, it looked pretty good for the Democrats, and so.
Is it? Okay, cool. All right. Sorry about that. As you can see, the votes are just trickling in on the Jay Jones front. We're now at 21%, so those votes are coming in shortly. Some pretty big contrast in terms of how Jay Jones is running behind Abigail Spanberger. Still no update on the Jay Jones front. Let's take a look at some of these counties that might give us a better indication of how he's performing. Fairfax County, and let's look at his performance. So he's running about even with Kamala Harris back in 2024. Myers is running 3 points better than Donald Trump. So going to need a bigger performance than this. Let's see, Fairfax County running a few points ahead in Fairfax County, about 4 points ahead from the 2024 race. So that's some good news out of Fairfax County, which is a major population center. So we'll stay in Virginia. We'll stay on Jay Jones, as that's the only major statewide race that hasn't been called yet. Prediction markets are right now continuing to favor Jay Jones, though. But take that with a grain of salt. The prediction markets change as the result of the votes that actually come in. So they are responsive, not predictive. Some good news from the New York Times, though, is that based on Spanberger's lead, it will be enough to keep Jones ahead. That's the prediction right now from the New York Times. So, we'll keep a close eye on this race. And look, I think it's okay to be greedy. It's okay to want all of them. And we'll keep an eye and see what happens. But if we can sweep these statewide races, that's a good sign in Virginia. Wow, we have other breaking news here major breaking news from Kansas. Kansas Republicans have dropped their push to redraw the state's congressional map. So basically, you can think of this as as a picked up seat for Democrats, because there was a high likelihood that Republicans in Kansas were going to redraw their maps that would basically hand another seat to the Republicans. That push is now abandoned. So Kansas will not be redrawing their maps. That is good news here. And that's been reported by the Associated Press. I believe that we also have, that's okay. Yeah. Cool.
Early in-person vote, sort of broadly running ahead of where they were in 2024, when Harris carried the state by, an underwhelming 6 points, but still nonetheless carried it. And then just over the course of today, as the, election day, vote, the polling places started coming in, it was part of this broad trend towards more confidence in the Democrats. We have a market, it's called, Democrats sweep this year. And that market includes the Virginia governor's race, the New Jersey governor's race, the Virginia House of Delegates, and the New York City mayoral race in terms of Mamdani winning. And that market also has seen significant movement towards Democrats. As like
I just pulled that up.
Exactly. Yep. There you go.
All right, heading back into the Virginia race, almost a quarter of the votes reporting right now. Jay Jones continues to cling on to his lead. It's about 5 points here. We have a few more votes that are reporting from the House of Delegates. That count is now 21 Democrats, 3 Republicans. So we'll continue to, as soon as we have any updates on the House of Delegates, there's not a lot of anticipation that Republicans are going to do well in the House of Delegates, but I'll continue to give the updates as we have them from that. Do we have results from Georgia right now? Let's see. We don't have those results on this screen, but I can share right now that Georgia's Public Service Commissioner for Georgia's 2nd District is Democrat Alicia Johnson. That is a flip. So good news out of Georgia. It's interesting to get some information from a southern state, because we often don't have that much insight into how the South is going to do when we're talking about states like California, Virginia, and New Jersey, even though technically Virginia is a southern state, but not to the extent that Georgia is. But, tonight's races, we're largely focusing on New York City, New Jersey, California, and of course, Virginia. But some good news out of Georgia that shows that Democrats have juice down south as well. So again, Alicia Johnson has won the Public Service Commissioner special election for Georgia's 2nd district. So good news out of Georgia. Some information on exit polls, courtesy of NBC out of Virginia. The number one issue, the economy. On voters for whom the economy is their number one issue, they preferred Spanberger over Earl Sears by 20 points. So why is that important? Think about the implications if Democrats are able to effectively wield the issue of the economy over Republicans. If Democrats become the party that voters trust on the economy, and the economy remains the number one issue, then that obviously signals a major sea change in how these elections, are in how Democrats perform in these elections. Spanberger performing over Earl Sears by 20 points on the economy means that she's been able to effectively position herself as the candidate who's able to use that issue to her advantage. And so, a good signal to other Democratic candidates as we head toward 26 that this has a lot of potency in these races, by the way, just as it did in 2024. Update from the House of Delegates. Right now, the House of Delegates stands at 25 Democrats, 3 Republicans. We're about less than 10 minutes now from the polls closing in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Major races happening in both of those. We have a retention race happening at the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And of course, we have New Jersey's gubernatorial race happening between Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli. This is a state and a race that are much closer than I think a lot of people have given New Jersey credit for. This would also be the first time in like decades that Democrats have won 3 elections in a row, with Phil Murphy having won 2. Generally, New Jersey opts to vote for Republican candidates in the aftermath of two terms of a Democratic governor. So this would upend recent historical precedent if Mikey Sherrill is able to pull out a victory here. A little bit of info. We have another flip. Democrat Peter Hubbard has won the Public Service Commissioner special election in Georgia's 3rd congressional district. So that means Democrats have flipped the 2nd congressional district, or the 2nd district, and the 3rd district down in Georgia. These are Public Service Commissioner seats in the 2nd and 3rd district. This is the first Democrat to win a state-level race in Georgia at this position in 20 years. So good news from down south. That was just declared a few minutes ago. So we have another flip down in Georgia. That makes 2 flip seats in Georgia for the Public Service Commissioner special elections. Georgia's 3rd congressional district, where Peter Hubbard has flipped that seat. That's who you're looking at right now. And as I mentioned a few minutes back, the 2nd district was also a flip. So 2 flip seats down south, which is, again, a helpful bellwether to see what we're looking at tonight as we focus on races that are largely not in these, southern states, although Virginia technically a southern state, but talking about New Jersey, New York City, and California. So good news out of Georgia for the 2nd time in just a few minutes here. Let's see. We've got about 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left until the polls close in New Jersey. So let's stay at Virginia for right now, and let's stay on this Jay Jones race. We're at about almost a third of those votes have been counted or are reporting out of Virginia. All right, I think we have some news out of Loudoun County. So let's go into Loudoun specifically. Here we go. Why is this important? Let's look at 2024. Kamala Harris got 56% of the vote. Jay Jones running about 3 points ahead of her. So good news out of Loudoun County. Why this is significant because they are 95% reporting right now. And so for Jay Jones to be running about 3 points ahead is ahead of what Harris was in 2024 is some good news. It looks like Harris won this by about 15 points. Jay Jones is up 19 points. Looks like Westmoreland is much more conservative. That's just about done as well. Let's take a look at that. Right now, I need to know how to pronounce Jason Mayares's name. I think it's Mayares, but correct me if I'm wrong. He's running about a point ahead of Donald Trump, and Jay Jones running just 0.2 of a point ahead of Kamala Harris. 96% reporting in that race, much smaller. If you look at the total number of votes right now, we're looking at roughly 8,000 votes in Westmoreland, which is just about done counting. If you compare that to Loudoun County, we're talking well over 150,000 votes here. Okay, let's talk for a moment about the Georgia races, the Public Service Commissioner races. I mentioned that Democrats flipped both the 2nd and 3rd district for those Public Service Commissioner races. Why is that important? Because it's the Democrats' first statewide win for any non-federal race, meaning statewide race, since 2006. So this is the first time in almost 20 years that Democrats have begun winning statewide races in Georgia. So really good news down south, which is obviously much more favorable territory for Trump and Republicans to see this kind of pushback and to see Democrats performing to the extent that they are. Good news down in Georgia. Obviously, an important state for, a myriad of reasons that I don't even need to explain why it's important that Georgia continue to trend in the Democrats' direction. Spanberger speaking? Okay. Let's go back to Jay Jones, see how he's doing on the general front. We've got almost a third of the votes in right now. He's still holding on to a slight lead. So roughly just under a 2-point lead. Let's see the Spanberger campaign. I think we're going to go over to the Spanberger campaign, and we have some video and audio from there. All right, so we don't have any speeches yet, but as soon as we hear from somebody, I presume Okay, we can cut. So no audio yet from Spanberger. And let's go back to, yep, we got the Attorney General screen. Do we have Spanberger speaking? I'm getting some news that we do have Spanberger speaking. Let's see. Nothing yet? Okay. As soon as we have Spanberger make a speech, I will bring that to you. But for right now, nothing yet. All right. It is officially 8 o'clock Eastern. Polls are now closed in New Jersey. This is expected to be, aside from Jay Jones' race, this is expected to be the tightest race of the evening, where we look toward Mikey Sherrill and Jack Chitterelli. So right now, there are no votes in yet. I expect a few minutes from now, we'll start to see the beginning votes trickle in. We'll also look toward Pennsylvania. That's a retention race happening at the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. So for right now, we can stay on the New Jersey gubernatorial race, and I'll go back and forth between Virginia's Attorney General race and this race out of Jersey. Not yet. No. Oh, I'll take care of that. Great. As soon as we have Spanberger. As soon as we have Abigail Spanberger, we're going to bring that to you because she's going to be speaking momentarily. In the meantime, we'll continue to keep an eye on when the first votes are coming in out of New Jersey. And I'll toggle back and forth between this New Jersey race and the Attorney General race happening in Virginia. As you can see right now, we're at 35% reporting. Jay Jones continues to hold on to a small lead, a shrinking lead, as votes continue to trickle in. I guess what really matters is whether the population centers where the votes are remaining. Let's look at this. Fairfax County, for example, has the lion's share of votes remaining. And Henrico County, a lot of votes remaining. And Richmond. Now let's see how those places are trending. So, I mean, look, if the majority of votes are still waiting to come in from places like Fairfax County, and Jay Jones is taking those votes 70 to 29, that's a good sign. Same for Henrico County. Only 6% reporting, but Jay Jones performing by roughly beating his opponent by roughly 10 points in that race. Let's see how that looks compared to 2024. So certainly underperforming Kamala Harris, but only 6% reporting. So we will have a much better sense of how Jay Jones is doing relative to Kamala Harris as they get more votes coming in from Henrico County. And if you look at Richmond itself, still only 14% reporting right now. And if we look at that compared to 2024, that is another opportunity where he should be widening his lead. So a lot of votes left to be counted in those places. Say again? Oh, Henrico. I apologize. I definitely am not up on my Virginia counties, but I'll crush it when it comes to Monmouth County counties, when it comes to New Jersey counties. For those who are just tuning in, we have 2 races called thus far. Democrats have won the Virginia governor's race and the lieutenant governor's race. So we're keeping a close eye. Again, if you've watched over the last few minutes, Jay Jones' lead has been diminishing. He's at about a 2-point lead right now. So that's a good benchmark where we are right now. 8:06 Eastern. Jay Jones up by 2 full points. So we'll see where that's at, a short while from now. All right, let's go back to New Jersey and see where we're at on that front. Okay. 13% reporting. Right now, Mikey Sherrill is leading 60-39. Pretty good. Let's take a look at some of these specific counties. If we look here, Central Jersey is going to be Jack Ciattarelli's strong point. So we have Ocean County right here. Just next to that is Monmouth County. We don't have anything reporting from Ocean, but Monmouth County is going to be probably one of the better places for Jack Ciattarelli in this race. If we look at this compared to the 2024 election, looks like Jack Ciattarelli is underperforming Donald Trump. If he can't meet Trump's margin from 2024, then this bodes really poorly for Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. It looks like Mikey Sherrill is running 5 points ahead of Kamala Harris. And remember, this wasn't a particularly impressive margin for Kamala against Donald Trump in 2024. So we should expect to see Mikey Sherrill run 5 points ahead of Kamala Harris. Kamala won. Let me pull that up on the screen right now. Kamala won New Jersey by only about 6 points in 2024. If Mikey Sherrill were to match that, a pretty poor showing in New Jersey in a pretty poor election cycle for Democrats, that would be cause for alarm. You can see right now with 13% reporting that she's actually running 8 points ahead of Kamala Harris. And so that's where she wants to be. That's some good news out of New Jersey right here. So insofar as we can take anything from these early results, again, with only 13% reporting, so can't draw too many conclusions from that. But insofar as we can take any good news from this, this would be it. The fact that right now Mikey Sherrill running 8 full points ahead of Kamala Harris in 2024, and of course 21 points ahead of Jack Ciattarelli right now. And as soon as we have any update in terms of those live results, we'll have them right here. We have some good news out of Virginia, by the way. We have our first flip in the House of Delegates. In House District 30, the Democrats have flipped that seat. So that is the first flip out of Virginia. Let's see if that's one of the ones that I was tracking. Wow. Okay. Earlier in the program, I said that I was tracking 4 Virginia House seats. House District 82, 57, 71, 89. All of those are super close, and I largely expect Democrats to flip those seats. There were 4 other seats that were reach opportunities. So we're talking House District 75, 22, 86, and 30. House District 30 is an R plus 6.5 district. That means it's 6.5 points more Republican than the rest of the nation, R plus 6.5. Democrats just flipped that seat. And there are a number of seats. There are 6 seats less Republican than that seat. So this would suggest that Democrats may very well flip 4, 5, 6, 7 seats in the House of Delegates tonight. So that would be a huge overperformance. Right now, we just flipped a seat that was a reach target. That was critical for Republicans to hold. This is a seat, again, 6 points more Republican than the rest of the nation, and they just lost that one. So really good news out of Virginia here. Still no definitive call for Mikey Sherrill. Let's take a quick look over at the Attorney General race in Virginia. That race, 51 to 49, still 2 points. So it's exactly where it was prior. And with that said, let's pop over to New Jersey and see what we've got on the Mikey Sherrill race. Almost 20% reporting right now. And let's see how we're looking. Ocean County, which is going to be a boon for Jack Ciattarelli, one of the more Republican counties in the entire state. That is reporting at 40% already. Of course, we have a lot of the state still left to go. As soon as we have any updates there, those should auto-populate. But let me give you a lay of the land for people who are just joining here. Let's see, do we have still nobody there? A lay of the land for people who are just joining here. We have Democratic flips in Virginia as Democrats have taken hold of the gubernatorial seat and the lieutenant governor seat. We have Democratic flips in Georgia as 2 public service commission seats in Georgia, 2nd district and 3rd district, both flipped to the Democrats. First statewide victories, non-federal election victories, because of course Democrats have won the Senate, U.S. Senate races there with John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. But these are statewide races, the first statewide victories since I think 2006. So we're talking 20 to 25 years that we've seen Democrats win state seats down in Georgia. And of course, as you're looking, let's put the map back on the screen. As you're looking next to me right here, we are seeing Mikey Sherrill with almost 20% of the vote in continue to overperform in that state of New Jersey. We're also waiting right now that we're in the 8 o'clock hour Eastern time. We are waiting on some news from Pennsylvania. There's a retention election for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. That court is 5-2 in Democrats' favor. If the retention question passes, all 3 judges who are up for re-election right now will be retained. So it's just one question on the ballot. Do you retain those 3 judges? If it passes, the court remains 5-2. If it doesn't, then we go into a regular electoral process where Democrats and Republicans have to run against each other. But right now, we're just looking for the question of whether they'll be retained. Okay, I want to go to Hudson County right now in New Jersey because I think we have some very interesting news. 42% of the vote reporting up in Hudson County, New Jersey. Why is this important? Because when you look at the results from 2024, Mikey Sherrill is running 12 points ahead of Kamala Harris, and Jack Ciattarelli running 14 points behind Donald Trump. That is a huge, huge disparity in New Jersey, which had really gotten quite close in the last election cycle. I've shown you all numerous times what that general race looked like as we take a look at the 2024 numbers. Kamala Harris only eking out a win over Donald Trump by 6 points. That's pretty damn close for a state like New Jersey that we think of as safe Democratic territory, but in fact, it wasn't. So helpful to be able to see that historical comparison there. And we can officially call it Mikey Sherrill has won the governor's race in New Jersey with 18% reporting. That race has been called right now, 8:16 p.m. Mikey Sherrill will be the next governor of New Jersey. Democrats hang on to that gubernatorial seat. Great news out of New Jersey. Congrats to Mikey Sherrill and the Democrats for landing that plane there. So huge news out of New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill, Democrat from New Jersey, will be the next governor. She'll join Abigail Spanberger as the first female governor of Virginia, overperforming in this 2025 class. So big news out of New Jersey. Awesome that we got to see that happen just now. And of course, we'll stay on that map and continue to follow along with the results to see the extent to which she overperforms. The overperformance numbers are going to be especially telling here because this race isn't just about who wins right now. This race is going to be, all of these races are going to be a bellwether in terms of what happens a year from now in 2026. And of course, if you'd like to watch the returns a year from now and all the content that I do between now and then, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. If you're not yet subscribed, it is completely free, but it's a great way to support my work. It's a great way to support this live stream and a great way to support the rest of my content, which are breaking news, episodes with Mark Elias and Glenn Kirshner, 2 attorneys who are at the top of their game, and of course, my interviews as well. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe. Great news out of New Jersey. Democrats will win that gubernatorial race that was largely in doubt as we headed toward this election cycle. So what I'm going to do now is go back to the Attorney General race in Virginia and see how everything is looking there. 51 to 48.9. Jay Jones looks to widen his lead by 0.2 of a point since the last time that we took a look at this. So that is some good news. Let's take a look at what some of the prediction markets are saying right now. I'm not sure if these auto populate. That I think is Kalshi. Let's look at Polymarket. Doesn't look like we have. Doesn't look like these are auto updating right now. So, because the latest that I saw from the Virginia markets were that Jay Jones has surged in that race. So in terms of the prediction markets, that Jay Jones has surged. So I just wanted to see if that was available. It doesn't look like it is, but we'll take the news that we get, the good news that we get as it comes in. For those who are just joining, Democrats have won Virginia's governor race. Democrats have won the lieutenant governor race. As you can see on this screen, we are still waiting to find results from the attorney general race, which is going to be the closest race of the evening. Democrats have won the New Jersey gubernatorial race. And of course, now that we're in the 8 o'clock hour, we're waiting to have some results out of Pennsylvania. There's a retention question on the ballot about retaining 3 judges, 3 Democratic judges on the state Supreme Court. Also, for those tuning in, a few more pieces of good news. Democrats flipped 2 Public Service Commission seats in Georgia. Those were the only statewide races that we were taking a look at. District 2 and 3, Democrats won both of those. Both were previously held by Republicans. Good news there. And Kansas Republicans announced that they were dropping their plan to redraw their state's congressional map. So all around, we have not yet, knock on wood, wherever we have it, knock on everything, we've not yet had bad news thus far. The races that we're waiting to see are Prop 50 in California, Pennsylvania's Supreme Court retention race, and Jay Jones' race here in Virginia. So for those who are watching, please stick around because we have big election results that we're waiting for right here. Yeah. I'll skip it. By the way, for those asking how they can call races with only 18% of the vote in, so let's go to New Jersey's gubernatorial race. How can they call this race with only, 25% reporting? It's because they're looking at trends. So they're looking at how Mikey Sherrill, for example, is performing relative to previous trends. So let's take Ocean County, for example. We can see right now that Mikey Sherrill is trailing Jack Ciattarelli 36-63. If we compare that with previous election cycles, we can see that Jack Ciattarelli is underperforming Trump. Mikey Sherrill is overperforming Kamala Harris by a pretty significant margin. There's 41% of the vote in, so it's not an insignificant amount of the vote. And if Mikey Sherrill is pulling those numbers where she is, yes, running behind Jack Ciattarelli, but running behind at a way smaller margin than Kamala did with Trump in 2024, and yet still Kamala won that state by 6 points, you can extrapolate a lot of information from the votes that we have thus far. So yes, I understand there's only 41% reporting in Ocean County, New Jersey, and there's only 25% reporting from the state, but based on historical trends from what we're looking at in these specific counties, you can extrapolate a lot of the information. And so that's why even with, 25, 18, 15% of the vote, you can already have winners called, just based on what we know about how certain constituencies, how certain jurisdictions, how certain counties vote. So let's go back to Attorney General and check out what's happening in Virginia. Still hovering around just over 2% for Jay Jones. And we're going to stay on this race because this one will be quite telling in terms of the Democrats' performance tonight. I should note, too, that Mikey Sherrill also ran on affordability. And so if you look at the issues that all 3 candidates on the East Coast, all 3 major candidates, Zoran Mamdani, Abigail Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill, all ran on economic issues. Abigail Spanberger won by a 20-point margin voters who care about the economy as their number one issue, and the economy was the number one issue in this campaign in Virginia. Mikey Sherrill running far beyond Jack Ciattarelli, and certainly beyond Kamala Harris's margin in New Jersey from 2024. Her agenda was affordability. And of course, Zoran Mamdani was laser focused, relentlessly focused on affordability in that race. And so we'll have a better indication of how he's performing in the 9 o'clock hour, which is only 35 minutes from now. And we'll get some results out of New York. So if you're watching right now, please stay tuned because we have a lot of races still yet to come. And if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, please go ahead and subscribe. I'll leave that. So that's a major indication of where you can expect to see Democrats run as we head toward 2026. You have affordability as the agenda item, a winning agenda item. Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger, and hopefully Zoran Mamdani has been running on that as well. And so that, I think, can give a really good framework for Democrats who are looking to run successful campaigns in 2026. And by the way, learn the lessons that Republicans taught us from 2024. The irony, though, is Republicans can't run on affordability anymore because they control the entire government. They control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House. And what are the economic conditions right now? There is a flat jobs market. Manufacturing is completely anemic. Wages are flat, inflation continues to rise, and of course, thanks to Trump's trade war, costs on everything continue to surge. And so they have no ground to stand on when they try to claim, oh, we're going to run on affordability. You guys have full control of government, and people are less better off than they were in the lead up to the 2024 election. So that effectively takes that issue off the table for them, which would be bad enough unto itself. But then, if you have Democrats seizing on this issue, learning those lessons, then really you can have them exploit the biggest weakness of Republicans. And clearly that much has borne itself out in these races that we've seen thus far, gubernatorial races in Virginia and in New Jersey. All right, I'm going to move off of this screen and go take a look at Abigail Spanberger's margin in New Jersey. A quarter of all votes are in right now. She is leading 61 to 38, 62 to 38, a pretty big margin there. For historical comparison, if this rate holds, she will outrun Kamala Harris by a staggering, well, let's see, let's do the actual math. This requires a calculator. So Kamala Harris had a 6-point margin. If Mikey Sherrill's lead holds right now, is that right? If Mikey Sherrill's lead holds right now, she would win by a 24-point margin. Kamala beat Trump by 6. That would be a pretty cataclysmic overperformance. 18% overperformance right now. That's what we're looking at from 2024. Man, if those results hold, that will really signal disaster for Republicans heading forward. I presume that lead will shrink. But we'll see how those numbers continue to shake themselves out. In the meantime, let's go to Spanberger. Scroll. What's up? Okay, okay? Let's keep it muted. All right. And by the way, we should expect some words from Abigail Spanberger coming up soon. So as soon as she goes live, we'll bring that audio to you as well. And I will also keep tabs on the Virginia Attorney General race on my end. And if we have any update on that front, let's go to the Attorney General race. Huge news here. Jay Jones has won the Attorney General race. That is a clean sweep. Jay Jones was the one that we were worried about. Clean sweep. That race was just called 8:29 p.m. So within the first 30 minutes of this race being called, we've taken, an hour and a half. Within the first hour and a half of this race being the polls being closed, Democrats have won the governor's race, lieutenant governor's race, and now the Attorney General race. Clean sweep in Virginia. This was the race that I was especially worried about right here. And now we can see that that Democrats have won that race. So Democrats will take that seat. He is defeating a Republican incumbent. So huge news out of Virginia. Really good news out of Virginia. And with that Jay Jones victory here. By the way, I did see somebody in the comments talk about how bad my math skills are. I am a English major with a French minor, and I stand behind my terrible math skills. Big news out of Virginia. That is great news. That means Democrats are 3 for 3 in that state. Looking over to New Jersey, have also overperformed in New Jersey. So all around right now, every single election result thus far has gone Democrats' way. Okay. Let's get this on the screen. Can you pull that up? Okay, so you can see we have two boxes here. We have the Spanberger rally on the bottom. We've got the Jay Jones results up top. Hang on. Okay, as soon as we get some Abigail Spanberger election night coverage, we can bring that to you. I think we just go back to that. Okay. Yeah, it's all good. All right, let's leave the confines of Virginia. Let's head over to New Jersey and watch what Mikey Sherrill's lead is in that state. We have almost 30% reporting. She's at about 61%. Again, if you look at the historical comparison with 2024, that would be a huge overperformance. We'd be looking at roughly an 18% overperformance from 2024 to 2025. Those are exactly the numbers that we want to head into 2026 with. Okay, we have some more news out of Virginia. Let's see, 57. Democrats have flipped another House seat. This is the third flip of the evening. House District 57. That was a seat that a Republican incumbent held in the Richmond suburbs. It was R+2. That means 2 points more Republican than the rest of the nation. Again, held by a Republican incumbent. That is now a flip. So Democrats have flipped 3 seats in the Virginia House tonight. Oh, another one. House District 22. That was another critical seat for Republicans to hold. It's R plus 4.6, so almost 5 points more Republican than the rest of the nation. There are 4 seats that Republicans are really trying to hold. House District 75, 22, 86, and 30. Democrats have just flipped 22 and 30. So 2 critical holds for Republicans have now flipped, and one of the easy flips that Republicans were in has also flipped. So 3 flips in total in the Virginia House of Delegates. So good news on that front, and I'll continue to follow along with the 8 seats in the Virginia House of Delegates that I have been following. Why is it so big? So, yeah, just keep doing that. Yeah, make it smaller. right, it looks like we have Abigail Spanberger. You can actually shrink it a little bit more. All right, let's get the audio. That's all good. Yeah, wait. I think we have double audio. Here. It's playing somewhere else.
Matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening.
Doesn't look like we have audio. Anyway, let's go back to Oh, okay, we're good.
Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia the Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as our next governor. To our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers. To those who believed in me. Thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia, after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you worked tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. and Adam. My partner in everything, I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring. To my daughters, Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me. She's working on it. If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay? To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends, to my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, from the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. You have given me so much, born of your own struggles and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. Dad, thank you for your example of service and tireless devotion to family and country. Nothing has made me prouder than to follow in your footsteps, so many steps along the way. I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it's shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents. But this commitment to service, it is not unique to my family. It's ingrained in so many of Virginia's families. It is part of Virginia's story. Here in Virginia, this is where American democracy was born and where we are still working to perfect it today, where James Madison built the framework for our Constitution to protect us from tyranny, where Washington and Jefferson fought to establish a government of, by, and for the people. It is also the place where Barbara Johns, a 16-year-old student from Farmville, led a walkout of students that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case to integrate public schools. Barbara Johns never gave up, and she showed us that no matter your age, you can be part of the change and the progress that you want to see here in Virginia and across the nation. We are a nation founded on ideas, but we are a country where it is up to us, the citizens, who must put those ideas into action. It is us, the citizens, who work to make the change and progress and build upon the foundations laid out for so many years. And Virginia, now it is our time to lead. Tonight, it's hard not to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign. And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia. And I can guarantee those words have never been spoken in Virginia ever before. It's a big deal that the girls and the young women I have met along the campaign trail now know with certainty that they can achieve anything. It's a big deal for the women older than I am who forged the path, dreams, hard work, and in a belief that change and progress would be possible so that so many of us could follow in their footsteps in any career, in any role, in any challenge. The history Virginia is making tonight is yours. And I thank those who have come before me, and Mary Sue Terry in particular. She was the first woman elected statewide in Virginia. And because of her and the continued work of so many, there will be many more women to come for generations to come. Because this was never about just winning an election, it was about what comes next. It's about the governing. Virginia voters made our choice tonight, and that choice was loud and clear. We are going to work to lower costs of renting, buying, or staying in your home. We are going to cut red tape and build homes families can actually afford. We're going to lower health care costs. We're going to crack down on predatory pharmaceutical practices and surprise billing. And we're going to produce more energy. And we are going to lower costs. And we're going to do it by producing more energy here in Virginia. And we're going to make sure that large utility users make sure that they pay their fair share. We're going to grow Virginia's economy by investing in apprenticeships and job training of the future. We're going to leverage AI and cutting-edge manufacturing to bring more capital investment into our Commonwealth. We are going to take politics out of our schools. We're going to make sure that teachers are well paid and well respected.
Okay, we're going to leave Spanberger's speech here, and we've got huge news out of Pennsylvania. Democrats retain control of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. So another major race that we've been looking forward to tonight. Democrats will retain their 5-2 majority on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Major news here. So here's a quick recap of what we're looking at for tonight thus far. We've got a victory in the Virginia gubernatorial race, the lieutenant governor's race, the attorney general race. We have a victory in the New Jersey governor's race. We have a victory in Pennsylvania's Supreme Court race. We have 2 seats that Democrats have flipped, statewide seats in Georgia, the Public Service Commission seats in District 2 and 3. Both of those were the ones that were being contested right now. And we have flipped 3 seats thus far in the Virginia House of Delegates. There have not been any elections that Democrats have overperformed in thus far that we've been tracking. So all good news thus far across the country, wherever you've been looking, whether it's Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Virginia. And of course, we are 4 minutes away from the polls closing in New York. And so we're going to begin to track the New York mayoral race. I'm going to throw that on the screen right now. Just a few minutes away, and those polls will close. And so we'll see how Zoran Mamdani, I don't know why they have Eric Adams on the ballot here, but in any case, Zoran Mamdani really running against Andrew Cuomo. Those are going to be the 2 major players in this race. But so far, it is all good news. And I got to say, like, HD 71, let's see. Oh, we've got another flip in the Virginia House. House District 71. This is the 5th flip in the Virginia State House. Democrat Jessica Anderson has defeated Republican incumbent Amanda Batten. So 5 flips thus far in the Virginia House of Delegates. That is in addition to winning the Virginia governor's race, lieutenant governor's race, attorney general's race, the New York, the New Jersey governor's race, the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court race, and 2 statewide races in Georgia. So only good news for Democrats thus far. Only good news. Democrats retain control. This is 1 minute ago. Democrats retain control of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. That means that Democrats hold on to a 5-2 lead on that court. So good news on that front. All good news thus far. And for those who are sticking around, we are 2 minutes away from the polls closing in New York. So we'll be able to follow along with Zoran Mamdani's campaign against Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. If you're not yet subscribed to this channel and you want to support this live stream, support this work, please make sure to subscribe. It's completely free to do so. I just got a comment from Debbie. Thank you for this coverage. You look feverish. Please feel better. That's what happens when you work in politics in the year 2025, almost 10 years in. This is not especially feverish. This is just what I look like now. You age about 4 times faster than a normal human being. Some new news out of the Virginia House of Delegates. 7 flips so far. House of Delegates District 30. Democrats flipped that seat as well. That was an R plus 6.4 seat. That means that seat, House District 30, is 6.5 points more conservative than the rest of the country. So that is 7 seats thus far flipped red to blue in the Virginia House of Delegates. There are 8 seats on the chopping block in total. If I'm not mistaken, 7 of them have gone to the Democrats. Let me make sure that I'm not missing any. So 30, 73, 71. 75. 57, 22, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 82. So we're still waiting to see what happens in House District 89, which is an R plus almost 2 seat. So that should be an easy flip. That is an open seat as well. There was a retiring Republican. And we're waiting to see what happens in House District 86, which if we win that seat, that is an R plus 13 seat. So if we're in a situation where Democrats are starting to win seats that are 13 points more conservative, more Republican than the rest of the nation, that puts Democrats in a really good position in this election cycle when we start picking off R plus 13 seats. So as soon as we have any news on those seats, I'll make sure to bring them to you. It is 9:01 p.m. Eastern. The polls are now closed in New York for the mayoral race. As soon as we have an announced winner, a declared winner, I'll make sure to let you know. We could be minutes away from Zohran Mamdani being elected the next mayor of the city of New York. Another flip in the Virginia House of Delegates. That's 8 flips so far. Highest number of votes in an election in New York since 1969. That's the New York City mayoral race. Highest vote share since 1969. So almost 60 years we haven't seen vote totals this high. NBC News has done some polling on young men 18 to 29, which is the big blinking red light for Democrats, right? They did some polling on young men in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. Abigail Spanberger won young men by 14 points. Mikey Sherrill won young men by 10 points. And Mamdani won young men by 40 points. So good news out of all of the different jurisdictions, all of the candidates that we have. All right, we should be moments away from some results in New York. Those polls have closed just minutes ago. I mean, this really should be a blowout. Mamdani is starting with an 8-point lead in Manhattan. This is based on early voting. A 26-point lead in Brooklyn, a 10-point lead in Queens, a 14-point lead in the Bronx, and the only place where Cuomo is leading is a 23-point lead in Staten Island, which is the smallest borough, the smallest amount of votes. But this should be a blowout. And there it is. We can officially call it right now. Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York. So another clean sweep from Democrats. Zohran Mamdani projected the next mayor of New York City. Here we go. That means, just to give you a lay of the land in terms of what we're looking at for tonight, Democrat Zohran Mamdani, elected mayor of New York City. Democrat Abigail Spanberger, elected governor of Virginia. Democrats also won the lieutenant governor and attorney general seats in those states. Mikey Sherrill, Democrat, elected the governor of New Jersey. Democrats retain their 5-2 majority on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Democrats have so far flipped 8 seats on the Virginia House of Delegates. Democrats have flipped 2 seats, statewide seats in Georgia, the Public Service Commission, And we will continue to monitor the Virginia House of Delegates to see how many more seats they flip on top of that. But thus far, a clean sweep for Democratic candidates the entire night. If you are a Democrat tuning in right now, there has been only good news thus far. Only good news thus far. Okay. Maybe. Some more good news out of Virginia. Every single county in the entire state of Virginia shifted blue. Every single county. We saw shifts as low as 4 points. We saw shifts as high as 16 points. Prince William County, one of the biggest population centers, Spanberger plus 34. That's a 16-point swing to the left from where it was in 2024. Let's look at these numbers right now. 35% of the vote already reporting Mamdani a commanding lead, over 50%, 422,000 votes. So if you're a Democrat tuning in tonight, you have got to feel good. There has been only and exclusively good news. Again, Virginia, governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, New Jersey governor, Virginia House of Delegates. Democrats have flipped 8 seats, 2 statewide elections in Georgia, retain control of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. It literally does not get any better than that. The one race that we'll be looking out for, well, there are a couple races in the Virginia House of Delegates, but then all eyes on Prop 50 in California. If you ask me, I presume that very shortly after the polls close, we will get an announcement, a call on that race as well. So big news out of all of the different jurisdictions. Let's see what the vote share is looking like across the country. So if we want to check out the gubernatorial races, let's look at Mikey Sherrill's lead. She's right now at 57.5% of the vote with half of the votes in. She's holding on to a 15-point lead. For comparison, Kamala Harris eked out a win over Trump by 6 points. So this is a 10-point overperformance from 2024. A 10-point overperformance, a 10-point swing to the left from 2024. So that is good news out of New Jersey. Let's see what the Virginia situation is looking like. Abigail Spanberger with 56.4. That's a 12.7 point lead. Roughly a 7-point overperformance in Virginia. And let's see where the votes remain. So largely Arlington and Richmond. Those are 2 big Democratic population centers. If we're looking at Richmond and Arlington, if we're looking at those results right now, breaking heavily in Spanberger's favor in Arlington County, which is, Fairfax County, Arlington, Virginia, and Fairfax County, breaking 73-26. That's huge. If you look at Richmond, breaking 85-14, there's a lot of votes left to be counted there. And there are votes left to be counted in Virginia Beach. Abigail Spanberger overperforming there as well. And if I'm not mistaken, Trump actually took Virginia Beach. I might be mistaken. Let's see. Oh, Trump just was behind Kamala Harris in 2024 on Virginia Beach. So widening that lead there as well. So I expect that the Abigail Spanberger margin is going to continue to expand. Let's go back to the New York mayoral race, where Zohran Mamdani has been declared the winner, the next mayor of New York City. So only good news out of the entire country thus far for Democrats. We should get some more votes shortly as we watch Zohran Mamdani's lead continue to grow. Let's see where the votes are remaining in New York City. I don't think we're able to see the specific boroughs. Oh, yes, we can. All right. So let's go to Staten Island. Here we go. This is Cuomo's base of support. 36% reporting. This will have the smallest amount of net total votes, so there's no way that Cuomo would be able to come back. But just want to keep an eye on the 36% in there, and let's compare that with, for example, Manhattan, also 36% reporting. So it looks like everywhere is reporting. It doesn't look like they're differentiating between the different boroughs. But the only place where Andrew Cuomo is actually leading, if you go through all the boroughs, right now we're at Queens, now we're going to go to Brooklyn, the only place where Cuomo is leading is Staten Island. And it's going to have the smallest total share of votes, so there's no way that Cuomo is going to come back. And so that's why this race was already declared. For Zohran Mamdani. All right, so shall we do a quick recap of what we're looking at for this evening? It's 9:15 Eastern, 6:15 Pacific. The polls close in California in about 4.5 hours. That is the Prop 50 ballot measure. That's the only thing on the ballot here in California. But here's what we're looking at for tonight. Democrats win the governor's race in New Jersey. Democrats win the governor's race in Virginia, the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia, the attorney general race in Virginia. They've so far flipped 8 seats in the Virginia House of Delegates. Georgia, down south, has flipped 2 seats, statewide offices, Public Service Commission from red to blue. Pennsylvania has retained their 5-2 majority, Democrats' majority on the state Supreme Court. So overall, it has only been wins for Democrats this evening. Which means that we can expect to see a lot of, what are they called? Migrant caravans from now until November 2026 on Fox News. It will be just a steady parade of migrant caravans every single day for the next year. Man, it will be exhausting. I don't see a world in which you can't very clearly and comfortably call this a blue wave. We'll continue to see the vote totals again. Like, let's go to New Jersey, for example, and see how Mikey Sherrill is performing. 57 to 42. It's a 14.5 point difference. The previous statewide margin was 6 points. So we're roughly 10 points overperforming from where we were in 2024. It's a pretty good place to be. And we can also see where the majority of votes are remaining. Looks like we've got Somerset, Morris, Union, Bergen, and Burlington. Now let's see how those are performing. Burlington, Mikey Sherrill is overperforming. Somerset, no votes counted yet. Morris, Mikey Sherrill is overperforming. No, it wasn't Essex. It wasn't Passaic. It wasn't Sussex. There we go. Union. Mikey Sherrill is overperforming. So all of the counties where we are still waiting for the vast majority of votes to be counted are counties where Mikey Sherrill has been overperforming. So I would expect Mikey Sherrill's lead to continue to grow. Let's take a look in Virginia. 77% of the vote reporting. Wow, Abigail Spanberger holding on to a 12.5 point lead right now. A 12.5 point lead. This is a state that just last cycle voted for a Republican for governor. And the Democratic gubernatorial candidate right now is leading by 12.5 points. That is a massive overperformance from 2021 to 2025. So some really big numbers here. Just a reminder for those who are watching right now, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, these live streams are completely free. The channel is completely free. I don't charge for any of my content. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. I never will. But the one thing I would ask is if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe. Again, completely free, but a great way to support my work, a great way to support this live stream. Let's see. We have a couple of main ballot questions right now. There is one question on the main ballot that would ask for voting restrictions, which would require photo IDs for in-person voting and tighten rules on absentee voting and ballot drop box use. That is currently losing with 58% of the vote. Another question, question 2, establish a new protective orders restricting weapons possession. This helps establish a process for people to request extreme risk protection orders against individuals who are believed to be dangerous. So this is basically a gun control initiative. Yes is winning with 59% of the vote. So gun control or gun restrictions winning, voter ID losing. So another blow to Republicans. The voting restrictions questions actually, the new voting restrictions. Let's see. Yep, that's where we're at right now. We have 25% of the vote in Maine. So I'll keep an eye on the Maine results as well. Let's go back to the New York City mayoral race and see if we have an update there. 50% of the vote in. Zoran Mamdani is leading Andrew Cuomo by almost 100,000 votes here. So I'd say it's a pretty comfortable lead with half of the votes reporting. And you know, the irony of that is that Curtis Sliwa has about 100,000 votes. So they would probably be tied if all of the Sliwa voters went to Cuomo. That's pretty funny. Okay, so overall, good night so far for Democrats. We continue to keep an eye on the Virginia House of Delegates. There's two races in particular that I'm keeping an eye on. As far as I can see right now, we're looking at 8 flipped seats in Virginia. $86. Okay, so here's an update. 86. There is one seat in Virginia, House District 86. It's an R plus 13 seat, meaning it's 13% more Republican than the rest of the nation. Right now, in that seat, the Republican is leading the Democrat by 1 point, 50.5 to 49.5, with 45% of the vote counted. So that is a huge pickup opportunity in a pretty damn red seat. R plus 13, pretty red. Like, we're not talking R plus 1, R plus 2. We've won all those seats. All of the R plus 1, R plus 2, R plus 3, R plus 5, Democrats have flipped them in the Virginia House of Delegates. We're talking about an R plus 13 seat now. And with 45% of the vote counted, it's only separated by 1 percentage point, with the Republican leading the Democrat by 1 point. So I'll keep a close eye on that race, and I'll let you know as soon as we have any update there. Another race that I'm keeping an eye on, 89, House District 89. That's an R plus 2 seat, and the Democrat is leading the Republican, so we are close to a flip on that one. And if I'm not mistaken, that will be the 9th flip in the Virginia House of Delegates right now. So a lot of good news coming out of Virginia, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Maine, considering we have those questions as well on the ballot, those main questions on the ballot. By the way, for those who are keeping an eye on the Pennsylvania race, do we have anything? That's good. For those who are keeping an eye on the Pennsylvania race, that retention race, the Democrats won 69 to 31. That is a huge, huge margin in a state like Pennsylvania, which is a swing state. That. So big results out of PA, big results out of Virginia, New Jersey, New York, across the country right now. If you're a Democrat, you have to be glad watching this. Some more news. Democrat Corey O'Connor wins the mayor of Pittsburgh, flipping that seat. No. Was that a flip? Defeated incumbent. Not a flip. Remains in Democratic control. The mayor of Pittsburgh remains in Democratic control. Defeated his Republican opponent, Tony Moreno. So good news out of Pittsburgh. If anybody has any questions in the meantime, you can drop them in the chat. Go ahead and tag me in the chat if you want to ask any questions, and I'll make sure to take a look. Okay, I'm getting a lot of questions here. What's happening with Prop 50? What about California? Those polls close at 11 o'clock Pacific. So we are 4.5 hours away. So as soon as we have any update on that front, I will bring it to you. If y'all are interested, I'll stay here and we'll just live stream through the night. Okay. Let's see if we have any update in Cincinnati. The Democrat has won the mayor of Cincinnati race. His Republican opponent is J.D. Vance's half-brother, and he has been defeated. So that's official as well. The margin of victory is pretty... Oh my God, is this real? Hang on, let me confirm these numbers before I say them out loud. So far, J.D. Vance's half-brother is getting defeated by the Democratic candidate by an 80-20 margin. 80-20. That is so bad. It's so embarrassing. You're the brother of the Vice President of the United States. You're losing by 60 points. Brutal. Brutal. An 80-20 race. Okay. I made a mistake. It's not 11 o'clock Pacific. It's 11 o'clock Eastern that the polls close in California. So the polls are going to close in California in an hour and a half. I appreciate the flag from Chad in the chat. An hour and a half the polls close in California. Not 11 o'clock Pacific. It's 11 o'clock Eastern. That's good news for all of us. So let's talk about that race for a moment. That's going to be important because for two reasons. One, it allows California to redraw those maps. If you watch my channel, you know that I am almost singularly focused on redistricting right now. I have had interviews with the governors of Colorado, of Maryland, of California, of Illinois, of New Jersey now with Mikey Sherrill, of Virginia with Abigail Spanberger, and with Kathy Hochul in New York. I've spoken with almost every single governor we have. There are a couple of governors that won't respond to my emails because they know I'm going to ask about redistricting, but I promise you I will stay on their asses. But what this means is that in the seats where we have potential weapons to neutralize what's happening on the Republican side, meaning those redraws in Texas and Missouri and North Carolina and Ohio, now if this Prop 50 ballot measure passes, not only does that mean we neutralize 5 seats against what Texas did, but it also gives a permission structure for other Democratic governors across the country, Democratic state legislators across the country to see, hey, not only is this the morally right thing to do because we have to fight fire with fire and not unilaterally disarm, it's the politically popular thing to do too. So I'm looking in particular in California at what the margin is going to be. If we see 49 to 51 in a state like California, doesn't exactly bode well for the popularity of a prospective wave of other states going out and doing the same thing. Like if California, big blue liberal bastion, the big blue weapon that we have in this country, can't really have a bombshell blowout win, then there's not a lot of political cover for these other governors who live in states that are not quite as blue. But if we see a huge victory, if we see a 10-point margin or something like that out of California, or a 15-point margin or more out of California, that could give such a big permission structure to other governors and other state legislators to say, hey, not only, again, is it the right thing to do, morally speaking, it's the politically popular thing to do. And so I think that we're going to see a wave of other governors and state legislators see what happens in Prop 50 after tonight and basically use that as the starting point to say, okay, you know what? Now we can do it in Colorado. Now we can do it in New York. Now we can do it in New Jersey. Now we can continue this process in Virginia. I broke news this morning with Wes Moore that he is announcing a redistricting commission that would be in effect for 2026. So right now the lay of the land is this. Texas has redrawn their maps. They've gotten 5 seats. Missouri has added, I believe, 1 seat. North Carolina, I believe, has added 1 seat, but it might be 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ohio has added 2 seats. So that puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9 seats for Republicans, unless I'm wrong on the North Carolina thing. 6, 7, 8, 9. So it might be either 9 or 10. If somebody can let me know what the North Carolina situation is, that would be helpful. I'll keep an eye on the chat. Just let me know how many seats Republicans have been able to take North Carolina. Only added 1. Okay, so that's good news. That means we're looking at about 9 seats thus far flipped from blue to red because of redistricting. Now, if you look at what happens out of California, not only did they flip 5 seats, but they shored up a handful of seats as well. So we could be looking at, 9 seats in total because they shored up a lot of seats that were really close. So a lot of seats in California. We're looking at redrawn maps in Virginia. That could be 3 seats depending on how seriously they decide to redraw those maps in favor of the Democrats. We're also looking at Maryland would be 1 seat. Right now it's 7-1. It could be 8-0. And of course, that's to say nothing of the fact that New York will not count for the 2026 election cycle, but it would be redrawn for 2028. So another big weapon waiting in the wings for New York. I had a pretty contentious interview with Governor Jared Polis out of Colorado. He was not budging on redrawing the maps, but silver lining here is that he's term limited, and so he's out in 2026. I've begun interviewing the gubernatorial candidates in Colorado. I've already interviewed Phil Weiser, who's the current attorney general, and I'll also interview Michael Bennet, who is the U.S. senator for Colorado. So far, Phil Weiser has said that he is in favor of redrawing the maps and fighting fire with fire. I presume Michael Bennet will be in the same position. I'll find out from him. This needs to be a litmus test issue for any Democrat running in any race as we move forward. So I'm going to get both of them on record, and we'll have a better indication of where Colorado is going to be. And then, of course, I'll continue to try and get Oregon and Washington's governors to sit down with interviews right now so that I can figure out where they stand as well. So that's where we're at on the redistricting fight. I think it's good that Democrats are recognizing the urgency of this moment and kind of surrendering this archaic idea that we need to just practice good governance even while Republicans are running roughshod over our democracy. Let's see where we're at, if we have any news right now. It looks like all of the networks have thus far called the New Jersey race for Mikey Sherrill, so that's good news. Okay, so let's talk about Dave Wasserman put a tweet up, and he basically had a bunch of House districts. Let's see if I can get this to you. Yep. So in just a moment, I'm going to put a tweet up on the screen from Dave Wasserman that I think is going to be very telling here. It's all good. Let's nix it. Okay. So Dave Wasserman had a tweet where he discussed what would put us in tsunami territory. There are a few districts. There are a few districts. I've written them down. They're right here. Just the house numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 districts that if Democrats can flip, that means that these are districts that Donald Trump won by 5 to 10 points in 2024. I'm going to see if we've flipped any of those districts right now. So, and this will be a good indication of whether we are in tsunami territory as explained by Dave Wasserman. So 34, that jury's out on that one. Jury's out on that one. Let's see, 49. No call on that one. 74. No call on that one. 83. No call on that one. And 100. Okay. So they've called none of those races that would dictate tsunami territory. Now I'm going to go back and see who's leading in those races. In House District 34, the Republican is leading by 1 point. In House District 40, the Republican is leading by 6. In House District 49, the Democrat is leading by 1 point. In House District 52, the Democrat is leading by half a point. In House District 74, the Republican is leading by 6. In House District 83, the Republican's leading by 8. In House District 100, the Republicans leading by 10. So we have a couple of districts in there that the Democrat is actually leading in districts that would be considered tsunami territory for Democrats. So just something to keep in the back of your minds as we wait for the House of Delegate races to continue to get called in Virginia. I'll go back to answering some questions now, as we wait for the vote totals to continue to tick up for Zoran Mamdani, leading by 155,000 votes. Even if Curtis Sliwa gave all of his votes to Andrew Cuomo, that still wouldn't be enough to overcome the lead that Zoran Mamdani has in New York right now. I'm also keeping a close eye on the Cincinnati mayoral race, where J.D. Vance's half-brother is currently 60 points down against the Democratic candidate. So I guess being related to J.D. Vance doesn't really confer many benefits. Let's see, do we have another flip in the Virginia House of Delegates? Yep. 10 flips so far in the Virginia House of Delegates. House District 41 flips from red to blue. 10 flips so far in the VA House of Delegates. I believe we have some Pennsylvania results here. So let's see. State Superior Court? No, this is old. Scratch that. Let's go back to New York City mayoral race. Ten flips so far in the Virginia House of Delegates. So there has only been good news thus far.
Did you get the join link? The meets link?
No.
Just check your email again.
We have more than 3/4 of the votes in New York right now in the mayoral election. Zoran now leading Andrew Cuomo by almost 200,000 votes. That will effectively signal the end of Andrew Cuomo's political career. I should note too that New York had a conservative court for a long time because of the judges that were put on by Andrew Cuomo. In fact, there was a faction of Democrats, or I think they were Hasidics, that were called the IDC. They were a caucus of people that were Democrats but caucused with Republicans, effectively allowing Republicans to retain control in New York. So Andrew Cuomo was in large part responsible for a lot of these defections and allowed Republicans to retain control, even though New York was and always had been a true blue Democratic state. For those who are just tuning in, think about what we've seen thus far. Do we have any news out of Georgia right now? Just making sure I'm not missing any other results. No, it looks like we're okay. Is Mikey Sherrill speaking?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. All right, so let me just do a quick rundown of where we're at right now. We're looking at Democratic wins in New Jersey's governor contest, Democratic wins in Virginia's governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general, with 10 flips so far in the Virginia House of Delegates. We're looking at Democrat Zohran Mamdani winning the New York City mayoral race, defeating Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. We're looking at Democrats retaining a 5-2 majority on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. We're looking at Democrats winning 2 statewide elections in Georgia, the first time that Democrats have won statewide in non-federal elections in like 25 years. And of course, we are waiting on the results in Prop 50 in California. Those polls close in about an hour and 13 minutes at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern. And one little tidbit of good news is that J.D. Vance's half-brother, Corey Bowman, is running for mayor of Cincinnati. He is currently losing, with 41% of the vote in, currently losing 80-20. It's a 60-point margin in Cincinnati. Brutal. Apparently being J.D. Vance's family does not help you. It can only hurt you. So that's the run of what we're looking at right now. All very good news. For those who are watching who haven't yet subscribed to this channel, if you'd like to support my work, if you'd like to support this live stream, and to continue tuning in here, we will have another guest coming on soon. And please subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything to do so, but it's a great way to support my work. I'm not sure what's happened. I'm getting a comment to ask what happened in Florida, but I'm not sure what's happening in Florida right now. So I'm getting asked the question, where does Pennsylvania sit on the redistricting idea? Right now, Pennsylvania has split control of their state legislature, so they are not going to be able to redraw their maps, certainly not for 2026, unless Democrats can retake control of the state legislature, both houses in the state legislature. Let's head over to the gubernatorial races. I want to see the margin right now in Virginia. It looks like Democrat Abigail Spanberger is leading by about 13 points. Pretty sizable lead for Abigail Spanberger. Let's head over to New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill leading by, this is the part where I have to do math. It never works out. 13.5 points, 13.6 points. Certainly overperforming Kamala Harris's margin in 2024. You can see that right here on this screen as well. Kamala Harris only eked out a victory over Trump by 6 points. So far exceeding that margin is Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. And, interestingly, it was enough of a lead in Virginia to drag Jay Jones over the finish line, where he is leading with 81% reporting, leading by 4 points. And that was a race that I thought was going to be the closest of the evening, and that's a 4-point lead. So if he's leading by 4 points, it's a good testament to the overall night that we're having right now. Let's go back over to the New York City mayoral race to see how that's performing. Almost 80% of the vote in. Zohran Mamdani leading Andrew Cuomo by Almost 200,000 votes here. Huge, huge margin, leading by almost 10 points, which is to say, was not close. I'm very curious about one particular district in one county in New Jersey. So let's go to New Jersey's gubernatorial election right here. Let's see, where is Middlesex County? There we go. Look at that. A full 10-point overperformance. Middlesex includes towns like Edison, New Jersey, which has a very large South Asian population, a very large Indian population, Southeast Asian population. And I'm very curious to see how these Democratic candidates performed with minority voters, especially relative to 2024. And so in the coming days, I'll be doing a lot of coverage on how voters of color turned out, on how men turned out, on how young people turned out, on how Latino voters turned out. So if you'd like to stay on top of that analysis as it continues to come in, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. Again, completely free to do so, but it's a great way to support my work. Okay. Okay, I believe we have our guest here, the founder of Decision Desk. Brandon, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Brian, can you hear me?
I can. Thanks so much for joining. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got dragged into a room while I'm working on obviously doing the tabulation stuff that we do. And then someone's like, hey, you want to jump on a podcast for a couple minutes? And I was like, sure.
Well, we're glad to have you. We've got about 25,000 viewers watching right now. And of course, they've been watching throughout the entirety of the night, the Decision Desk instant returns. Want to ask first and foremost, top lines, what are your thoughts on the results that we've seen thus far?
You know, I've got kind of a longer view on elections. A lot of people like to say, well, this is the year, or this is the race, or this is the moment that finally things turn for one party or another. My long view has been that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party have kind of traded places in terms of their frequency of voters. So going back to 2010, 2014, midterm elections that were very, very good for the Republican Party. Republicans at the time were winning suburban Americans. They were winning voters with college degrees. These are voters who just naturally vote in almost every election, be it a special election, be it a midterm election. And then the Democratic Party had a real problem with getting its lower propensity voters to show up, which is part of the reason why you saw voter turnout just collapse in 2014. So the lowest turnout elections for a midterm since I think the 1930s. But then as we kind of saw this partisan shift in terms of those voters into each camp, right, you've had a trade-off. If you look back at 2020 and the polling miss for 2020, it's best explained by the fact that people calibrated based on what they saw in the midterm elections and that sort of thing in the previous 2 years. But that was a higher turnout election for people who are more motivated to vote, your more frequent voters, which has moved into the Democratic Party, whereas Republican voters are less frequent, less, you have your typical Republican voters who vote in every election, but you had a huge number of voters who did not vote in midterms, did not vote in specials, and then they just voted for Donald Trump for president of the United States. They had no problem turning out and voting for him. It's the inversion of the effect we saw with a lot of voters for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, not showing up in 2010, 2014. And I think that the Republicans have to figure out a way to deal with this problem for themselves going into a midterm election. How do they get their low propensity voters to actually show up instead of just every 4 years for president now? And for the Democrats, while they're going to be very excited about the results they got tonight, like if you were a Democrat, you should be delighted about what happened in Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Georgia. All the signs are there for you to have a really great night. But there's the warning I would give for Democrats who get very excited about this and then start reading the tea leaves too much. They'll have a decent midterm if this held in with this pattern of high propensity voters voting Democratic, voting blue. They'll have a decent midterm next year, and they will get a undue confidence going into 2028 because they'll be like, we've got this. We had a great 2025. 2026 was fantastic. We're winning all these special elections. All our voters are showing up. And then you could have the same scenario play out in 2028 where you have these millions upon millions of voters who had no interest, frankly, in voting for an off-year governor's race or for the state election board or for Supreme Court in a state, but they're going to vote for president. And I think that's kind of the challenge for both parties right now is for the Democrats, okay, what worked for them this cycle? What ad targeting, what methods of turnout worked for them well in New Jersey and in Virginia? Apply that to their races in 2026, but don't get cocky going into 2028. For the Republicans, it's the opposite problem. Getting these voters to actually show up in these races, saving some of their seats, even with redistricting that will be happening between now and November, you have to motivate your voters. You have to get your voters to actually show up and commit. And that's always been a challenge. Whichever party ends up with the bucket of the lower propensity voters, it's great for them in presidential years. It's not so great for them in off cycles, and that's been historically true. If you go back to the 70s and the 80s, Republicans had a really great time with presidential elections for the most part. Didn't do so hot in midterms. Didn't do so hot in a lot of these local elections, special Senate elections. They just didn't vote as frequently, or their voters didn't vote as frequently in a lot of these off-cycle or off-kilter races. So you're kind of seeing the ebb and flow of that, and I think that plays more into an effect of this than a lot of other things. I think that it's great for the Democrats right now. It's bad for the Republicans right now because those are the next few races that are coming up, right? You got these major midterm elections. You have the control of the Senate, control of the House, governorships. But then you have 2028 looming over the horizon as well.
You know, I think I can speak for a lot of Democrats in saying the one thing that we won't do heading into 2028 is be overconfident. I think we have far and away learned our lesson from the last election cycle. So I think in terms of going in too confident, at least, notwithstanding the results that we're seeing tonight, there will be something of a bulwark against that. Is there anything that we're seeing right now that serves as good news for Republicans, or would you consider this a wash for Democrats? And as kind of an addition to that question, what would be the very succinct way of describing this? Are we looking at a good Democratic performance? Are we looking at a blue wave for Democrats? Are we in tsunami territory? How would you classify what we're seeing?
I would
tonight?
say this is a blue wave for them tonight. They swept New Jersey. They swept all three races in Virginia. They did great in Georgia, great in Pennsylvania. They're almost certainly at this point, like, look, polls have not closed in California, but if the polling is accurate, they're going to have a good night with that ballot proposition. So they should be very happy with the result. We're still tabulating things, and there's still outstanding races in the House of Delegates in Virginia. There's more seats that could flip. So for them, I would say if you were a Democrat, if you were a donor, if you were a volunteer, you're probably feeling really, really good about what you've seen tonight. If you're a Republican, you're kind of dealing with reality, which is, again, this is the trade-off. If you win those lower propensity voters, it leads to some great victories for you in presidential elections and high turnout elections. But in anything less than that, everything becomes a nail biter for you if it's a reasonably competitive state. And even in states that are, quote, safe for you, or territories that are safe, it could be less comfortable than you'd want it to be.
In terms of the margin for the California Prop 50 vote, is there anything that we know in advance? I know that we're going to be waiting as long as 7 days to get the full results from California, but as far as the early vote is concerned, as far as the mail-in votes are concerned, do we have any indication of whether we're looking at a nail-biter in California, in terms of whether we're looking at a 10-point margin in California, larger than a 10-point margin in California?
Well, we have the early vote data that's been amassed and released, and from the early vote data, from the figures that I've seen, the figures that are publicly known, The Democrats, the majority of early vote, an outright majority of early vote, were cast by Democrats, by registered Democrats. So right there, unless you have a number of Democrats who don't want to pass the maps, with the early vote, they should be ahead with that section of the vote. Who knows at election day, but election day is proportionally very small in California. That said, who knows on Independence break? We can make some educated guesses based on recent elections, based on the polling that we've seen, that we should anticipate them probably to be favored in this. I have to be careful, of course, because again, polls have not closed. It's not closed. Polls are still open for another hour. So it's all just conjecture right now. We are waiting for the first tallies to drop shortly after 11 p.m. I think a tell, if you want to look at things and see where things are, I think an area to see the disproportion in terms of voter turnout and voter interest in this election and how well the Democrats are going to do and how well the yes side is going to do is I'll look at the Inland Empire. Because the Inland Empire shifted very, very heavily Republican in 2024. But this is also a test of my theory about the lower propensity voters. A large section of that shift came from areas like San Bernardino, Rialto, Redlands, your parts of Yorba Linda, this kind of section that stretches just north of Riverside going into and out of San Bernardino and around through and up to the Cohen Pass. And these voters shifted considerably to the right, but also they showed up and voted. And they don't vote as frequently in those areas. They're not high propensity voters in usual off-cycle elections. So if they fail to show, it should be obviously a bluer county. If they show up and it's even bluer, then that's a whole other story. I think those would be the counties that I would watch with the biggest interest, because those are the counties we saw that had the hugest shift. Those two plus Imperial in the interior down, to the east of San Diego County. I would watch those, see how those votes drop, how the early votes come in, the mail-in votes are rolling in. And not to correct you, but I would anticipate the vote count to continue well beyond a week. It is California, after all. They don't certify till December. I would know. I have to wait till the week before Christmas to watch some of this stuff finish. So, it's a long slog.
Well, I appreciate your time, and thank you for the work that you and the team are doing at Decision Desk HQ. Brandon Finnegan, I appreciate it. Have a great night.
Absolutely. Have a great night too, sir. Take care.
Okay, so we're going to go over to Mikey Sherrill, who is right now speaking in New Jersey. Let's see, we might have a little audio issue. Go to the... Go. Mute me.
But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more.
Okay, we should be good to go on the audio front.
And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families, to my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family, who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games, all to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason. Through 4 kids, 2 dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments, you have been a truly amazing partner. So thank you to everyone who's joined me in fighting for a better future. I know these are tough times. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'm working for everyone. Every single one of you. When we all do better, we all do better. So tomorrow begins a new day. And at each new day in New Jersey, the sun rises over the Statue of Liberty, a daily reminder of her promise. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. She declares that her lamp lights the path to the golden door. That golden door is New Jersey. It always has been. And that expectation is well deserved, especially after this election, where we chose, we're going to follow Lady Liberty's beacon. We're not going to give in to our darker impulses. Here in New Jersey, We know that this nation has not ever been, nor will it ever be, ruled by kings. We take oaths to a constitution, not a king. We've chosen liberty, the very foundation of democracy, and we've chosen prosperity necessary to create opportunity for all. So, New Jersey, to quote the boss, the future is now. Roll up your sleeves, let your passion flow. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting. Thank you, New Jersey.
That's Mikey Sherrill's victory party in New Jersey. All right, let's move back to the results here and see how things are looking. Zoran Mamdani has now officially surpassed 1 million votes in New York, with 85% of the vote in. So that is good news on the Mamdani front in New York. That adds to a long list of Democrats, all of whom have overperformed tonight. Just to give a quick lay of the land so that you all see where we're at as of 10 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. We have taken the gubernatorial races in Virginia and New Jersey, lieutenant governor and attorney general, also in Virginia. We've flipped 10 seats so far in the Virginia House of Delegates. 10 seats and counting flipped in the Virginia House of Delegates. Have retained control, 5-2 control of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Flipped 2 statewide races in Georgia, and of course won the mayor's race in New York City. So across the board, Democrats have not just overperformed but swept. I spoke to the founder of Decision Desk HQ, and those are the live results that we're getting right now are DDHQ results. Spoke to the founder of Decision Desk HQ, and he confirmed tonight is a blue wave. We are in blue wave territory. I'm keeping an eye on a few Virginia House races beyond the 10 that we've flipped so far, because there are a few races that if we're able to flip darker red races in the Virginia House of Delegates, then we're in tsunami territory. And that's those are the words not from me, but of Dave Wasserman. So if you can trust anybody in this space, it's Dave Wasserman. He gave a list of about 7 races that would indicate that we are in tsunami territory. So I'm keeping an eye on those races. So far, none of them have been called, but we'll get a pretty good indication in the coming hour here, I presume. And of course, now we are 45 minutes away from the polls from the polls closing in California. We have Prop 50 on the ballot. That is the final major race that we're waiting for in the country after Democrat wins in Virginia, in New York, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey. And of course, I would be remiss not to point out the fact that J.D. Vance's half-brother is running for mayor of Cincinnati. He is currently losing 78-21. That is so embarrassing. Not just for J.D. Vance's brother, but for J.D. Vance. Imagine having so little juice that you are related to the guy on the ballot, and it buys you nothing, and you lose by almost 60 points in your mayoral race. No juice. J.D. Vance brings no juice to the table. Donald Trump has responded to the blue wave that we're sitting through right now. He said, quote, Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down were the two reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight, according to pollsters. That's what he said. Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down. Well, two things to say on that. One, Trump will never be on the ballot again, because that's what happens when you are a two-term president. You're never going to be on the ballot. So if the excuse here is that, oh, it's just that Trump wasn't on the ballot, hey man, doesn't look like Republicans are able to hold their own when even they are running as a referendum on your presidency or your influence on the party. And the second, shutdown, well, whose fault is that? Who has full control of government right now? Who runs the House, the Senate, and the White House? That would be Republicans. And all Republicans have to do if they want to end this shutdown is to meet with Democrats and extend the ACA subsidies so that healthcare premiums don't double, triple, or quadruple. Pretty easy stuff. But right now, the Republicans are at fault in this shutdown because they refuse to meet with the Democrats. They refuse to extend your healthcare subsidies. Democrats are the only ones standing between your healthcare costs surging in 2026 and staying exactly where they are. If it wasn't for Democrats holding the line here and using what little leverage they have from the minority, your healthcare costs would be 5 times more expensive than they are right now. So just something to keep in mind when Donald Trump blames the fact that he's not on the ballot, he'll never be on the ballot, and blames the fact that there's a shutdown when his party is in control of the shutdown. So the usual whining and complaining at the hands of Donald Trump as it relates to this brutal blue wave where Democrats have won in Virginia, in New Jersey, in New York, in Georgia, in Cincinnati, in New York City, and of course, not even 45 minutes from now, we will have the polls close in my state of California. In terms of other flips that we should be looking forward to tonight, I'm keeping an eye on a bunch of races in Virginia. We haven't had some of the bigger, like Republican R5 plus 10, R plus 5 to R plus 10 seats. These are seats that if Republicans lose, these are pretty comfortably Republican seats. If they lose, then Dave Wasserman has called that tsunami territory for the Democrats. So I'll continue to keep an eye on what's happening in Virginia, and as soon as we have any updates on flipped seats out of the Virginia House of Delegates, I'll let you know. But right now, we're looking at about 10 or 11 flipped seats thus far. Barack Obama has come out and issued a statement. Congratulations to all the Democratic candidates who won tonight. It's a reminder that when we come together and around strong, forward-looking leaders who care about the issues that matter, we can win. We've still got plenty of work to do, but the future looks a little bit brighter. I don't think I've heard the words "the future looks a little bit brighter" or any variation of that theme in a full-blown year. I think that's the first time I have heard or felt any indication of exactly that. So let's talk about what lessons Democrats can learn from this as we wait more and more and more good news out of all of these states, Virginia, California. The through line between all of these Democratic candidates was that they focused on affordability. Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey had an affordability agenda. Abigail Spanberger ran so heavily on affordability that in a state where exit polls showed that the economy and affordability was the number one issue, Abigail Spanberger won those voters by a 20-point margin over Earl Sales. And then, of course, Zohran Mamdani, laser focused on affordability. In fact, I asked him for his response in an interview that we did yesterday. I asked him for his response to the fact that Trump came out and, like, doing what he does, tried to, like, get under Zohran's skin and said, "Oh, I'm a better looking guy than Zohran, aren't I?" And so I asked Zohran for his response to that, and I did apologize for degrading the level of discourse, but that notwithstanding, he said, if Donald Trump wants to call me about bringing down grocery prices or making America more affordable for people, I'm all ears. That was his response. Didn't get in the mud, didn't meet him on his level, laser focused on affordability. So we saw that from candidates across the political spectrum. Zohran is obviously much more progressive. Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger, much more moderate. The through line between all of these candidates, all of whom overperformed, was their relentless focus on affordability and the economy. And we have seen the extent to which Donald Trump and Republicans have surrendered the lead that they initially had on the economy. The reality is that you don't get to be a Republican candidate today in 2025 when Republicans have full control of the House and the Senate and the White House and be able to say, hey, trust us on the economy, even though everything is more expensive, housing is more expensive, rent is more expensive, groceries are more expensive, even though the jobs boom that was promised doesn't exist, even though the manufacturing renaissance does not exist, and manufacturing jobs are absolutely anemic in this country, even though inflation's rising, wages are flat. So you cannot point to this economy, if you're a Republican, where you have no Democrats to blame. You've got control everywhere. You don't get to blame the Democrats who control the House and they're serving as a bulwark to your agenda. None of that. Republicans are in full control. So they own everything that's happening to them right now. So they don't get to come out and say, we're the party that you should trust on affordability, on the economy, on inflation, whatever it may be, because right now they're proving by virtue of how they are governing that they can't win on those issues, that there's nothing to trust them on those issues. They said it during the campaign. Everybody believed them. They turn around, they get into office, and what are they focused on? I don't know, building Donald Trump a $350 million ballroom, buying Kristi Noem $172 million worth of Gulfstream jets, retrofitting a Qatari jet to the tune of $1 billion paid for by American taxpayers, adorning the Oval Office in more and more and more gold leafing, remarbling the Lincoln bathroom, and posting not one, not two, not three or four or five, but 7 posts on Truth Social about it with, I shit you not, 25 photos of the marbled bathroom. And then, of course, the cherry on top is the fact that Donald Trump hosted a Gatsby-themed party. As if it wasn't already obvious enough, he had to basically beat you over the head with the reality of what's happening right now, which is that he is focused on surrounding himself with opulence and gold and wealth, and is not focused on any of the people who he exploited for their votes in the lead up to the 2024 election. Remember, he promised he was so focused on being a populist champion that he was talking about the price of individual eggs. That's how granular he got. He wanted to talk about the price of eggs because he got you. He understood you. He was the candidate who understood the struggles of the regular working man. Now, where is he now? He's watching his ballroom being built that nobody's going to get to enjoy. Nobody in this country is going to get to enjoy. Watching his American taxpayers pay for his Qatari jet that no one's going to ride on. Watching his own net worth double that no one derives any benefit from. Giving drone contracts to Don Jr.'s company from the Pentagon. Threatening to take $230 million from the DOJ. Just paying himself out of the U.S. Treasury. $230 million fucking dollars. Just giving himself a payment, a cool $250 million of taxpayer money because he thinks he's deserved it. He thinks he's entitled to it because he suffered the indignity of being indicted at the hands of the DOJ for something he did. He blocked certification of the election. He stole classified documents. And now he's bitching and complaining about the fact that he was held accountable for his own actions. And the Republican Party is the party of personal responsibility. Don't forget that. But these results are a referendum on exactly that. So when you see Zoran Mamdani with over 1 million votes right now, almost 200,000 votes ahead of Andrew Cuomo, who today got the endorsement of Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. When you see other races, like the ones that we've seen thus far, Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, leading Jack Ciattarelli by 13 points. Abigail Spanberger leading Earl Sears by 14 points. And you're wondering what that's a referendum on? It's a referendum on Trump. So when this guy comes out and tweets like he did and says, Trump wasn't on the ballot and shutdown were 2 reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight. No, dude, this is a referendum on you. You were on the ballot. This is a referendum on Trump. It's a referendum on the sitting president of the United States. That's how it works. Midterms are a referendum on the party in power, and the party in power is Trump. None of these other Republicans are a check on Trump. The whole party is just an appendage of Donald Trump himself. So when Republicans lose and Trump tries to diffuse responsibility, give me a fucking break. This is a referendum on him and him alone. If there were any Republicans who dared distance themselves from Trump, I'd love to see them. So when Trump says that he wasn't on the ballot, show me a Republican who's created enough distance that it feels like this Republican Party is anything but an appendage of that one guy. Doesn't exist. And then, of course, the shutdown, direct result of this Republican Party as well. There's no Republicans who've ceded any power to Democrats. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If the government shut down, it's the fault of the party in power. They control the whole ass government. So if they're looking for the people responsible, might I suggest a mirror? We are 30 minutes away from the polls closing in California for Prop 50. As soon as those polls close, I presume that we'll get an answer pretty quickly on that ballot measure passing. Right now we have no reporting because it's only 7:30 Pacific. But 30 minutes from now, 8 o'clock p.m. Pacific, polls close, and we'll be able to see those results. I would not be surprised if it doesn't take long at all for the results to come in. Wow, we have a big upset in New Jersey. In the 21st General Assembly District, Democrats Andrew McCurdy and Vinnie Carney have defeated Republican Assemblywomen Nancy Munoz and Michelle Matsakudis. So some good news out of the 21st Assembly District. There are 2 Republicans that have just gotten defeated by 2 Democrats. She is a long-standing, by the way, Nancy Munoz, a long-standing moderate in the state of New Jersey, has been able to survive New Jersey elections for a long time, wasn't able to survive the wave ushered in by Mikey Sherrill. Mary Sheffield, the first woman elected mayor of Detroit. That's just been announced as well. Big news out of Michigan. And confirmed by Decision Desk 2 minutes ago. Mary Sheffield wins Detroit mayor election. First woman to lead New York. Let's get to some questions now. If you have any questions, you can go ahead and throw them in the chat. Make sure to tag my name so I can see them. By the way, for those who are watching right now, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel and you'd like to support my work or this stream or tune into other streams like this or check out my breaking news videos or interviews, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. That is the best way to support my work, and it is 100% free. I'm going to throw on Zoran Mamdani's vote share right now, 85% reporting out of New York City. Okay, I'm getting the question, what is Prop 50? Prop 50 temporarily suspends the Independent Redistricting Commission in California and puts a new map in front of the voters. So right now the voters are voting on whether to temporarily suspend the Independent Redistricting Commission and put in place for the next few cycles a different map that is more favorable to Democrats, flips 5 seats from red to blue, and shores up, I believe, 4 other seats. So a very favorable map for Democrats. And that's what California voters are voting on this evening. Will I be doing Piers Morgan soon to go over the blue wave? I presume I will be. Now we have to wait for Piers to call me, but when he does, I always try to go on. I always try to go on shows that have more of a right-leaning audience. I'm very often on Piers Morgan's show. I'm very often on News Nation. I try to get to those audiences because I think it's going to be more helpful, and I think that that's where I can be helpful in the broader ecosystem. Is Jon Ossoff winning? Jon Ossoff is not on the ballot tonight. Tonight we have the New York City mayoral race, the New Jersey governor race, the Virginia governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general, along with the entire House of Delegates, and the New York City mayor race. We have 2 statewide elections. I believe it's like Public Services Commission in Georgia, District 2 and 3, Cincinnati mayor, Detroit mayor, and Prop 50 in California. Pennsylvania, also, big win in Pennsylvania. Democrats retain their 5-2 majority on the state Supreme Court. And, of course, on the issue of a couple of ballot measures in Maine, it looks like the Republican positions are far and away underperforming. So as far as Maine is concerned, there is a Republican measure to increase voting restrictions, like requiring photo ID, tightening rules on absentee voting, ballot drop box use. That failed. It lost 62-38. So that's some good news out of Maine. Another question, increased gun restrictions. And allowed people to participate in a process that requests extreme risk protection orders against individuals who are believed to be dangerous and prohibit those individuals from possessing firearms or other weapons. That passed 61-40. So both pieces of good news out in Maine. I mean, really, there is not a single position that I've seen thus far where Democrats have not far overperformed the positions that they're advocating for, whether it's in Maine, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Detroit, Cincinnati, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, and hopefully we'll get a good response out of California, and we can just call it a night with one of the biggest, most successful sweeps that I've seen. So a hugely successful evening so far. Does this make me optimistic for next year? Look, it's hard not to look at this and have optimism, right? Like if it's binary and I am deciding whether the results here bode well for 2026, it's clear that there are a few lessons that we can learn from tonight. One, if this is a referendum on Donald Trump and the Republican Party, and they only know how to double down, then I think that bodes well for 2026. Two, I think Democrats ran on the right message this year, which was largely affordability. Mikey Sherrill had an affordability agenda. Abigail Spanberger not only won people who are focused on the economy and affordability by 20%, by 20 points, that was the number one issue in the entire race. So that was the number one issue. She won that issue. Voters who cared about that issue by an overwhelming margin. So that's Abigail Spanberger, that's Mikey Sherrill, and of course Zohran Mamdani was laser focused on affordability as well. So this is not necessarily a question of progressive versus moderate, liberal versus centrist. Like it's not about that. It's about meeting people where they are and recognizing the issues that impact them. And I think that we have seen from candidates who are more moderate, like Sherrill and Spanberger, and candidates who are much more progressive, like Zohran Mamdani, that if your through line here is that you are willing to meet those people where they are and focus on the issues that impact them financially, then that is clearly a recipe for success. And not only that, it's a recipe that Republicans largely cannot replicate, because you can't be a Republican and have full control of government right now, full control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, where people are still struggling financially, where wages are still flat, where inflation is still rising, where jobs are still not being added, where manufacturing is not existent is completely anemic, where costs are going up on everything as the direct result of Trump's trade war, and no Republicans dared say an ill word about that, you can't be a Republican and run on the issue of the economy or affordability when you are right now presiding over an economy that is not working for too many people, that's gotten worse since you all took power. Gotten worse. So not only do you have no leg to stand on, but people just don't trust you anymore when it comes to the issue of the economy. And so that's created a huge opening for Democrats to walk right through. And that's what we've seen from candidates ranging from Abigail Spanberger to Mikey Sherrill to Zoran Mamdani. And that's why we're seeing this massive overperformance this evening in states across the country. Purple states like Virginia and Pennsylvania. Blue states like New Jersey. Red states like Georgia. And of course, hopefully we have some good news out of California in about 20 minutes from now.
In Democratic Party circles right now, with those two victories in the race for the governorship in Virginia and in New Jersey, and obviously here, the victory for Zoran Mamdani. Those are three very high-profile Democratic wins tonight here. Of course, for Zoran Mamdani, it's not a surprise that a Democrat wins in New York City. But
The Texas bail proposition also won.
it is certainly a surprise, and something also that, of course, brought the ire of President Donald Trump. The White House has already commented on this victory by Zoran Mamdani with a meme
That requires judges to deny bail to certain individuals accused of certain violent or sexual felony offenses, provided the court finds that the accused is a danger to others or is unlikely to willingly return to court. So some news out of Texas.
very soon indeed, and we will, of course, bring that speech to you live as well.
Thank you, Philip. We really appreciate those updates from Mamdani's headquarters. And I want
Let's go back to the New York City mayoral race and see what that is looking like right now. We're at 85% reporting.
how supporters of his might be feeling. You mentioned his performance tonight as an independent candidate after losing the Democratic primary. But what do we expect to see or hear from him tonight?
Well, what you'd expect to hear, logically, would be a concession speech from the former governor of New York. That has not happened yet. You can see in the images, obviously, that Andrew Cuomo's election night party is not exactly a very festive affair, because at the end of the day, he will have lost twice to Zoran Mamdani. First of all in June in the Democratic Party primary, and then tonight again in the race for mayor of New York City. We don't yet know what exactly the difference will be, the percentage difference between the two candidates, but it looks like this is going to be a pretty handsome victory indeed for Zoran Mamdani. And I think that most likely is going to be chalked up as, well, an embarrassment for the former governor of New York, who of course has a lot of...
Let's get back to questions here.
Who has a long history in New York state politics, the type of history that Zoran Mamdani obviously does not have. We should also mention at this point that there was, of course, a candidate for the Republican Party, Curtis Lewa, who has run for...
Let's see. I'm getting the question. Any word on Chester County in Pennsylvania? Polls stayed open until 10 because all independents were left from the voter rolls. So let's see if we can find any information from Chester County, Pennsylvania. Actually, you know what? Pennsylvania is not on our election returns. I won't be able to see Pennsylvania on the decision desk results. So unfortunately, I won't be able to look into that one. I apologize about that.
Zoran Mamdani, 34 years old, a new generation within the Democratic Party, and maybe the older guard represented here by the likes of Andrew Cuomo. We expect both of them to speak. We haven't heard from either yet. Zoran Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo, both of them will be giving their speeches, most likely within the next hour.
Thanks again, Philip. We will continue to keep images up from both campaign evening events. On your screen, you see Mamdani's campaign rally, and below that, Cuomo, where we do see the candidate taking the stage. We can bring you those comments. We also have live images with which we'll be leaving you, coming in from Minneapolis, which is electing a mayor tonight, as well as Detroit, where vote counting is occurring. But for now, let's listen in to former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who has lost the New York
Okay,
City mayoral.
we're going to have a guest. I'm just trying to Let me figure this out here.
I love you too. I love you too. Let me acknowledge part of my special campaign team. We have
Give me just one quick second. I'm trying to
the new son-in-law, husband
get
of
sources for
Mariah.
you.
We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela. I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive. And that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room.
All right, let's see if I can get this going here.
Great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots. And I am proud.
I may or may not be running this stream alone at this point at 7:45 Pacific time, so fingers crossed we can make this work.
Was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact
All right.
that their first allegiance is
Moments away from having a guest join us here.
$2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line.
I'm getting the question right now, have I taken a break? You should. It's going to be a tough year and we can't afford to lose your energy. Pace yourself. I think that ship has sailed. I think the burnout ship has sailed a long time ago, but I appreciate it.
Got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977.
Okay. Let's see if we can get this done here.
To note that almost half of New Yorkers did
Hold on.
not vote to
Not yet.
support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity.
I'll tell you when you're on.
We have no tolerance for
They're watching me try to screw around with this thing as I try to figure out. I need you guys to get a little bit closer.
and we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength
Okay, one more time. I need both of you to get way closer here. And let's... All right, so we are joined now by John Favreau and Tommy Vitor of Pod Save America fame. Thank you guys for joining here.
This is the Antifa meeting, right?
This is the Antifa meeting.
Stephen
Welcome.
Miller.
We're happy to have you. Stephen Miller will be here just momentarily. He actually just stepped out.
Oh, good. How's it going?
All right, everybody in the chat, let me know real quick if you can hear everything okay. Looks like I might have an echo.
Good.
Okay, all fixed.
Sweet.
All good? Thumbs up? Okay.
Thumbs up.
So what are you guys thinking?
I
How you feeling?
Pretty good, man.
Feels pretty good. This feels better than other election nights, huh?
Yeah, I seem to remember one like 1 year ago today, and then having to stare at 100,000 people in a live chat and not trying to jump off my roof. So
yeah, you really don't learn your lessons about live streams on election nights, do you?
Yeah. No, I'm a masochist. That's why we do what we do. All right, so good results. Like what races surprised you? What was the thing that I guess brought you the most joy this evening?
Just like watching the margins pile up, because it's just, I think that all of the results, or most of the results, were expected, but this is just like complete domination up and down the ballot. There's the margins in Virginia and Jersey, and the Virginia House too, the Virginia Assembly, is just like, it's wild.
Yeah, and like all the chatter about New Jersey was that it was closer than expected. People were getting worried. You know, we all were hearing the same rumors and seeing the same polling, and then for it just to be a blowout is pretty great. I mean, she's up 13 right now, I think 12 maybe.
Yeah. Great night for Bill Ackman.
Great night for Bill Ackman. Great night for long tweets. Great night for really whiny, insufferable billionaires.
I mean, like, there are so many tweets that I just cannot wait to see absolutely get shit on over the next 24 to 48 hours.
And that's
Bill
what it's all
Ackman.
about.
What was Bill Ackman's
It's all about? Can you find the tweets that need dunking on?
Turn your priors. Dunk on your enemies. No, tonight is about unity, Brian. Tonight is about abundance bros and anti-oligarchy cranks coming together, okay? It's neolib shills and DSA dorks.
We're living out
unity. Tonight we are all nice to Will Stansel. Tonight we are one. We are one. One Democratic Party.
Slowly just losing everybody in the audience with his terminal onlineness.
Congrats, everyone. Flipped a couple statewide races in Georgia, Public Service Commission.
Also, we flipped, I think, somewhere between 10 and 12 House of Delegate seats in Virginia, and those 13, are still continuing.
13.
We're at 13 right now.
64. They have 64 seats right now. 13 flips.
Feels like 2018.
So we'll just keep, and then of course California. Like we still have that. That's 10 minutes from now. The polls are going to close right here in California, and depending on what that margin is, we're going to have like 10 days of counting the ballots because that's how we do here in California. But like
at least
this will give a ton of
going to be attributable to you. Right?
Yeah,
so that's kind of cool.
To Brian's fraud.
It's the BTC bump. The margin in Prop 50.
Yeah, that's right. I will gladly take full responsibility when we win by 20 points for the California map redraw.
It's a big deal though. Like when Gavin Newsom first floated this idea, like I thought it would probably win, but it felt like a fight, and some of the early polling was kind of polling the wrong questions, so people were pretty skeptical.
Yeah.
And then not only did Gavin Newsom like put up a hell of a fight and raised a lot of money, that like sincerely thanks to you, Brian, like you raised like $1 million on a live stream for Prop 50, which is a huge deal. And thanks to your audience for giving. But Trump like was a dead weight around all of these candidates and then just gave up. Like he could have raised money for Prop 50 to run ads, but he didn't. And they just ran out of cash. They stopped running ads.
Did you see Trump's post on Truth Social?
Oh yeah. Yeah. He's just admitting that the shutdown is hurting them.
He goes, quote, Trump wasn't, here's the best part. Trump wasn't on the ballot was one of the excuses he gave. When is Trump going to be on the ballot? Two-term president. Does he think that it's going to be different the next time?
Well, this is a great thing for him, though, because now forever he'll be able to say, well, I wasn't on the ballot. We did well when I was on the ballot, and now the Republican Party sucks, so who cares?
But the best thing is like pointing to the shutdown as some proof of like, the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. There are plenty of tweets. You want to talk about old tweets that have come back to bite people in the ass? There's plenty of tweets from Republicans saying that when one party controls the full breadth of government, that it's their fault when the government shuts down. And like now you guys have full control of government, and you're in charge of it shutting down, and you're trying to blame the Democrats for doing something that you're in full control of.
I would not make a deal now without if I was the Democrats. I would not cave anytime soon.
Well, I got to ask on that point, like, do you think, I mean, there have been, obviously there's always reports of Democrats getting a little bit shaky and like wavering on whether or not they're going to cave on this thing. Do you think that puts that completely to rest? Do you think like that there are any Democrats who say like, okay, now that the election's over, yeah, there's some incentive for us to try and, just trust the Republicans when they say that they'll totally negotiate next week. All we got to do is just keep the government open and just give their votes to open up the thing.
I don't know how you wake up tomorrow morning and think we're doing the wrong thing and they're doing the right thing. I mean, especially like I would just, if someone said that to me in a caucus meeting and I was Chuck Schumer, I would read them Donald Trump's tweet where it's like, hey, the president thinks that the shutdown has been bad for him and his political party. Right. By the way, he refuses to do anything about it. It's not like he's like negotiating a back channel with Brian Schatz to like figure out an end to this thing. He's just kind of absent.
There's a way to choreograph this where you would get a vote. You can't just get a vote in the Senate. You need a vote in the Senate and the House. You need to have Johnson be able to agree to put it on the floor. And then you need to have a backstop. So if they go back on it, then the government just shuts down again. So you would only pass a funding bill that lasts until you get the vote on healthcare. So there's like a way to do this that Republicans can pretend that, they waited until the government was open to not be held hostage on healthcare. But like, you got to have those ironclad, like you've got to have the whole thing set up that way.
Yeah. For anybody who's just tuning in right now, we're being joined by Tommy Vitor and John Favreau from Pod Save America. If you're watching this on YouTube or whatever platform you're watching this on, Twitch, Facebook, head over to youtube.com and go to Pod Save America and subscribe to that channel. We got to grow the entire progressive media ecosystem. Obviously, we've had a lot of good luck here in terms of these election results, but the more we can get this message out, especially as we head toward 2026, the better off we'll be. So if you're not yet subscribed to Pod Save America's YouTube channel, please go ahead and subscribe. What are you guys doing? I know you're at the office right now. Like, what?
We're
8 o'clock at
going
night?
to record a bit. We're in our dumpy little office. Here it is. We all sit together. Lovett's in New York at the Cuomo after party.
We didn't have water in the building for most of the day. There was a water main that broke, and that also somehow shut the air conditioning off. So there's no toilets and no air all day today.
Right. It was a bad scene in here today, man. You're glad you didn't come in today. By like 2:00, it was 1,000 degrees. So,
but I'm about to go be Jane Coaston's guest on What a Day, which you should all subscribe to and tune into.
And then hang out with you in DC in a couple days.
That's right.
It. We got Crooked Con coming up in 48 hours from now?
Yeah,
no, less than 48 hours. 48 hours.
When we first started truthfully, we've been talking about doing Crooked Con for like 5 years now, and then never got our act together until recently. And it's one of those things where it's like one day we just decided to do it and put it on the calendar. And in the back of my mind, I was like, is this a good idea? Is this going to be fun? And like, I'm just kind of blown away by the number of people who are excited about just getting together in a room in this moment, because there's such there's a feeling of that there's a void out there. There's not as many protests. The No Kings were great, but people aren't like getting together in person as often as we were in 2017. So I'm pretty excited to do it. And then
it just sold out.
This result is like amazing.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Well, good to have something to celebrate here. Also looking at the Mamdani, just like a general overview of what we're looking at right now. We had Democratic wins in New Jersey's governor race. Virginia's governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general got dragged across the finish line as well. Yep. We have 13 flips in the House of Delegates. Zoran Mamdani, Democratic candidate, won the New York City mayoral race. We have 2 flips in statewide elections in Georgia. J.D. Vance's brother is getting blown out in the Cincinnati mayoral race by about 60 points. So we had the first female governor in Detroit, Michigan. We retained the Democratic majority 5-2 in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And, of course, now all eyes are going to be on California, where the polls close in 5 minutes. And we'll see that Prop 50 pass as well.
Amazing. So, great night.
Everyone should great night. All right. Yeah. Let you guys go and record your episodes and then go back to your families and children. Thanks for stopping by.
Brian, thank you for having us. Thanks for all you did to get Prop 50 done, man. It truly was, it took a lot of work. You raised a ton of money and a lot of awareness. I would call Brian like once a week and be like, hey man, can you explain to me what the hell is going on in like Indiana or whatever? So good on you.
Thanks. Appreciate it. All right, fellas. Have a good night.
Have a good one. We'll see you.
All right. So those are the guys from Pod Save America. What we can see right now is we are back to some of the election results here. We are 4 minutes away from polls closing in California. So what I'm going to do is grab the Prop 50 screen. We'll head over to California, and that will update as soon as those returns start to come in. Remember, they can count ballots for well over a week, so we won't have the final margin tonight, so I wouldn't expect to have any final results, certainly not tonight, but even in the next few days. If what we're really looking at here is, what the margin is, because that's going to determine whether or not it gives some political space, political incentive for other governors and state legislators across the country to do what we're doing in California. What we really want to look at is the final margin, and we won't get that margin until several days from now. I mean, California accepts mail ballots 7 days after, and I'm sure it'll take even longer to count them. If I'm not mistaken, in 2024, we were waiting like several weeks for election results. So in any case, we'll have a good idea. At least we'll know if this thing is going to pass, and I presume, I don't want to say anything outright, but I presume, sorry about that, didn't realize that there was commentary on the background. I presume we'll have those answers pretty soon. I don't want to say anything outright, but I presume that we will get an answer pretty quickly as to whether it's passed. I think Decision Desk will hopefully be able to call that race pretty fast here. Let's see if we can also, I do want to make sure that I can find the Mamdani speech. So let me just make sure that I can prep that. Okay, let's Okay, so as soon as Zoran Mamdani comes out, I will make sure Okay, so as soon as we have Zoran Mamdani who comes on to the screen, I will make sure that that comes on as well. In any case, while we wait for Zoran Mamdani, let's head over to California's Prop 50. So we are at exactly 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern. That means the polls are closed here in my home state of California, which means we will soon get the results of the last big race that we're waiting on tonight, which is Prop 50. So as soon as that comes in, that will load right here on the screen. Let's see if we have any... Democrats have won so far, by the way, just as a quick aside, 64 Virginia House of Delegates seats, flipping 13 of them on their way to a massive, massive overperformance, certainly a blue wave in Virginia, along with states across the country. So great news on the Virginia front. It is 8:01. We will soon get the results for California's Prop 50 trickling in. All right. Well, we have some news on the CNN front. CNN is projecting that California's Prop 50 passes. So 2 minutes over the hour, CNN is calling Prop 50 a yes. NBC News also projecting Prop 50 passes. The Redistrict Network, Prop 50 passes. ABC News projects Prop 50 passes. Also ABC. This thing is a done deal. Every network, we are waiting right now on Decision Desk, but every network otherwise, we've got ABC News, NBC, CNN, AP is projecting Prop 50 passes. So CBS projects Prop 50 passes as well. This thing is done. Prop 50 is a go. We've got yes on 50, the cherry on top of a huge Democratic wave in this 2025 off-year election cycle, from early races in Virginia, where Democrats won the governor's seat, the lieutenant governor, and the attorney general. Right now we're looking at least 13 flips in the Virginia House of Delegates. Then took New Jersey's governor's seat, flipped 2 seats, statewide elections for the first time in 25 years down in Georgia. 2 questions on the ballot passed, both supported by Democrats. Both went Democrats' ways in Maine. One was a voting rights ballot. The other was a gun restrictions ballot. Then we have a retention of the 5-2 state Supreme Court in Pennsylvania. And now we have a huge Prop 50 called by every single news network. The graphic hasn't updated here. I'm not sure why we haven't seen Decision Desk call this race, but as far as every other news network in America right now, they have all called this race for Prop 50. CNN projects Prop 50 passes. ABC News, the AP, MSNBC, all good news straight across the spectrum. The Wall Street Journal also called this race for Prop 50. So great news all around. Oh, man. I don't even think in the entirety of this live stream, and I've been going since, what time has this been on since? Oh, we're going on 8 hours of streaming right now. I don't think that in 8 hours, even as we've had good news the entire time, I don't think I've allowed myself to like enjoy a single second of it. But I think we have the best news of all right here. So give me 1 second, because stand by. That's right. We have the best news of all. A special guest just tuned in to check out what's going on. I don't know if you can hear him just sniffing around. Good boy. Go on. Good boy. All right. I think we might have... Okay, I think we might have a feed from the Mamdani campaign.
For an affordable, livable city. Now, do we have labor in the House? Throughout this campaign, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters in organized labor at 1 a.m. in Queens, at 4 p.m. in Manhattan, at 6 a.m. in Brooklyn, at every time of day and night, in every corner of the city, and we are so grateful for your partnership. And we are so proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. You have sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement, and then when Cuomo decided to get back into the race, you dug deep and gave more. I have been so honored to work with you, learn from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause. And please join me in celebrating the person who has been Zoran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight, Elle Biscard Church. Inspired by Zoran as a candidate, but I also want to speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace, curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been difficult. He has been the subject of attacks and threats, but he has truly risen above it all to give us hope. So please join me in giving Zoran, our friend, a round of applause. Too many supporters to name, so I want to speak to everyone directly. Please raise your hand if you have given to this campaign, whether that is time, labor, knocking a door, hosting an event, creating art. And if you are one of the this is beautiful. And if you are one of the tens of thousands of people who contributed but cannot be with us tonight, this is for you as well. You have made history. You set unreachable goals and then exceeded them. You believed in this city and believed in each other. And you achieved something that people will speak of for decades to come. You led with kindness and compassion. And most importantly, during a time of despair and rising fascism, you decided to fight for someone that you don't know. So thank you. Friends, the scope of this campaign was truly unprecedented. We had hundreds of thousands of conversations with our neighbors and trained leaders who will help us deliver our agenda for the next 4 years. But this record-breaking program did not come out of nowhere. It was the product of years of organizing and leadership development by New York City DSA and so many of our movement partners. Beginning. She led Julia Salazar's groundbreaking campaign in 2018, and since then has been behind the scenes something or showed you discipline or brought you joy, you have this person to thank. She is caring, wise, and deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind at being called out like this. But I need everyone here to please join me in giving her the longest and loudest round of applause, our organizing director, Tasha.
Just gonna cut off of that for a brief moment because I'll keep an eye on that in the background. As soon as Zoran Mamdani comes on to speak, I'll cut back to that coverage. But just want to note here, this is the California map. So much of my life in the last few weeks has been dedicated toward this thing in particular. I am so happy that we got this done for a few reasons. One, the electoral implications are obvious. This is, without California, Republicans would be able to redraw these maps and basically engineer control of the House moving forward. California is a huge weapon in neutralizing so much of what we've seen, not just in Texas, not just in Missouri, not just in North Carolina, but also Ohio. And I'm sure there are other states that are going to announce, that they're heeding Trump's clarion call and redrawing their maps as well. But more importantly, I think that what we're seeing right here signifies a legitimate sea change in Democratic Party politics. Here's why. There were a million reasons for California Democrats and Gavin Newsom to say, no, we can't do this. We have an independent redistricting commission. What would the court say? What about our good governance principles? What about our norms? And there wasn't a lot of time, but they got this thing done. There were tens of millions of dollars spent against them by Republicans who knew how important California was to the broader equation in this country. And yet, despite a million reasons to have said, no, we can't do this, they got it done and got this thing on the ballot, did it in just a couple of months, and ran an entire campaign where we had to tell 40 million people what's going on. And now, just a couple of months after that, we have this Proposition 50 on the ballot. It was the only thing on the ballot. I got my ballot. There's one question. Prop 50, should we temporarily suspend the Independent Redistricting Commission and redraw these maps as a way to neutralize the Republicans' power grab that we're seeing from across the country? And got it done. And a couple of months later, we're sitting here, and to see this on the screen is a testament to what can happen when you have Democrats who are not focused on norms, not focused on pulling their punches, not focused on compromise or bipartisanship or allowing themselves to be rolled for the 5,000th time by Republicans who say, oh, just compromise with us and then we'll definitely totally meet you halfway. Who say, oh yeah, no, it's there's a new precedent. We can't consider a judge on the Supreme Court in an election year, only except when it's Amy Coney Barrett, then we totally can. How many times does this have to happen before Democrats start to wake up and recognize the moment that we're in? And this is a testament to the fact that finally, we have some Democrats who are recognizing that the answer, the antidote to this Republican overreach is not to just capitulate, not to bend the knee, not to kowtow, not to melt and become impotent, but to fight the fuck back. And that's what we saw in California. And now we're looking at Prop 50 results where we have a quarter of the results reporting and Democrats are winning 61-38. That is huge, huge. And not only will that mean that we get a new map here in California that neutralizes the map in Texas, that just completely kneecaps that big fucking scheme that Donald Trump was trying to put forward to just hand himself control of the House because he felt like he was entitled to it. Not only does it do that, but because this margin is so big, and because I think this margin will grow, it's going to be a message loud and clear to every other Democrat across the country, Democrats in Illinois, Democrats in Maryland, Democrats in New York and New Jersey and Virginia and Colorado and Oregon and Washington to say, not only is this the morally right thing to do if you care about democracy, to fight fire with fire and meet the fucking moment with the urgency that it deserves, not only is it the morally right thing to do, but now you've got political cover. It is the electoral right thing to do. And so there's no reason for any Democrats across the country to look at what we're looking at right now, where we have 61% already voting yes, where this thing passed within 2 minutes of it being on the ballot. 2 minutes of the polls closing here in California. There's no reason for any Democrat to look at this and think that there's any reason not to get in this fight. Not to see the broader moment that we're in and start fighting back. I mean, look, what's the famous was it Ben Franklin quote, "A republic if you can keep it"? Democracy doesn't just happen. It happens when you fight for it. It's a fight and a struggle every single day, but you don't win by doing nothing. You don't win by capitulating. You don't win by allowing the other side to run roughshod while you sit there with your thumbs up your ass and do nothing. And so this is what it looks like when Democrats actually fight back. And, all the credit in the world to Gavin Newsom for doing it again, when there would have been a million reasons to just not, like we've seen from so many other Democrats across the country, easier to just not. So all the credit to him, all the credit to California Democrats. And again, this should serve as a huge blinking red light, not just to other Democrats to start fighting back because they've got political cover to do it, but to Republicans. You want a deterrent effect? Now we're going to do it across the country. You wanted to try to subvert free and fair elections by redrawing these maps because you felt entitled to a victory? You felt entitled to 5 seats? Well, this is what it looks like in California. And now we're going to redraw maps in Virginia, and soon we'll redraw maps in Virginia and New Jersey. And on the point of fight, I'm going to switch over to Zohran Mamdani.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the Tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Figueroa LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. turn the volume up. Taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. Trump, when I say this, to get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and together, New York, we're going to deliver universal. Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Awesome. We have another big speech coming up, so don't go anywhere. I did want to bring the California map into place here. We have an update. 3/4 of the results are reporting right now. 65% to 35%. When I came into this thing, I had spoken a lot in the lead up to this election, in particular, the California Prop 50 vote, and I was worried that anything around 50%, maybe even 55 to 45, that's a 10-point margin, that it wouldn't be enough political cover in a state like California to give a permission structure for other governors to do the same thing. 65 to 35 is another ballgame. We are looking at a 30-point margin. Huge right now. And remember, if we look at some of these precincts, like Los Angeles County, for example, do you know how many ballots still remain to be counted because they haven't been counted yet or they've been dropped off today? This is an almost entirely mail-in ballot jurisdiction or state. Everybody gets mail-in ballots here. And so we're seeing these kind of margins, 73 to 26, 74 to 26 in LA. If we go up to San Francisco, 84 to 16, huge numbers. And we still have a ton of these votes left to come out. If we look at Sacramento, 62 to 38. And in fact, when we check out the votes that are remaining, it's largely in these population centers. So look, the places where there's the most outstanding votes are the places where Prop 50, where there's the most outstanding votes are the places where the yes on 50 has the biggest margin. Again, we're looking at San Francisco. What counties are these? This is Contra Costa County, which admittedly I'd never heard of. Alameda, Santa Clara, and then of course LA, San Diego, and Sacramento. Now let's look at where what the results are, what the splits are on those places. So Sacramento is 62-38, pretty good. Then we look at Contra Costa, 72-28, a lot of votes remaining there. Alameda, 81-19, a lot of votes remaining there. Santa Clara, 72-27, a lot of votes remaining there. LA, 74-26, a lot of votes remaining there. San Diego, 61-39, a lot of votes remaining there. So the places where the votes are remaining are also the places where Democrats have the biggest margins. Which is certainly going to drive this margin up. This is a 30-point swing right now from yes to no. I mean, man, if we can even drive it up beyond 65-35, that would be huge. It would be huge in terms of giving that kick in the ass to all these other governors across the country. Some incentive, some permission structure to do the exact same thing. This was such good news. And of course, it comes on the heels of so many great election results all night long. Whether it's the New Jersey governor's race, whether it's the Virginia governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, whether it's retaining the 5-2 majority on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, whether it's flipping 2 statewide seats, the Public Services Commission in Georgia, seats that Democrats haven't won in 25 years, whether it's flipping 13, at least, votes in the Virginia House of Delegates. I'll let you know if we have any update to that, but man, oh man. Whether it's Democrat Zohran Mamdani winning the mayoral race in New York City and toppling the political dynasty that is the Cuomos. And of course, a huge win here in California, something that I have been singularly focused on. I was the first one to interview Governor Newsom about this issue, talked to him multiple times about this issue on camera, held every governor's feet to the fire on this issue, had a pretty contentious conversation with Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado, got an interview with Governor Westmore today to break the news that Maryland will be engaging in a redistricting commission that will conclude in time for the 2026 midterm cycle. So this is my top issue. And I will continue to push for other governors in other states to look at what we're looking at right now, which is a 2 million vote lead with just 74% reporting. We have millions of votes left to be counted. We have millions of votes that haven't even been taken into account yet because they're sitting in drop boxes and mailboxes and USPS offices across the state right now. We are going to see millions more ballots come into the yes column in the coming days. And when they do, that is going to give all the political cover needed to Democrats in Illinois, in New York, in Virginia, in New Jersey, in Colorado, in Washington, in Oregon, to do the right thing, to recognize the urgency of this moment, to fight fire with fire, to stop allowing Republicans to run roughshod over this country, over this democracy, to not think that they have carte blanche to engineer permanent majorities in the House just because Daddy Trump told them that they could or that they should, and instead fight the fuck back, sack up, and recognize that this is the time to actually move forward and fight, 10 toes down. And that's what we're doing right here. California sets off that trajectory, and it will be the beginning of what will be a welcome change, a welcome sea change in the Democratic Party, where we finally see people start to fight back. It has been so long, Democrats have watched Republicans rig the rules in their favor, whether it's the Merrick Garland issues on the Supreme Court. Of course, you can't have somebody, a president nominate a Supreme Court justice in an election year, except, of course, if it's Amy Coney Barrett and Donald Trump nominating them, then it's totally fine. Just brazen, shameless, hypocritical electioneering and rule rigging, and we are so tired of it, and for so long we have not had Democratic leaders who are willing to fight the fuck back, and that's what we have right now. And frankly, that should be a litmus test issue for any Democrats moving forward, that unless you are willing to fight back, then there is no place in a party, in a political party in this environment where you don't do anything to push back on what we're seeing at the hands of these Republicans. We are waiting on one more big speech tonight that I am quite looking forward to. So I am prepped and ready to go as soon as that goes live. So as soon as we have some update on that front, I will let you know. So stick around if you want to see good content coming up. We have a speech from Gavin Newsom about Prop 50, and you don't want to miss it. I hope he sends a message loud and clear to every other governor across the country that it's their turn to step up now. That this isn't a one and done. This doesn't mean your job is over. This doesn't mean Gavin Newsom and the California Democrats did it for you. This means step up, join the fight, don't withdraw, don't diffuse responsibility, get in and do something. This is the time to do it. And my God, if there was ever a moment where you have political cover, it is a night after Democrats have swept. I mean, talk about a blue wave election. Virginia, New Jersey, New York, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Maine, California. It does not get better than this. It's also kind of low-key weird to feel joy and hope. Not gonna lie. It's been a long time of being mired in just like despair and hopelessness. And I know that a lot of people watching feel the same way. And like when everybody asks how you're doing, you always have to give the caveat that like, doing good, but like considering. And I think two things. I think one, we are well within our right to enjoy this moment, and we should. And two, not to be complacent, because it takes a lot of work to do all this stuff. And we have a lot of work to do as we head toward 2026. We have the wind at our back, though, so that's some good news.
Let me underscore, it's been a good evening for everybody, not just the Democratic Party. But what a night for the Democratic Party. A party that is in its ascendancy. A party that's on its toes, no longer on its heels. From coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But it was not just a victory tonight for the Democratic Party. It was a victory for the United States of America, for the people of this country and the principles that our founding fathers lived and died for. And so we're proud. We're proud here in California to be part of this narrative this evening. We're proud of the work that the people of the state of California did tonight to send a powerful message to an historic president. Donald Trump is an historic president. He is the most historically unpopular president in modern history. In every critical category, Donald Trump is underwater. He promised to make us healthier. He promised to make us wealthier. We're sicker and poorer. And he fundamentally understands that. Why else would he call Greg Abbott saying he's entitled to 5 seats? Why else is he trying to rig the midterm elections before one single vote is even cast? He understands his position at this moment in the United States of America. One thing he never counted on, though, was the state of California. Instead of agonizing over the state of our nation, we organized in an unprecedented way in a 90-day sprint. People from all over the United States of America contributed their voices and their support for this initiative. We stood tall and we stood firm in response to Donald Trump's recklessness. And tonight, after poking the bear, this bear roared with an unprecedented turnout in a special election with an extraordinary result. None of us, however, are naive. This is a pattern. This is a practice. Donald Trump's efforts to rig the midterm election continue to this day. And I'll reinforce that in just a moment. You're seeing him take action all across this country, not just in Texas. You saw what they were able to do in Missouri, what they did in North Carolina, what they're trying to do in Indiana, and inevitably in Florida. They are not screwing around. In June of this year, we saw 4,000 National Guard federalized in the state of California. We saw 700 active duty Marines not sent overseas, but sent to the second largest city in the United States of America to militarize our streets. We said in June this was a preview of things to come. What more evidence do you need than what happened in Washington, D.C., what's happening up in Portland, cities like Chicago? When we kicked off this campaign just 90 or so days ago in Little Tokyo, in Southern California, in LA, at the Democracy Center, Donald Trump sent Greg Bovino. He sent his private police force that increasingly appears to have taken an oath of office to Donald Trump, not to the Constitution of the United States. He sent them to our kickoff rally to chill free expression, to chill free speech, to intimidate people from participating. Just today, in Los Angeles, Donald Trump called up the Border Patrol, sent them to Dodger Stadium, and threw a fastball at free speech, right at the head, free expression, to suppress the vote in America's second largest city. Just did that today. People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People waiting up 3 hours to cast their vote, to send a message to Donald Trump. No crowns, no thrones, no kings. That's what this victory represents. It's a victory for the people of the state of California and the United States of America. And this is a victory that's punctuated with a sober reminder that it's not just the actions that Donald Trump has taken to federalize our guard, to begin the process of militarizing American cities, to intimidate free expression and speech by utilizing ICE and Border Patrol in American cities. But he also announced today, right when polls were opening, that this election was rigged. That this election was rigged. Of course, those are familiar words. It's exactly what Donald Trump said after January 6th, that day of love, where he tried to light democracy on fire. He tried to wreck this country, and he called in to the Secretary of State in Georgia, calling up for 11, 12,000 votes, just like he called Greg Abbott, saying he's entitled to those 5 seats. He said this election was rigged, and he's moving to look for criminal prosecution and investigations at the Department of Justice. He is not screwing around. So tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections. Period and full stop. This is not complicated, and it's self-evident to anyone paying attention. You start to stack up all of these actions that continue to this moment and will continue in moments to come. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider his announcement just a few weeks ago to send rapid response teams all across the United States, in all 50 states, tens of thousands of members of the military prepared for urban deployment. A preview of things to come. But back to this state. Our state of mind was resolute. Our state of mind was resolved to stand firm and to stand tall, to not be intimidated, to not be humiliated, to not fall prey to cynicism, to not fall prey to fear and the anxiety of someone that believes in only one thing, shock and awe, to intimidate and exhaust us. But we're seeing all across this country, 7 million people strong, standing up, not just for themselves, but for each other and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best of Roman Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people the sobriety of this moment, what's at stake. Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party, but again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so my call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, we talked about the powerful play goes on. We all must contribute a verse. And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York, in Illinois, in Colorado. We need to see other states with their remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment head on as well, to recognize what we're up against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear. We can de facto end Donald Trump's presidency as we know it the minute Speaker Jeffries gets sworn in as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It is all on the line, a bright line in 2026. And so I want to thank everybody that stood up, not just for our democracy, but stood up for those that have feel bullied and intimidated, stood up for this notion of co-equal branches of government and a system of checks and balances. And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day that this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And I'll just say this, I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
What's the lesson for other Democrats from tonight? Do you think President Trump will hear the message?
Governor, you warned about isolated to the polls. Was there any evidence of that?
Okay, so that was Newsom's speech. What you're looking at right now is the California Prop 50 map. Let's just go over and see a little bit of what we're looking at in terms of the other races that we've been following this evening. So, on the gubernatorial front, we have Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, who's now leading Jack Ciattarelli 13 points. If you want to compare what this race was like in 2024, Kamala Harris defeated Donald Trump by just 6 points in this state. Now we're seeing a 13-point swing, so 7 points better than what we saw in 2024. Now we are overperforming by 7 points that election cycle. Let's go to Virginia and see what Abigail Spanberger is looking like. Roughly 14 points. 14 points. And if you want to compare that to 2024, that was also a 6-point swing. So an even bigger margin that Democrats saw in Virginia. And of course, that's on top of the fact that we have seen at least 13 other districts in the House of Delegates flip from red to blue. Also, the Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, and of course, California Prop 50, which is right now sitting pretty, 65-35. This is a 30-point margin right now, with 3/4 of the votes reporting, millions still left to come. So a huge, huge night here in the aftermath of what has been a very, very, very big blue wave in this 2025 off-year election cycle. which is to say nothing of Democratic wins in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, retaining those 3 seats, keeping intact a 5-2 court there, flipping 2 seats, statewide election seats in Georgia, and of course all of the other smaller races in between. So a huge night across the country. Does anybody have any questions? I'm happy to jump in and answer some questions if you've got them. Oh, and of course, I didn't even mention Mamdani in New York City, Democratic mayor in New York City. First question that popped up here, how happy are you? It's like, I mean, I know that everybody can feel this deep in their bones, but like, it's so hard to allow myself to feel joy. Like, the honest truth is, like, it is so hard to allow myself to actually feel happy. But this is great news. All of this is great news. There is no bad news. There's no bad news right now to share. Whether we're talking about New York, New Jersey, Virginia, PA, Georgia, Maine, California, it's all good news, straight across the board. How can Democrats keep up this momentum? Few things. One, we can recognize the agendas on which these Democratic candidates ran. Doesn't mean that you don't have to be, moderate in a more moderate area or progressive in a progressive area. It wasn't about that. Candidates ranging from Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger all the way to Zoran Mamdani all ran on affordability. We saw that for the vast majority of voters, their number one issue was the economy, as it was in 2024. For voters in Virginia, for whom the economy was the most important issue, they voted for Abigail Spanberger by a 20-point margin. Mikey Sherrill ran her entire campaign on an affordability agenda. And of course, Zoran Mamdani was laser focused on affordability the entire time. And so that's the framework for Democrats moving forward, is to recognize that you can be more moderate in a moderate area. You can be more progressive in a progressive area. There is not a monolithic approach in the Democratic Party. You've got areas that are much more progressive, areas that are much more purple, and you run candidates who are better aligned with those areas. But the fact is that all of those candidates should be running on an affordability agenda. And the reason is, not only is it potent, and not only did we see that in 2024, but in large part, the Republican Party has ceded their ability to be able to run on that issue anymore. They simply can't do it. Why? Because they have full control of government. They have the House, the Senate, and the White House, and costs are going up. Rent is going up, housing is going up, grocery prices are going up, job growth is flat, manufacturing jobs are anemic, inflation has been rising every month since March, and wages are flat as well. So it is impossible, when you have full control of government, to act like the minority party and say, oh, you just have to vote for us and then we'll bring costs down. You guys are in the majority right now. This is your agenda. There are no Democrats in charge in the House. There are no Democrats in charge in the Senate. There are no Democrats in charge in the White House. No one is blocking the full execution of your agenda. There's no one to blame. You've got carte blanche. This is the worst thing for Republicans because they need to be a minority party. They need to be able to sit there in a minority with no power and complain and explain to people that if only we had control, if only the Democrats weren't blocking us here or here or here, if only the Democrats didn't have this 1-seat majority in the House, if only they didn't have the 1-seat majority in the Senate, we would totally, definitely be able to deliver this huge agenda, but it's the Democrats in the House, Democrats in the Senate. Democrats don't control anything right now. They have no one to blame. Republicans can't blame anybody. They can't point to any Democrats. This is them. Carte blanche, clear runway to execute their agenda. And the fact that they can't execute that agenda, the fact that they can't do anything that they want to do, the fact that it wasn't their priority to deliver on a single one of their campaign promises. They haven't released the Epstein files. They didn't end the Russia-Ukraine war on day one. They didn't bring costs down. They're not doing any of the things that they promised. None of them. But what they do have time for is to build a $350 million ballroom that Trump gets to enjoy. Is to remodel the Lincoln bathroom that Trump gets to enjoy. To buy a Gulfstream jet, a couple of them, for $172 million that Trump and Kristi Noem get to enjoy. To readorn the Oval Office in gold leafing and gold plating and gold paint from Michael's art supply that Trump gets to enjoy. To host crypto dinners out of the White House or wherever he hosted them. Double Trump's net worth that he derives all the benefit from. Retrofit a $400 million jet as a gift from the Qataris that to the tune of $1 billion, that retrofit, paid for by American taxpayers, that he gets to enjoy. In instance after instance after instance, capped off by a Great Gatsby-themed party at Mar-a-Lago to really, turn the screw there, to twist the knife there. All of those examples are just evidence of the fact that Donald Trump is out for himself. He is there to enrich himself, to surround himself with more opulence, more gold, more riches. He's there to help himself and his friends. Both terms, he ran these populist campaigns, and both terms, he governed like a kleptocrat. The only major piece of legislation that he passed in his first term was a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires, rendered it permanent this term. Who do you think that helps? Not poor people, not working class people, not the rubes in his base who he pandered to for months and months and months and months and months. Those people get fucked right now. The people who benefit from this are overwhelmingly millionaires and billionaires. Those are the people who Trump sought to help. While it's the poor people in this country, working class people in this country who get screwed over every single time. And it's in the face, it's the direct result of people like Donald Trump and the Republican Party who won't lift a finger because they would rather kowtow to Donald Trump than adhere to any of their promises, to any of their constituents. All these people not lifting a finger to stop him. They could stop him in these tariffs. They won't do it. And so those prices are going up for every single American right out there. They could stop him by cutting this food assistance. None of them will do it because they don't want to say an ill word to Donald Trump. They can stop him from cutting Medicaid. None of them did it. They can stop him from doubling, tripling, quadrupling ACA subsidies. None of them are going to do it. It is more important for these people to stay in the good graces of Donald Trump because their priority is not their own constituents. Their priority is not Americans. Their priority is not democracy. Their priority is keeping their fucking jobs. And the way that they do that is by bending the knee every single chance they get to Donald Trump, no matter how much he fucks over all of their supporters. And so you've got Republicans in red districts, in red states, who rely on Medicaid, who are going to get screwed over and not have health care because their representatives are too chicken shit to stand up to Donald Trump, a lame duck president. You've got Republicans in Republican districts in red states who will lose their Medicaid because their representatives are too chicken shit to stand up to Trump. You've got Republicans in red districts in red states who are going to see their health care subsidies 5 times more expensive than they were in 2025. Because they're too afraid to stand up to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump doesn't care. He's not, first of all, he's lame. He's term limited out. At least that's the plan right now. Term limited out. And still, these people don't have enough of a spine to stand up to this guy. Imagine sacrificing your career to the point where we are watching the election results like we saw tonight. Watching a swing state like Virginia, a swing state, a purple state. They have a Republican governor right now. Look at this margin. This looks like New York. This looks like Vermont. 57-42 wasn't even close. New Jersey was a 6-point margin in 2024. Look at this margin. 13 points in New Jersey. First time in 30 years that New Jersey has elected a Democratic governor after 2 consecutive Democratic governors, three consecutive Democratic gubernatorial terms. First time in like 30 years that this has happened. To watch all of this happen and still these people will show up to work tomorrow and they will be too afraid to stand up to Donald Trump because they are in government to protect themselves and their jobs, and he is their biggest impediment to be able to do that because they are afraid that he will send out a mean tweet. These people have the spines of jellyfish. Just crumble under the weight of the wind. So we'll see what happens. Whether any of these Republicans are going to find a spine, but frankly, I would not bank on it. I would not bank on it. And hey, like, keep it going. Like, these results, this doesn't happen in a vacuum. It is the direct result of the governance that we're seeing from Republicans right now. And a large part of that governance is the fact that none of these Republicans are willing to stand up to Donald Trump as he carries out one of the most unpopular and corrupt agendas that, well, not one of, the most unpopular and corrupt agenda that we have seen in the history of this country. This guy is about to pay himself $230 million from the Department of Justice. And none of these chicken shit Republicans are lifting a single finger about it. And they deserve all of the results that they're seeing right now. They deserve watching more than a dozen delegates, Republican incumbents in the House of Delegates in Virginia, lose their seats tonight. An absolute bloodbath for the Republican Party. So anyway, that was a long-winded answer to a very simple question, which is, I think the question was like, how do you feel? So the answer to that question is, I feel good. Things could not have gone better tonight. Well, I guess they could always go better, but for all intents and purposes, couldn't have gone better. And we need to stay vigilant because as we head toward 2026, there's a lot of work to do. And I think we can build on the advantage that we have right now by letting all of these Republicans, all of these Democratic candidates know as we head toward 2026 what a winning agenda looks like. It is an agenda focused on people, focused on affordability, focused on curbing corruption, and focused on protecting democracy. And none of that's mutually exclusive. All of these candidates have run races on that. And Republicans have no legs to stand on when it comes to pushing back against that stuff. Quick note for anybody watching, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, great way to support this channel, great way to support my work is to subscribe. It is completely free. With these 5 seats in California, is the balance of gerrymandering restored, or do Republicans still have the upper hand in redistricting? So, yes, the Republicans will still have a slight upper hand, but we have good news. Kansas Republicans announced today that they will not be redistricting. There is also the prospect that if Republicans are going to redraw their maps, now they have to know that, okay, maybe you had a map that was like R plus 15, and you want to get another Republican seat. So then you take a little bit of Republican voters. Now you bring it down to like R plus 10. Well, Republicans are losing by bigger margins than R plus 10 tonight. I mean, the House of Delegates, we've seen Democrats unseat incumbent Republicans who were leading by like 13, who are in R plus 13 districts. And so now, all of these Republican states out there have to take into consideration the fact that if you just draw yourself, a bunch of very thin R plus 5, R plus 6 districts, because maybe you had R plus 10 and now you have to take a few of those voters away and spread the wealth a little bit to try to get as many seats as you can, it might turn into what's called a dummymander, which instead of a gerrymander, now you've drawn seats so thin that in fact it backfires and you lose all of these close races in a wave year. So I would not be surprised if we see a bunch of these states that had come forward, like Kansas, say, you know what, we're not going to do it because if we draw these maps any thinner, these districts any thinner, and chip away at any of the margins that we already have to make them smaller so that we can, try to pick up one more seat, a bunch of us are going to lose. And given the margins that we're seeing right now, tonight, that is a very real possibility. So I would not be surprised if the states that we're waiting to see, like Florida, if we start to see those states back away, because there are some major margins that Republicans are contending with right now. And if 2025 is any indication of what 2026 is going to look like, then they want to be really careful about how they redraw those maps. Because instead of engineering Republican majorities, they may very well be drawing thin enough maps that Democrats sweep them. And I'll bet that those Republicans in Utah who did exactly that are shitting their pants tonight, because the Utah map was ordered redrawn to give Democrats a seat. Republicans did not do that. They instead drew another gerrymander, basically real thin, real light R plus, a few point districts, and there's 2 of them now. So we may be in a situation where instead of giving the Democrats 1 seat because Republicans got cute and they did so heading into a wave year, they may very well be contending with a backfire, a dummy mander, where Democrats may see 2 seats in Utah. And it's not just going to be that way in one state, it's going to be that way in a lot of states. So I hope that those Republicans are paying real close attention tonight. And for my part, I will continue getting as many governors as I can on record on the issue of gerrymandering, because we did not start this fight, but we sure as shit are going to finish it. And we need to redraw maps, not just in California, not just in Virginia, where that process is already en route, not just in Maryland, where I broke news this morning with Governor Wes Moore that an advisory commission is being formed where they will have a new map by 2026, but also in New York, also in New Jersey, also in Colorado, also in Washington and Oregon. So this has been the issue that I've been more focused on than anything else. I'll continue to stay on top of this thing and continue to get Democratic officials on record supporting this thing, because now is not the time to lay down for the right. Now is the time to step up and fight and usher in a new era of Democratic politics where it is not capitulation. It is recognizing the urgency of this moment and recognizing your power and your ability to do something and fighting back. We saw that in California, and kudos to Newsom, not only for taking this fight to Republicans here and neutralizing Donald Trump's big power grab in Texas, but also the fact that he came out just a few minutes ago and called on Illinois and called on Maryland, and I forgot what other state he called on to. Okay, I may call it, because I have not done 2 things in about 9 hours. One of them is peed, and the other one is drank water. And both of those things are desperately needed right now. I've had an empty cup of water sitting next to me for 8 hours and 45 minutes. So I appreciate you all tuning in and sticking with me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you caring. So much of my job is spent trying to fight back against apathy. The biggest voting bloc in 2024 was not Democrats, was not Republicans, was not independents. It was non-voters. So thank you to everybody for caring. If everybody was like the people who are tuning in and watching right now, all of our lives would be much better. But I think you all owe yourselves, a huge debt of gratitude for caring. I would ask now that you take the energy that you have tonight, the hope that you have tonight, and you find some people in your circles and make sure to bring them in as we head toward 2026. Obviously, what we've seen from this election cycle, from this moment in politics, is that it impacts everybody. It impacts people who spend money. It impacts people who are just living here, who are immigrants coming from, just trying to go about their lives. It impacts people who are trying to seek regular health care. It impacts people who are trying to seek reproductive health care. So whatever you do in your lives, whether you're political or not, the reality is that our politics impacts you. And so there is no reason to sit on the sidelines or to say, oh, I'm not political. Everybody's political. If you live in this country, you're political. You're impacted by politics in some way. You're impacted economically. You're impacted financially. You're impacted as it relates to health, as it relates to food, as it relates to your neighbors, as it relates to immigration, whatever it may be, politics touches you. And so I'd ask everybody here, we have thousands of people watching right now, I'd ask you to make sure that you bring in, over the next 12 months, someone in your circle of people. Back in the 2024 election cycle, I said find 1 to 2 people. It's not enough. I got to ask you to find 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people. I have people in my own family who I know have no clue what's going on in politics. I've made them my responsibility. And everybody has a daughter, sister, brother, son, uncle, grandparent, grandchild who just doesn't pay attention. Make them your responsibility. You're going to have a lot more it's going to be a lot more effective for you to be able to reach them than some dude on YouTube, right? Some dude on Twitch, some dude on Facebook. But if you can make a one-to-one connection, that is the easiest way to do it. And just find a handful of people, make them your responsibility. Something I pointed out in the lead up to the 2024 election cycle was that the margin in Wisconsin, which was the tipping point state in numerous election cycles, the margin was 2 votes per precinct. In 2020, Biden beat Trump by 2 votes per precinct in Wisconsin. That's all it would have taken. So it doesn't take a lot. And if everybody here made somebody your responsibility, then we'll be a lot better off. So with that said, I'll leave you there. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. If you're on the West Coast, have a good night. Continue to follow along with this referendum over the next couple days. I'll come back and we'll talk about it some more. And if you're on the East Coast, thanks for staying up late with me. If you're anywhere else in the rest of the world, what a shit show is happening over here in America. But thanks for caring and thanks for tuning in, everybody. And I will talk to you all tomorrow.